Mhm. All right. So, uh, good. I think it's good afternoon. I was just about to say good morning. I was literally going to say that, but no, it's not that. Not that. Not that. I was working late and working late. I don't really have a direction for this one. I really don't. I really don't. Uh, that's okay. Um, I would like to, but I just so pretty much what's going on to happen is that I've been working on a lot of other stuff. I've been actually trying to improve working on TikTok and Instagram with the team. They've been very ever so helpful with me. Shout out to them. I'm having to learn these editing programs. Oh my gosh, they're kicking my butt. Uh, trying to teach. I'm not that. When it comes to doing all that editing crap, it takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of patience. And as I was doing that, um, I was like, so they were bringing me different shows and stuff of how they want me of things that they wanted me to look at and go about seeing. And I was like, okay, that's fine. We can do that. First off, I don't have. I would honestly want to say that I don't have a because I'm so used to talking about nigga content or just should I call it nigga content? Is that rude? Is that rude if you call it nigga content? Because I mean, what would you quantify it? I mean, I guess you would say it's entertainment, and I was told by somebody it was on a Reds Bad Guy panel on that Brian Jane Ortho whatever the dude is, I don't know that how I am about black people, right? Granted, you don't have dudes who said they're glad that black men died, black men in body bags, or they have women and different other people who say all kind of crazy, reckless shit. Nigga can't, nigga, no, no. I mean, it's like we definitely understand there has been a paradox of buffoonery. Shout out to Man of Tomorrow. I do enjoy when y'all do y'all political conversations. You and Mike V. I do enjoy that. I think that's very attentive to the political strategy. We definitely know in this field of space, there is no strategy for whatever niggas talk about these days. But that's the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Just like we've been watching. I've been watching this channel, and why are y'all black men getting kidnapped in Colombia? Why are y'all getting kidnapped in Colombia? Like, what's happening? Like, y'all going to Medellin and y'all getting kidnapped and beat up. I would think that's a really big problem. But it's not my business. It's not my business. I know I was told um, why you like that. I don't want to hear about people getting kidnapped, but I would definitely tell you that hey man, it's dangerous out there. I don't know why y'all thought y'all couldn't be touched. But if you don't know the layout of the environment, then these things are going to happen. These things are going to happen, man. I was like, holy shit. No, no, MOT, no, no, no. We do not want them to begin kidnapping, beating, and some man got his legs, he got beat where his legs got. He probably won't be able to walk and shit. I'm like, man, what the hell is going on in the niggaverse? So there's something like you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. Um, Another thing, there's a woman going to jail, which we already know. There's a woman going to jail for robbing Mark Zuckerberg of $4 million. Yay, black people in tech. I need the tech people to. I need y'all to start. Why are y'all talking about that? Why that's pretty big news in the tech world. You you get you working for Facebook, one of the biggest giants in the world. You have a grand job and you steal $4 million from one of the biggest billionaires in the world. That's crazy. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. They don't waste time. Listen, they don't waste. They don't waste. No, listen, that woman going to federal, federal. Listen, that woman is going to federal, federal prison. See, she ain't listen. Y'all think Zuckerberg gonna jump online and start get on Club Shay Shay and start talking about, oh my God, I can't. Nah, listen. They move totally different in their world. They're like, they're not gonna get online. Listen, they listen. When you listen, you mess with the right. Listen, and see, this is why I know. And in this space, black people only fuck with niggas. Black people only fuck with niggas. We don't fuck with other. We don't fuck with the white men. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. If you're a white man, you listening, you in every other group, y'all are fake. Black people only fuck with black people. We're never gonna actually fuck with other. We don't fuck with white man's money. We don't fuck up that. You ain't gonna go fuck up the Spanish or the Asian man's money. You're not gonna fuck up that because they will get your ass real quick. It is now it is now straightforward that they don't play with you. Can we get that out the way? They're not playing with y'all ass anymore. Like honestly, I'm like, holy shit, Zuckerberg did. He didn't try to hear her out. He didn't try to talk to her. He didn't try to figure out like, man, that all them talking points. Oh, she probably didn't know better. Nah, B, nah. Zuckerberg was like, you going listen, fuck that 50 years as a slave shit, bitch. You going to jail. You going to do some federal time. He was so serious. I try to tell y'all, those narratives that y'all be hearing online that they get away with this or they get away with that, it don't be working. It don't. It don't be working with the dominant powers that be. They don't be hearing that shit. They ain't trying to hear that. They're like, you stole my money, cool, jail. Oh, word, you don't want to pay, cool, banned. Like that. I mean, shit. New policies are getting put in place. That's why I try. That's why I try to tell you. Black people only like the niggas in these spaces only attack and go at other other blacks. You're like, man, I don't know all that, B.M.T. No, it's true because we can see that because just look at the repertoire. Look at the repertoire of who's all come to this space and look how they walked out. I know y'all say, you caping for. We talking about y'all. I done see more caping for other shit ever. So I don't hear nothing. I really don't. I really don't. Like I said, it's crazy. I don't put nobody's doggone talking points above anybody. But I definitely understand. I'm definitely understanding that there is an issue. There is an issue with the niggaverse. There is an issue with the niggaverse and how people go about doing stuff in this space. Let me see if I can go get but I'm on my phone. I really don't feel like going to my I really don't. I really don't want to go to my computer, but I'm going to go ahead and let me just slide over to my computer, man. It's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. But I'll go over there because I'm working on my editing while I'm doing this, so I can kill two birds with one stone. I just want to show y'all some stuff. I get to look at um I just want to show y'all some stuff I get to look at, just bullshitting around, you know what I'm saying? Um to the person who asked me about the dating shit, I'm gonna tell you right now, I really don't be giving a fuck about dating. Like I don't even know why y'all keep. Listen, man, I don't care about dating. That's a personal aptitude thing. Nothing against anybody who does it. You have free will. I don't give a fuck about that. That's just not me. That's just not me. So, not saying I'm against you, dating whoever you want to date. It's just not. I don't know. It's just not really my. Um, I don't know. It's not really my transgression to give a fuck about. So, let's go about looking at some stuff. Um, I really don't think I like I said. I really believe nigga content will always be the best that we can climb, especially when it comes to YouTube. Now, is there a few other things? Possibly, possibly. But however, when I say possibly, I mean that means we really don't actually try to maximally output into that type of limelight. It's kind of more so about it's kind of more so like we like to be entertained, you know. So it's kind of a fucked up scenario, if I do say so. Where the hell is it? Hang on, let me go grab it. All right, so let me go ahead and where is it at? I was having a good time just watching. Oh, that's Nicki Minaj eating chicken in front of a bunch of white folks. I don't know what's going on with that woman. Honestly, you can't be surprised. You really can't. B, I told you I have no direction in where this is going, so y'all do be patient with me. I am working. as I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone. Hang on. First of all, let me get on. All right. There we go. Okay. Okay. So where was I? Where was I? All right. So here we go. Don't mind me. I know my chair's over there. I am right now. I'm just trying to do all this kind of stuff in my office. I am just lazy. I could put on, I got to put on a light, That complexion, you need some light, help you out. I want to find some good content. I've been busy watching some anime, TV shows. Not that I've been really too I haven't really been too much into that. Y'all don't have to keep telling me about Cat Williams, Joe. I don't really give a fuck about a washed up comedian. I really don't really give a shit about a washed up comedian. I don't know why y'all keep telling me about that shit. He's about to get a little cult following of brainless motherfuckers to follow him. Y'all don't need to keep telling me about Cat Williams. I really don't give a shit. It's kind of like more so, annoying. Oh, like Yo Gotti, I think what is Yo Gotti's brother dead? Why do y'all get surprised when these men be getting killed in the street? You got to think, a man that makes money, like Yo Gotti makes money, but he still chooses to live in the street. And I know you're gonna have people say, well, he's a street nigga. He's a street nigga. Well, correct. He's a nigga. So a nigga wants to die. It's a point. Like the pastor said to us one time, it's appointed unto us, niggas like to die. So when y'all be any 2024, y'all come to me about B.M.T. This man, was he a nigga? Was he acting like a nigga? Was he running around the street like a nigga? Was he pants sagging? Was she being a nigga bitch? When y'all come to me about niggas dying, I don't be getting mine, but I'm surprised y'all still be shedding tears for these motherfuckers. Well, that's somebody's child. Who gives a fuck? Like, we all got to come into the world, but how you choose to live your life, that's a choice. You mean to tell me somebody, what's up, creative? Somebody who makes multi-million dollars wants to be in the streets with a bunch of niggas and do nigga shit. I can't feel bad. Y'all, I mean, no offense, but I can't take no man said young gook, juke, book, luke. I don't. I can't take none of y'all. I can't take these old black men serious, bro. When y'all naming yourself after Pokemon and shit, and little this, little that, big this, big worm, big slurm, I don't really be giving a fuck. But I'd be like, yo, bro, that's a choice at this point, man. Like you're choosing. You lost. Everybody lost. Nobody has a wrench. Nobody has a wrench. I'm not doing wrenches like that. I'll talk about that later. But it's not that big of a deal. No, right about that, Cyrus. Like they want to be 20. They want to be um. They want to. It's like older men want to still be in their 20s and shit. And I know some of y'all are going to try to say, well, that's that gangbang
lifestyle mentality. So why do y'all come around the normal populace and try to gain some form of empathy? Shouldn't y'all be having like some honor amongst thieves and shit? Like, I'm gonna say it like this. When a gang member or a nigga in the street dies, I don't be giving a fuck. I don't care if y'all clip it, edit it, whatever, say B.M.T don't give a fuck about black men die. I don't be giving a shit. If I make a certain amount of money, I'm not gonna be around niggas. And I know y'all trying to do this Da Vinci Code, figure out, well, young Gook's mommy was at the corner store drinking gin and juice and shit. Listen, if you are doing better than your environment, then get the fuck out. That's like a level in the game. Like once you get so high in that level, they put you to the next level. I learned this in the niggaverse around here of YouTube. The reason why a lot of people stay on these panels, channels, or stay around each other is because they know this is as good as this is as good as they're going to get. Socially unacceptable behavior. And they'll come around here and pander, placate, and play with each other's goddamn booty holes and shit, and say all kind of crazy shit. They may be able to somewhat articulate themselves, but you can understand that there's a certain metric yield being outputted. How easy he said, I'm a nigga, you's a nigga, wouldn't you want to be a nigga too? You can't, you literally can't make, you can't miss that. You can't mess that up. Hang on, let me get my chair. Let me get my chair because you can't mess that up. That's why I don't be getting concerned about any of that stuff. I don't listen. Talking to avatars and people online, I do not be mind blown about none of that shit. Like I can't. Hold on. I gotta make a call. I don't know, man. This buildanigga.com shit that's been going on YouTube, y'all need to learn to leave these motherfuckers alone, man. Learn to leave the people alone. This shit about these weirdo niggas trying to say I'm gonna teach you women about 3 or 4s and learning to submit. Man, worry about your own bitch. You got women online trying to teach wife school, right? Ain't got no fucking man in sight. They don't got no man in sight, but then they'll come around like, man, I'd be like, bitch, please shut all the fuck up. What's wrong with these niggas? I don't be listening to none of that stuff. I don't listen to no avatar niggas that be running around screaming and hollering, saying all kind of crazy shit. I damn sure don't listen to them. I'll listen to niggas trying to do booty call hookups at night with other motherfuckers, and then no, I'm good. I'm all good. Because at this point, the dysfunctionality is definitely way, man. It's way too far gone. Where is it at? Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Trying to find me some stuff. Oh, this is a good story.
On a developing story this morning. A family has a warning for all of us after 3 armed men followed them home, tried to rob them at gunpoint. This whole thing was caught on camera and in their driveway. Chris Sadeghi joins us here in studio with a look at that video. Chris, police say this was targeted.
Yeah, Kara, and this is some frightening video to look at. It shows what is called jugging. It is not new. However, Dallas police say it does seem to be happening more and more often. This video is from Mark Gardner's driveway in North Dallas. He backed his car in, and then 3 armed men jump out of an SUV, run up, and start pointing their guns at him, even pounding on his window, demanding he give up the cash he has on him. Jugging is when thieves hang out at banks or ATM machines.
I would have put every last one of them in the grave. Big Mama would have been having Big Mama would have been having a 3-piece special, fish fry, buy a plate. And it's crazy because when these type of animals die, if that white man would have killed these motherfuckers, I would have actually been happy. I know y'all gonna be like, oh, there you go, B.M.T. I don't give a fuck. This is the nigga verse. Y'all, this is the ones that be talking about they want to go get passports, they can't deal with black women. These are the guys that be in the chat. There's no submission. They wonder why their life suck. Y'all can't feel bad when people be putting these motherfuckers in the dirt, man. Y'all really can't be feeling bad when they're like talking about, hey, bro, we just got to put them down, bro. If that guy would have took his car and ran them down and then backed up and then ran them down again and then hit it and drive to run them over, do it like 2 or 3 times, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. I would not have had a problem with it. Other races of people, y'all, please don't be afraid to kill these type of people. Don't be afraid to put them down. Don't be afraid to do it. You are not going to offend anybody. These be the same guys complaining about the system is unfair. It's not right. Y'all don't judge them. They had a hard story. Mommy beat them with the belt. These be these same park ape animals that definitely be on that dumb shit. This is what y'all like to have entertain y'all in y'all channels and chats. Nobody want to help the black man. Nobody want to help. Stop. These be the same niggas in y'all chats. I would have told them they were in my chat right now. Hey, bro, why aren't you delete it? I don't be feeling bad when these. But then again, I forgot this type of behavior. You know what I'm saying? It's look at it. All 3 got there right there, man. Like this motherfucker. So look how stupid this dude is. He got on gloves, but his face is being shown. He's covering his face on one side, but you can see it clearly right there. Y'all wonder, people wonder why whenever we go walk across the streets, we go do, oh, please don't stereotype black people. I mean, nigga, when y'all got motherfuckers doing this shit, how do you supposed to feel? I'm not saying other groups don't do it.
watch someone withdraw cash, then follow them looking for an opportunity to take that cash. In this case, their plan did not work because Mark kept his doors locked and managed to escape by driving through a small opening between the SUV and another car. Fortunately, he and his stepson, who was also in the car, were not hurt. The video captured a good look at the three men, and Gardner hopes someone recognizes their faces.
Maybe they think they're invincible. But if they think they're that tough, wait till they get to prison.
And jugging cases happen often enough that Austin police actually gave these tips to avoid becoming a victim. First of all, be aware of your surroundings. Try to keep an eye out. See if anybody might be following you out of the bank parking lot. Also, do not leave your cash in your car. Change your routes and your routines.
I remember when I left a job, and a guy was standing right there, trying to watch us count the money. I walked up to him. He started turning around. I walked up and I came up and I put my hand around him and I had my sidearm right on his shoulder, tapped it. And I said, if you think what I think you're thinking, forever hold your peace. Because I'm going to shoot your fucking dick off and I'm going to shoot anybody else in that damn car. Bruh, it ain't even like that. I said, I want you to understand. Don't you ever watch me count my money. I'm going to be honest, I don't have a conscience to putting somebody's baby in the dirt. I don't have a conscience. Thank you, Uncle Sam. He took that away from me a long time ago. So what I think I be doing in my brain is ordained by the Most High, Kratos, Allah, goddamn Dante. I think I'm doing their work. So when I get rid of little Juke and Pookie and goddamn whatever entity is in my way, don't worry, I'm not discriminatory. I'm all equal around the board. So I'm just telling you. So people already understand that about me, where I'm at. B.M.T. has no problem with pulling the trigger. And he will still smile on your face soon after. Can I get some water? Thank you. I just don't have a conscience for that. So I'm just trying to let people know. I had to tell that to one dude. He was like, man, it ain't even that serious. Like, you know, the manager came up to me another day and asked me about that. Hey, man, did you threaten somebody with a gun? Were they watching us count money? Did you check the camera? So we have this other thing going on. I find it very interesting. I'm enjoying these. I'm enjoying these. Y'all stick it out with me. Stick it out with me. You can come on in. Thank you. Nope. Thank you. What other things we have to watch? So
there you go. Yep. Got good kicks.
When did they bring Mandingo fights back? When did they bring back Mandingo fights? When did they bring that back? When did they bring back Mandingo fights? I'm seeing more of these videos pop up of they're paying black men to go in backyard fights and beat the shit out of each other. It's I shit you not. All you got to do is look for it. Black men backyard fights. Shit. It's like underground Tekken for niggas. They be coming out there, ugh, no strategy, no fighting concept, no counter block, no B trigger system. They just go in there and just say, I'm going to go kill that nigga across the street, across the arena. I don't know when they brought back in nigga Tekken. These must be all the characters I can't unlock in the DLCs. Because if this was an actual game, I would buy it. I would buy it. If this was an actual game, I would buy it. I would. You know, that's how they did find Kimbo Slice. They did find Kimbo Slice backyard. Listen, he should have stuck to backyard fighting, then go to actual fighting. If he would have stuck to backyard, he would have been okay. The minute he went into the ring, those white boys started fucking him up. He was doing good in the backyard fighting. The minute he went in the ring, all that shit just went out the way. You had people with pink, red hair grappling him onto the ground and choking him out. He had a pretty good stand-up game. Ground game was shit. I tell you, y'all do good in y'all Mandingo fights.
There you go. Yep. Got good kicks.
Boy, there is no insurance for that shit, boy. There is no insurance for that. There is no insurance for that. None. There's no insurance for these fights. See, that's the thing about it, and they never tell you that these UFC fights, you don't these UFC fighters, they got to pay up the ass in insurance, man.
He pushed it. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. There it is. Come on. There you go. Get that under his nose off. There you go. Turn with it. Turn it, bro. Nice.
I think they found a way on how to get niggas out of here to the upper room. Oh, here's Cat Williams.
Liaison called the police on us. And they ran in the club. Yeah. Liaison called the police on us.
Now, I'm trying to understand this. Now, help me understand this. How is this a win? Only lower hanging intellectuals would think that this is actually a win. How is this a win? First of all, he did the right thing. If you're coming to, first of all, if y'all have issues, and this is what niggas don't get. There's a difference between real life and niggas. Reality of functional people and niggas. Functionality of people and niggas. Okay? Let me help you understand this. But some of y'all gonna say, well, why would he call the police? Well, first of all, if I know I don't like you, why would I want you in my area? Number two, you travel with God. Why do you need so many black men with you? Now, some of those niggas, unless Cat is going to bail them out of jail, I would say good for you. Because honestly, I would call the white man. I'll call the police on you too. I don't want you in my venue. I'm calling the police. Hey, get their asses out of here. Now, I told you, niggas that don't have nothing to lose, this is fun for them. This is fun. Because what the fuck? He did the right thing. If I'm worth money, why would I want to fight you? If I have money, why would I want to be bothered by you? See, we have a problem when black people get the authorities involved and say, hey, man, you got to go. Well, I don't have to leave. Okay, cool. Get the police. Let them do the job. Why do I got to get my hands dirty? See, they'll tell you that, hey, for niggas, that's a bad taboo. Nobody else has a problem calling the police on niggas. Cat Williams is a nigga comedian. He's a nigga. So for him, he sees it as, hey, Faison called the police. Okay, why is that a flex for you? Y'all gotta understand the difference of that's not a flex. That's a very problematic mindset. You're a 50-year-old man with the police being called on you. Nigga, that's bad for business. That's bad for business for any man or for any woman. I don't get why that's such a hype. He called the police on us. All these other black men.
And they ran in the club.
Yeah.
Faison called the police on us.
Now, the chat, who's here after Big Fat Faison Live? Now, look at Cat smiling like that scene from Harlem Nights when Sugar bailed the whole club out. Another comedic set for Cat. You see him smiling all the way to the bank. Now, I want you to understand, notice how the niggas are commenting like this is the best thing that ever. I told y'all, you can't make this shit up. Niggas see this as a flex. I could never understand why the obsession of getting arrested by the police was so cool. I don't understand how, like, I told y'all right now, man. This is, man. This is what I tell you. Niggas like seeing fires. They like seeing burns. It's not even a controlled burn. They just want to see you get fucked up, and they'll say, well, you're winning. You're winning. I don't see that as a win. I see that as more of a loss. But hey, when you try to tell black people, like, listen, man, be careful with these talking points. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to actually, I'm not going to play the video. I'm not going to play the video. Now, I want y'all to get to look at this. This is very entertaining. Don't worry. I'm not going to play. I don't want to get copyright strike. Now, y'all see how y'all got all these black folks wearing masks, licking their ashy ass lips and shit and everything. You know what I'm saying? You got the one white boy. He comes around there. You know, you think he'd be scared as fuck out of his mind. You know, you think he'll be scared as fuck, right? But then he does something. He look, the black people like, welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody grab a flag. Everybody get you know, everybody become a nigga. You know what I'm saying? The white boy, he puts on his he's now cool with all the niggas rapping, singing, talking about crack and drugs, you know, doing Molly and all the shit. Because of course, being a nigga is the best thing we could want to be. You know what I'm saying? Flex your, show your ass you in, my nigga. Be proud of it. Be proud. And so I'm understanding now. Now, this was the biggest flex I ever saw. The white boy pulls out his dad in front of all the black men. Yo, man, you gotta understand, man. The spirit of man. Cyrus, there's no lies told in what you just said, bro. Listen, that white boy knows at the end of the day, him and his dad will go home to their lovely, humble abode. I gotta wonder what type of when people use the word sellout and Sambo, do y'all ever call them sellouts and Sambos? Do y'all call these type of people sellouts and Sambos? Do y'all call people that brand you as a less than that? This boy pulls out his father. And this man that's rapping is talking about how he would catch a charge for the white boy. You can't make this shit up, bro. I mean, at this point, you really can't. You can't. I don't have, I mean, honestly, if they're fine with it, I'm fine with it. I ain't got no problem. I'm like, hey man, like, listen, man, somebody got to do it. But I'm always curious on why they never get told. Why they never get told that it's the context of what they're doing. I don't know. It's nobody ever tells them the context. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good one. I love these shorts. So this is Tasha K. And she's arguing with a trans about who's a woman. Now that's a man, trans, arguing, trying to fight Tasha K. So that seemed to be the thing that offended the trans, was being told that you have a dick between your legs. I don't see how that was offensive. You mean biologically you do have a penis. Like, I mean, do you hate yourself that much that somebody told you something? I mean, a woman has a vagina between her legs. I have a dick. That is something genetically that we do know that we were born with. I mean, unless you were not, unless you came out a hermaphrodite, which is very rare, or I mean, I don't know. There's very few weird things out there. I like to watch the science and health channels sometimes, but it's right. It's pure body. That's crazy. That this person was triggered by hearing something that was told to them that was true.
My mama would eat you, bitch. My birth mama would eat you, bitch.
My birth mama would eat you. What the fuck? This is where science has gone. Yes. Just say your mother. Unless you got some other mother that we don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But then again, these people do be having like 2 and 3 moms, 4 dads. Like, who knows?
My birth mama would eat you, bitch. You got me fucked up, bitch.
This is crazy.
I'ma get that bitch.
Tasha. My Casamigo. Tasha, let me take a sit with you. Tasha, let me take a sit with you. Deja vu.
Ain't no bitch.
So they have a thing called the villain theater. They have a thing called the villain theater where they get on and that they have their villain arc of Tasha K and other baddie bitches. It's okay. It's okay if I call them baddie bitches. And they pretty much talk shit to each other. Hey, I don't got a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. If that's what they do, I'm all fine with it. I mean, shit, if that's what y'all mind being considered baddie bitches, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. You know what I'm saying? You know? That's fine with me. What's another thing? Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, excuse me.
Are you serious? You're still. Why'd you go out? Who's this?
No motherfucking way. What the?
Who's this?
Shit.
Yeah. Oh, who's this? Who's this? Who is this? Who is this?
I always be wondering, how do they always have cameras ready for the shit? That's why I don't be believing these breakup cheating videos and stuff. Because I be always wondering, like, how do they always have like videos ready for this shit? They be having videos, they be having music and shit. And let me click on it. Let me see. If I see other videos of cheating, yeah, this shit be fake. See, y'all gotta know when this shit is fake, man. We gotta look. Soulless J and let catching soulless cheaters road worth to 400K. Just trying to let y'all know, man. It just be too like, hang on, let me see this one.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. You really a bomb.
Why you with me?
Because
if I'm weird, why you with me?
Because
How am I bum? If I'm a bum, why you with me? If I'm a bum, why you with me then? Why you with me then? Why are you with me then? Why are you with me then?
That's why I'm pregnant. Talking about.
With whose baby?
With yours.
No. I don't believe you saying right now.
Okay.
Cause you just made that move. How you gonna throw that on me right now? You pregnant, but you was just finna fold. You just folded, not even finna. You just folded. I wonder how many times you done folded.
And
that ain't my
I
child.
have cheated on you.
My child.
Maybe I have cheated on you. Though.
Okay,
maybe I have cheated on you.
Maybe
I have.
It ain't my shit. It ain't my shit. It ain't my shit.
But I've cheated on you multiple.
They got 2 camera guys, a camera crew, a mic. If y'all be believing this shit, y'all are dumb. I mean, it be like where the fuck are all these people meeting millionaires at, man? Like where are all these people meeting millionaires? Black girl slept with millionaire for her boyfriend. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, do you get mad at it? I mean, y'all are not dating. Y'all are just courting. I guess you could get mad. I mean, you could, but in all fairness, that's not your wife. That's really not. I don't know. Like, I guess some people go overly hard for the boyfriend girlfriend thing. I never understood it. Some people gonna be like, well, nah, you just don't know. I'm just saying, like, there are just other things that you can go do for yourself. I know I had some video. Was it Wednesday? Pure biology. Yeah, I think so too. Blueface is happy he's in jail. I don't give a fuck. Like, honestly, I don't be giving a shit about that. Because honestly, I mean, that's like some young nigga trying to stay popular type of shit. Let's see. That's Nicki Minaj eating chicken for a bunch of people. Mm-hmm. I tell you, I don't be watching too much of anything. I really don't. I just be bullshitting around. But let me somebody asked me about taking wrenches in the chat. So listen, I've been an artist. Said that. Look, a wrench doesn't mean anything. A wrench does not mean anything. It is just a wrench. It has no significance of a merit. I think that's a problem. I think that's a problem that a lot of people were few to believe that having a wrench actually had a significance of power. It doesn't. It doesn't. It just means that, hey, you got some kind of moderator type of appropriation of authority. And that's even to an extent. It's even to an extent. I mean, if you're coming just to a show, you're just going to just watch a show. You know, doesn't mean anything. Now, I want to show you something. This was something so cool. I thought this was so cool to watch. Watch this.
You know, I don't even know how you think of something like this. This man's taking apart a bug. At first, I thought he was going to put it in like one of those photo album type things. No, he's going to grab himself the world's largest, most vicious-looking beetle, and he's going to start turning it into a fucking robot. How do you have this much creativity and free time to turn a goddamn bug into a robot? I bet you this bug had no idea that it was going to be turned into this when it died. Kind of reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode where he turned himself into a pickle. Then he went and built himself a suit out of rat guts. I mean, look at that. He's even got the mouth moving. The fact that this is just this guy's hobby tells you a little something. This guy has to have an insane job in real life. Working for the CIA, the government, Apple, something. And I'd imagine you have to be crazy careful not to fuck this thing up or break the pieces. He's even going to make the wings work again. He's going to grab himself his own V8 engine and get ready to stuff this inside the Beetle. There's people out there that can't even change a tire on their car. But this guy's able to manufacture a V8 engine and stick it inside of a Beetle's asshole. If you could legit fly this thing with a remote control and put some cameras in, you know, I don't even know how you think of something like this. This man's taking apart a bug. At first, I thought he was going to put it in like one of those photo album
that man
type things.
Literally.
No, he's going to grab himself the world's largest, most vicious-looking beetle, and he's going to start turning it into a fucking robot. How do you have this much creativity and free time to turn a goddamn bug into a robot? I bet you this bug had no...
Whoever this man is, y'all need to be... We need to be afraid of him. Whoever this man... This is the guy that's going to make some hyperoid, beetle, scorpion, cyborg killing robot that we're going to have to find. We got to get this guy out of here. Whoever this guy is that can make beetles with B6 engines and shit, this guy right here, this is who we need to be afraid of. I got to be for real with y'all. This is who we need to be afraid of. I'm just trying to let y'all know. I would be afraid of this guy. This guy that can take an insect and turn it into a robot. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't even know what to say. I wouldn't even know what to say for this shit, man, because how do you do that? I mean, honest, I'm very curious about that. But yeah, I wouldn't even know how to fucking answer to this guy. All right, let me go. I gotta find there's another video I wanted to let's talk about Africa. Man. Gotta wait till the all right, there we go. It's ready.
Right now. Yeah, as you can see, I'm outside.
Now,
well, today
she's the girl who does those videos of her putting on makeup and shit. And I kid you not, it's like witchcraft. I don't know how the fuck she does it. But hang on, let me see if I got a video of her doing that. Yeah, she does the video where she puts on makeup, and it's like sorcery. Now, let me show you. Where's it at? Where's it at? Man, I guess not.
Today, I've seen a lot of videos of Black American people leaving the continent, leaving Tanzania and other African countries. And it's not something that they wanted to do, but because of the circumstances that they went through, they had to make that choice. And it's not a pretty thing to see, as me who was encourages you guys to come in the motherland, it's your home. I'm going to make a few.
My motherland is America. My motherland is America. I don't have no other mother. I was born in America, and that's it. I don't give a fuck. Y'all keep doing that ancestry shit. My motherland is America. I'm not, no, stop. Y'all need to stop doing that. I'm an American. It's okay. A lot of y'all black people, y'all need to get over that shit. We'll keep on saying, I belong to Africa. No, you do not. You have a social security number. You pay taxes. You have a Bill of Rights and a constitution. They don't got that shit in Africa. I don't know what the fuck they got. But we got two separate different things. I don't know why you black. See, and that's the problem with a lot of black Americans. Y'all got to stop doing that shit. Now, other races or other groups, they want to do that shit, fine. They want to do that shit, fine. But see, their groups or their people know damn well you're not us. You're an American. Black people need to get over that shit. Y'all need to get over that shit. You're an American. I know y'all like, we have a thing where we like to go back in the past, but dude, yes, I understand there are atrocities. I'm not for that shit. But you are an American. I'm living in America. Yes, that's what I am. So we're going to listen to what she got to say. We'll hear what these people got to say.
Comments on what these ladies had to say.
The reason I left Tanzania. Okay, so the number one reason why I left Tanzania is because I was getting scammed numerous times. Was I scammed? I left Tanzania and I've been back in the US for almost 2 months. And for me, it was the best decision that I could have ever made for my future and for my son's future. I was on Facebook and I saw that someone posted a picture of them holding up 500 T-shillings. It seemed like they were trying to say that's how much you would have to pay. You would only have to pay 500 T-shillings to fill up your car, which is, I think they said less than 50 cents. The situation for me this time was a visa issue. And I'll go into that in another video. I just feel like it's so much to tell and I need to give the details.
So who do you call when you get scammed in Africa? Because I know over here, if you get scammed, we got different agencies set up to protect your bank, your credit, your money. You know what I'm saying? We got different things set up now. Not saying you still can't get scammed, but we have systems to get back your money and to also help them. Again, not saying that is if you want to go to Africa, all power to you. All power to you. I don't know who you get in contact with when you get fucked over. I just don't know.
Details of that. However, that situation was rectified for me, but at the last minute after I decided that I was leaving to go home. And there is, someone there in Tanzania that I believe would be great for diasporans to, to help them make sure that they get their visas and all the paperwork that they need and to just, not get scammed, and someone that's trustworthy. As far as I am concerned, I did what was right for me and what was best for me. It didn't matter what anyone had to say to me.
The first thing that I didn't like is the immigration process. When I went to Tanzania, I already imprinted it in my brain that you're allowed to, from the research that I've done, that you're allowed to have 3 months there and then get extensions, which is a 30-day extension.
Now, I noticed that the women that are going over there, what's going on? What's going on? So I noticed, now I want you to understand this. So far, the people that are going over there, you haven't heard them say anything about looking for a mate. You haven't heard them say that they're looking for submission. They're going over there for a way of life, for like an extension to the culture. Okay? I don't have a problem with that. But y'all have to understand, and this is my synopsis, how us as Black Americans, our culture here is drastically different than the African diaspora. We have our own plight and fight here that we've already, it's like you painting a house. And you're like, damn, there's so much, painting I have to do, I'm gonna go over to that house and paint over there. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna finish painting my house, where we've already worked to try to get grants, funding. We have history. I know some of y'all say that, hey, there's no culture, but you do have your
Y'all
own.
don't have a culture.
I don't listen to them. I don't even listen to them because if that's
No,
the
I'm
case,
just talking.
then why y'all coming over here? And why y'all coming over here? We don't have a culture because you damn sure don't mind HBCUs. You damn sure
Did
don't
you
mind.
see B.M.T? You see some of them videos from like some of them immigrants caravans coming in?
Bruh, I see them people from Africa coming over here. We watching y'all. Y'all think y'all slick coming up through Africa.
Y'all seen that though, but you seen some of them videos, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You seen what? It was one video where I guess some guys was monitoring the border, and it was like 3 or 4 Africans coming, America, 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 we are here, we are here. And the guy was obviously pissed, like, where are you from? They thought, I don't know what they thinking. What are they thinking when they, you know? And then we coming over there thinking something different too. There's obviously a lot of lies floating around the planet.
See, that's the thing about it. Ask yourself the question: what are they running from over there that they're trying to so badly to get over here? It's like your parents telling you got to do chores at your house, but you rather go to your friend's house. But your friend likes coming over to your house. But you got a fridge, you got other things that, you know what I'm saying, you don't see what you have in your own house that you have. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm not going to tell y'all how to go about doing. Now, am I saying Africans are bad? No. I think me and Mike have had different times. We have talked to Africans. However, what we have to deal with here in America is our plight. What they have to do now, understand when they have their elections, when they have their certain type of level of things going on in Africa, they don't be asking for Black America's say about what they do. They're like, y'all sit the fuck back.
It's just funny how our media goes everywhere, though. But I mean, I'm glad. That's one thing about YouTube. You know, you get to see different people all over the place. Because I've seen some of the videos you see, people robbing folks. I'm like, everything's just going to heck in a handbasket, I guess.
Let's hear what these people have to say. Now, you heard one woman say she got scammed. She went over there with her son, which that's going to be a little bit harder because you're taking a child from one educational background and put them into another one and have full on time to fully equate. But hey, everybody, you make your best choice.
Supposed to be 2 30-day extensions for free. But once I got to the immigration, they had us wait there for 5 hours after telling us they could give us that time period. And we only got 2 weeks. After waiting 5 hours, we got a 2-week extension. So I had to maneuver myself from there. And it was just not pretty for me. I left the immigration office like literally in tears because I was just like, it's just this, I pick up on vibrations and energy. And it's just like the immigration people just felt like they don't want me here. You know, for whatever reason, whatever judgment they had of me, I don't think they want us as expats there.
This is going to be the year.
They got you with the commercial. Well, she was saying they was scamming her or something?
Yeah.
So that was like one of the first negatives, like us as expats there. You know, and that's just the honest truth, you guys. Like, they were laughing at me while I was crying. Like, it was just not funny. Maybe it was just the immigration officers that I dealt with, but it was just like, oh, okay, yeah. So that was like one of the first negative experiences for me there. But yeah, I thought I could, stay there a little bit longer just to feel it out. Now, let me tell you guys, I never, ever, ever had I had no expectations with West Africa. Like I told you guys, I had plans to move to Ghana. They changed their rules. I don't like how the president moves. So I decided to come over to go to Tanzania.
So she's saying that she trying to navigate through the political system. She felt very frustrated. Now, this is very interesting because our political structure is very welcoming towards immigrants.
Ain't that something?
And very helpful. Theirs is not.
That's deep because you know what's kind of funny, like you just said. They, like I said, they got people coming over here going through all sorts of whatever they go through, shipping containers and hiding in plane wheel compartments and planes, trains, automobiles, whatever, running through the Mexico border and all this crap, climbing over fences. And they get over here, we're in America. And they get to be on Uber. Then they start dancing for money and food and stuff like that. And they can get social security numbers. They can go to California and get welfare, all kind of stuff, payments and unemployment. But like you said, we go over there just to check out, what's happening. And, people setting you up to get laughed at and stuff. That's just funny to me. It's just interesting.
I mean, like I said,
but my thing is one thing I like you were saying, I think a little earlier, a lot of us, especially black folks, we got to stop devaluing what we already got. That, to me, that's what's happened with integration. The thing is, we always think somebody else's stuff is better. We just can't get it in our mind. Like literally, dude, you have something. You're not supposed to be completely satisfied with what you got, but you can build on what you got. You got, you might have had a, divorce or whatever you might have had. You might have had somebody blow your house up. I don't know, but you got something. You got a little trailer. Build that thing up. You know what I'm saying? Do something with what you have and value it. I was just looking at a video where they have people down there and I know there's a lot of land theft too. Have you been hearing some of that stuff where people go in there and change? They know the people down at the, I guess, county clerks and stuff, and they've been using paperwork. At least I've seen it one in Georgia where they're using paperwork to take the deeds from people, at the county clerk's office. It's just weird stuff, man. Just basically, and of course they're doing it to a lot of these black folks in these hoods, and sometimes it's not the hood, but yeah, just weird stuff. You gotta just, it's crazy. But yeah,
immigration, like
let me see what
to have to leave every 3 months. I know this before going to Tanzania because it's everywhere. It's listed everywhere. But what I didn't take it to was the expense that it would be to travel from country to country. I thought maybe it would be a little bit cheaper, but clearly it wasn't. I just never fit in. And I've been me all my life. This is me. And I'm always changing and growing. But who I am at the core, I can't change. So if I can't vibe with the culture and I feel judged by the culture half the time, it's just not going to work long term for me. So that's one of the bigger reasons why I left too. Most of the expats were couples or males. So I met a guy, he was there from Europe. He had a business in Europe, but he lived in Atlanta. He's from Atlanta. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? Come to find out, like, he was like bragging about how, he can get certain favors from a girl in the community for little to nothing. And I don't mean sexual favors, but he was just bragging. And that's what he kind of like hinted at, but I didn't want to assume. But You know, like I think guys sometimes come to exploit the white and black guys come there to exploit the community if you know they know like they can get a lot for little to nothing. You know, from whether it's company, sex, whatever. Like they know this, so they go there to sometimes exploit. So
That's not something that's not unheard of. That shit. I don't know who doesn't go to Africa to exploit them.
Like that's normal, huh? Like I don't know who just exploit those.
That is normal. That is
Well, I
definitely.
mean, they're there to exploit. That's why they were born. Just go there, exploit them, have fun. That's crazy.
But see, then why would I want to go somewhere that's always getting exploited?
You got see. That's the same thing. That's the same scenario you put it up the other just a little few minutes ago. You're like, okay, painting my house, but oh, let's go over there and finish painting their house first. So I mean, we got a community over here that's getting exploited. We're trying to fix that. Oh, we got supposed to go over there and try to help them fix and stop people from exploiting them.
Man, I'm trying to tell
That
you. I'm trying to tell you right now.
I mean, but you know, have you ever seen this one video of this one woman who went to Africa to live? Her name is ES.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about? No. Anyway, this yeah, she does that, but yeah, she went through so much stuff living over there in Africa. Boy, it's crazy.
I gotta say, I don't think there's a proper transit. I mean, I would love to see the people who go over there, but you're going to have to. Systems are going to get exploited by certain figures of power. So it definitely is being happening that way.
Even Philip Scott's kind of seemed like he's kind of changing some of his language as far as telling people to go live over there in Africa. I mean, he was real big on go move over there in Africa and all that stuff, but now I think he kind of
Yeah, his gossip shit. Man, I don't know, man. Something must have happened to them over there. Something must have
yeah
happened. They just don't want to tell you and I.
yeah
and
they're
I know
probably
some
something.
cool expats that were males too. That right there was like a big. I don't fit, you know, but I want to connect with like-minded people, and I also want to connect with the African culture and the African people. But because there was that language barrier, I couldn't connect with any of the Tanzanian people, and I'm sure that stopped me from meeting a bunch of good people. But I couldn't connect. So this was like a thing for me that I was just like, dang, you know, like it sucks. This is a bummer. It took a lot of effort coming to Africa, but I was just like, I just don't see myself happy here. I'm not happy. So I didn't know, like in my mind, I'm like, once I didn't feel welcome, I'm like, when can I escape? You know, because if you don't feel connected with the people, it's just like, what in the world am I doing here? Like, you know, I vibe with a few Tanzanian people, the ones who spoke English, and I didn't vibe with any of the foreigners, actually, not for long. So, you know, that's just what it is.
First of all, Africans need to understand not every black person that comes in the continent comes to distract, comes to do something evil to the continent. I don't think that's the case. I do believe a lot of Black American people that come in the continent come for the culture, for the people, come for mostly the things that help them connect to their motherland itself. It's more of the lineage part of it, and it's something that we Africans need to understand. So when someone decides to leave their country and come back to the motherland, especially a black person, I give you a lot of credit, because majority don't even want to take that step because of the stereotypes that they have been fed about us. And it's something that we should also take as valuable as African people. Now, speaking about the first lady on how she was getting scammed, is something that I don't even think it's more of Black Americans. This is something that Africans do. This is what Ugandans do. The moment they hear that you are from abroad, they don't want to know if you are Ugandan who is born in America or Europe, whatever. As long as you look different and you seem different, these people are going to high up the prices. And it's great.
What the fuck? So they just scam, just a scam?
Oh shit! They're from somewhere else. Scam.
Listen, and this is why I said, man, sometimes we don't know how good we got it. Do you think if I were to go into Walmart or any store, and then let's say Mike bought something, I don't know, this bottle of water, and then all of a sudden it's, oh shit, here comes another guy. I'm gonna mark it up $4 more.
Damn, just
you can't do that. You can't do that. Actually, I can prove.
But did you hear too that she said? I don't know if you remember what the girl that just was talking. She was like, not every black American comes to the continent to to distract or to do something bad or to diminish. Not every and Africans, we have to understand that. So that just lets you know that not. To me, that tells me that what she thinks is being from there. She says that basically mostly her people think when black Americans come there, we're coming there to mess up their whatever they got going, which is already to us is kind of they need. But they're looking at other groups of people welcoming. They probably welcome other groups of people, but for some reason the word goes out when we come. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time for them to be the exploiters or something.
It's very, and it's interesting because we're told by people to open our arms, and that ancestry and motherland and all the other stuff. You just heard it straight from the local. You come there, they're going to mark it up because they're going to be like,
right away. They don't even think. Oh, shoot, yeah. It's like, dang, guess because I messed up right there.
But we fought for laws so that way you have a fair shot here. Again, I try to tell a lot of people, you think it's a lot easier when you traverse into other spectrums and that you're going to get a fair shake. That's not always the case.
I mean, I would love to go over to different places over in Africa,
right?
Just to see, and I mean, I'll pay the extra, let them, whatever if that's what they want to do. But I'm going over there to learn about what's happening, and just because I'm interested. But I'm not going over there to be like, oh, I need to connect with my roots, and I don't know. See, that's where the thing is, the knowledge of self. I don't think I'm gonna do a talk on that one. Yeah, I probably would love. We don't even love ourselves. Like we don't even. A lot of people out here think, well, at least you would love your own self. A lot of us don't even love our own selves, but we won't admit it to ourselves. Like we don't even have no love for our very own self.
Well, you heard the one woman, the woman after the first one who said she was getting scammed.
Yeah.
Said that she wanted to find a place where she could connect.
See, that's my point.
And that kind of bothered me. Because I'm like, why can't you connect to your own people?
See?
In the States.
And that's all. Yeah, we don't have all our answers got to go. It's somewhere else in the ether, away from us. It's like, dude, study yourself, internal. Look in yourself. Look at your life. Look at your family.
Right.
Like, dude, that's the answers right where you already are. You can go. I gotta travel halfway across the world to find happiness.
You don't have to do that. Like that's the thing about it. Whereas to, you don't learn yourself. You don't learn yourself before. Like I'm gonna learn what is me and what is right for me. and I'm going to learn about the people in my vicinity that I need to work with. Now, a lot of these people over there, you got background.
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying that they have to go elsewhere to feel some type of connection, and you got to ask yourself, why can't you feel connected right where you are here? I mean,
Because we hate each other.
America's already big enough as it is, where everybody's already here. Literally, everybody's literally already here. I mean, you can literally, if you want to go to Little Haiti, you want to go to Jamaica, Little Jamaica, you can go to Dominica. You got every other type of minority here. It's a melting pot. Yeah, going to another country and not even know how to speak that language, that's already problematic as it is. And so you don't know their mannerisms or their customs or culture. So you're hoping that they're bounded by some type of orthodox layout that they're going to treat you fairly. That's not
B.M.T. That's because we hate on each other, whether it's in America, Africa. Black folks just love to stay hating on each other. There's no whether you an American, whether you African, whatever it is, like whether you a black African or black American, don't nobody. I'm just being real with you, because we sit up on YouTube and we talk about each other, and we ain't never met these guys, but we sit up and critique them, and
but this YouTube
we all
constrict
want the
real
number
life.
one spot.
But this YouTube
We all want to be the top dog.
But hold on, but who says we want to be the top dog?
Just intrinsically, because if I feel like I got to criticize my brother on what he doing instead of just not dealing with him. Like, see, every other race, they try to be diplomatic before, like they'll be diplomatic with each other. They may hate this person guts, but you know what they gonna do? They gonna try to get along with each other before they take each other out. Soon as we don't like each
Over
other,
in Africa that they do that. You got it in Asia that they do that. You got it in South America. They're running from their own people in South America.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, that's the poor and the destitute. That's the difference. That's beyond.
That's the poor and destitute, or that's their own people.
Well, I'm saying it's like B.M.T. I'm saying it's their people, but it's different because you got people who the elite class, but they have it. But they have you got the haves and the have-nots, right?
So we don't have that also?
Those people are running so that they can get out of where they at because they don't have the opportunity.
Are all black
you see what I'm saying?
Are all black people part of the same tribe?
No, we got so many different tribes. It's different from just the haves and the have-nots. Everybody got different ideologies, different pathologies, different everything different. You know what I'm saying?
So why do we have to be 100%?
Well, the reason why I say that is, I mean, it's not going to be 100%, but I'll say at least 70-30, because even with white people, it's 70% of white people that live, relatively above the poverty line, right?
No, actually, and then you got majority of white Americans are literally middle to lower class.
Lower class. Well, that's what I'm saying. So, but in the middle class, right? The middle class to upper middle class to high class, they still take care of the neighborhoods and stuff that they in. It's only when you get to like way out in them trailer parks and in them mud bowls and stuff like that, where the folks is country and maybe not as well educated, and you go to middle class, middle America, these places, right?
Have you ever been to a black middle class community?
Yes.
Okay, and are they bad?
But there are very few in between. No, but I'm saying in the black middle class community, it's usually just a few of them, and then but they don't. But even then, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
but
so
I'm saying.
So hold on. No, because we're having a conversation about this, and I like this. So you're not seeing a lot of that because, first of all, let's ask yourself the question: is it promoted or pushed out? Is that promoted or pushed out there?
No, but that's because the people who made it out, they just happy to have made it out, and they ain't got to deal with Pookie and Ray Ray.
So
that's the thing. They're not trying to go back and promote it. They're not trying to go back to my original point. If I already beaten Pookie and Ray Ray, and I'm in my safe, cozy part of where the white man and let me live, right? And I don't have to deal with y'all shooting and killing, and I got my kids in a decent school system, even if it's a majority black school system in a majority, like let's take DC for example, right? Okay. Where you got more black success stories, black upper middle class, black high class, black elite than anywhere in the country. So even with that, right? You're not gonna promote that as much to say, hey, look, or even Atlanta, right? They got more people, more millionaires and black millionaires per capita, in DC and Atlanta, right? Than anywhere else, but they don't promote that because even we still trying to be cool like the Negroes in the neighborhood, regardless if we get it.
Let me ask you just a quick question though, because you started off saying we don't love each other like that, right?
We don't.
Yeah, but I'm gonna ask you, like, how do we even know what love is? Like, do you love yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that? Like, how does a person know they even love themselves? Like, who is teaching people what love is?
You know, I had to learn it on my own, but I learned.
Question, though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
But like even you said,
let them answer it, please.
No, it's not.
Let me answer the question.
No. It wasn't like a one of those kind of questions that's like
you don't want him to say what
you don't want me to answer. Yeah.
No, listen what I'm saying here,
black
guys.
Folks don't get
Hold
along.
on, guys.
The confusion.
Hold on. I didn't say nothing. We're just having just a basic friendly conversation. It's not like an inquisition type of situation.
But you asked question.
Go ahead. I know. It sounds. I know. I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I asked a question, but it wasn't like
it was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it wasn't like a situation where I'm sitting here. I mean, it's basically a conversational thing.
I understand.
And I'm gonna shut up and let him talk. I'm just wanting to finish explaining what I was talking about. That's all. Yeah, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like a hostile situation. No, I'm saying though, to explain what I meant by that, asking that question is this. I'm saying that we do have to kind of get into what he said earlier about love. There is some way we got to kind of have those kind of conversations on standards of love because, like he said, we don't love each other like that. But some of us don't even know how to love. Like we don't even know what love is. We think we know, but then that's kind of where I was going at. So go ahead.
Yeah.
So the way what it is we don't love ourselves enough even in our shortcomings because we constantly as black folks we constantly looking at the next person. We can't even be happy for how far we didn't came given our circumstances because we still looking at the next brother and the brother across the street and the brother on Instagram. We don't know what that brother had to do or had to endure to get to where he at, right? All we know is girlfriend or wife, he got some kids, he got a big old house, he got this, he got that, and I'm still in my 1-bedroom or studio apartment. I'm just making it. I'm happy, I'm good. I'm not where I want to be, but I ain't where I'm used to be. But I can't even be happy for where I am because I'm still stuck on what I don't have, right? So then we lash out, you know what I'm saying, at our women. We can't even enjoy the relationships that we say we want as black men. And then what happens is we struggling even to find ourselves because we've been with mama all the time and mama ain't showed us the way. And we can't question it, because if we question mama, then we basically saying we being ungrateful. And then mama, you know what I'm saying, we can't call out none of the hypocrisies for mama, because then you being ungrateful, then you questioning the black woman, then where's your damn daddy, all of these different things. So when black men learn how to just be cool where they at, you know what I'm saying, whether they riding the bus or they riding 2023 2024 like me and BMT, then you know what I'm saying, and just be happy with that little shoebox apartment till they can save and get that condo overlooking the city, you know what I'm saying, and be happy with the little regular girlfriend that they got until they can get them a baddie or whatever that they think they want. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question. So I'm listening to it. How is it you as an adult? But I always wonder this when people say, "Well, mama didn't teach me," but you're a full-on adult. When do you start understanding
taking it? I was just finna say that.
I mean,
see, but if you don't grow from your experience, BMT, like me, I can grow from a lot of my experiences, right?
Okay, but
I can
you got a girlfriend, but you're waiting to get a baddie. I can understand. So you're saying you're not even grateful of a good woman you had, because you're wanting to get a baddie. So you're ungrateful of the woman that you have in front of you. What makes that?
No, but a lot of brothers is lying to themselves, because they accepting their girlfriend because they don't set the standards for themselves. They got a good woman, but they not waiting on the woman that they really want, or who God really want them to have. They didn't pick this woman.
Now you try to flip over. Now, see, I don't like when people try to swipe over to relationship and then religion and then social.
I'm just saying at your core, you knew, but a lot of brothers know that they trying to get a mate because they trying to heal from their validation they didn't get from mama. That validation they didn't get in school.
Why are you blaming your mother?
Because that's who. Because just think about it, BMT. You had your dad, right? So you had structure. You had you had balance, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I didn't always have them. I didn't always have.
I know.
So no.
I'm saying, but you had, but at one, it's different. BMT, it's different when you might have had mom and dad. Let's just say hypothetically, because I don't know your complete story, right? Let's just say from birth until 13 years old, you had mom and dad in the house. Then they break up, but your dad is still in your life, right? So you might be living at mom's or living at dad's, but you still got equal parts of mom and dad, right? You still got, my bad, y'all. You still got equal parts of mom and dad, right? You still got balance. Whereas they not in the house, but you kind of got an understanding because mom and dad is still doing their thing. You probably is a little upset. You probably had a little temper tantrum here and there, but you still are, by and large, right? You still got mom and dad. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the brother who didn't have mom and dad, who just had mom, he didn't understand how to control his emotions without.
Okay, wait, pause. I'm always trying to find out this plane of why is it because you didn't have a father, you're saying you still can't learn how to control your emotions?
Because you have to learn. That's a skill that you have to learn, BMT.
From just a man?
From a man, yeah. Because a man, if you don't have a man to teach you, you know what?
So a woman doesn't have to learn how to control her emotions?
It's a very rare breed of sister that knows how to control her.
You just did. You set up a narrative that
it's a very
only a man can control his emotion, but a woman can't control her emotion. But then you can look out throughout that of time and history. I've heard plenty of times, moms, before you go to the grocery store, don't do this, don't do that, don't be loud, do that. That's telling you how to control yourself in a certain environment. So if that was my mom telling me to do that before I go into the grocery store, don't touch this, don't pick up that. Don't yell out
And I'm
loud.
not talking about obedience.
No,
I'm talking about in how to deal with your everyday emotions, how to deal with anger, how to deal with sadness, how to deal with disappointment. Because unless you got hold on, BMT, I'm finna tell you, because you going off of your situation and my situation.
That's not.
No. But what I'm saying,
I'm going off
BMT.
of parent. I'm going
But
off
that's
of
what I'm saying, BMT. What I'm saying is, right, if since you had your mom and dad, right, your mom at a certain point didn't have to worry as much. So her level of frustration with life and stuff like that, like until you get a whooping because your mama, like you just ran in the room, right? Because you being a kid, right? And you happy about something. You couldn't just been at a regular tone of voice, but you came in and being excited. Hey, mama, I did good today at school, and your mama cocks back, and because you made a little noise because you excited. She ain't even seen what you even talking about, but because she told you, "Oh, don't run in here being excited, whatever." But you being a kid, you don't know how to limit that, and you trying to share her some good news, and she just beat the shit out of you on off of GP. Just because she told.
Is that a situation that happened to you?
I mean, not as much as some of my friends. Like it happened to me once or twice, but my mom always apologized. A lot of my friends, no, because she told me not to run in the room. Like you just said, she gave me an instruction, right? But some people, but that's what I'm saying. But I had got an A or whatever the case may be, and she was dealing with something, right? But see, my mom always came back and apologized if she was wrong about something, right? So, but a lot of brothers, they didn't get that. A lot of brothers got their ass beat for trying to share with their parents good news and being a kid and stuff like that. Like, cause they overly, they couldn't even be excited in the store, whether they picked something up off of the shelf or not. They couldn't just be happy or smile or laugh or anything. Like they just got their ass whooped. They got neglected.
Why is it always the victim narrative always for black men? Why is it always?
Because it's happening. For example, right? My god brother, who is right now is a multi-platinum producer, right?
Wait. We're here. You're saying this always happening, don't you? Okay,
it does.
Okay, so we're not going to say it doesn't happen. We're not going to say it doesn't happen. But what you're making it seem like there is no transition because there seems to be an infinity. More black men will go harder. As much as they tell these victim stories about mama, more black men will go harder to bat for the parent that stuck it out with them than the parent that was never there for them. So, and I find it very interesting. I'm just saying, but I find more black
because we've been beaten and programmed to be. It's the same thing. We've been beaten and programmed just like they used to beat and program us with massa. If you beat and program, you can't never. Basically. Because your mama, good thing about it.
Never heard my mom.
A lot of these guys, but I'm saying but B.M.T, you had
that's a bad contraction because
look. I'm gonna explain it to you.
You're just property.
But what I'm saying, but if you didn't have a mother like mine, right? Because I can't blame all of my shortcomings on my mom, right? But what I can say is. No, but it's not the narrative. It's the reality. Because the thing is, if you had men in these homes, right, instead of just busting these women down and actually, even if they did like your dad, your mom and dad didn't work out, but your dad still, even though he'll call over there and say, hey, Sharon, did he do his homework? Yeah, he over here playing B.M.T over here playing the Super Nintendo. I just wanted to make sure he did that homework and he got that house clean before he came over. And if your mom said no, he's gonna turn that game off and wear you out and make you go sit in the room because they still, even though their relationship is over with, they still had a respect and a goal to make you be the best you could possibly be, right? But if your mom don't have nobody to share the load with, I'm in park, so now I can put myself on camera. So if your mom don't have nobody to share that load with, right? So she got to deal with bills. She got to deal with stress. She got to deal with all these different things. And now brothers ain't really checking for her like that because she got you, right? So now she's going to take some of that frustration out on you. And she doesn't want you to be around your uncles. She doesn't want you to be around your big cousins that know how to talk to women, because she's afraid that if you learn how to, be a man and be
where's all this coming from? Because you're giving these synapses of scenarios, but they're not.
But then you can see it. You can see. I'm gonna give you where they show up, right? The guys that.
But I've seen plenty of mothers take their sons out shopping. This is my prince. This is my man. This is my little man.
But and that's hold on. But that's something. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of those
Antoine Fisher stories.
But I'm finna tell you, because the brothers that are out here that are shooting and killing everybody, those were the brothers who got neglected. The brothers that are out here that are this is my prince, this is my king. Those are the brothers that are unaccountable and that are having all these kids with all these women, and they the one that got 5 or 6 baby mamas. And they have zero accountability. Yo, simps.
Dude got 5 and 6 baby mamas. Then that really.
No, I'm telling you the ones. I'm giving you a breakdown on each stereotype. So then your simps and manosphere.
You know that, right?
No, I'm giving you the backstory to those people. So you got 3 different groups of. Because that's the personality traits that show up, BMT, when we dealing with each individual type of brother, right?
So the guy, a man that has money and he has multiple baby mothers and he could be in control of his seed and marry to one woman, but he chooses not to.
He's one of those guys that was the prince. His mama blew him up, and he wasn't held accountable. And I'm gonna throw this in here too.
You're not speaking.
There's some. No, I'm saying for real. Like I'm gonna say this, sometimes the father is there, but he is not allowed to be a father. And if he questions it, the woman may say, hey, you aren't going to raise this child like this, right? And I was getting ready to get to what Creative Solutions said.
Do you have child trauma that you're holding on to?
No, because you know what I did? At a certain point, at different ages, right? I would say at 21, or 18, 21, 25, and 28. And even right now, I do it every year. I sit down and I look at, okay, these are the choices that I made business-wise. These are the choices that I made socially. These are the choices that I made relationship-wise. And every year I sit down and I give myself a grade, like I'm the teacher, and I give myself a grade on these things. At about 25, I stopped blaming my mom for what I let it go, because I couldn't. I had to forget. I forgave my mom and my dad at 25.
You wait all the way to 25.
Well, because I didn't understand. That was through therapy, through prayer, through sitting with my pastor, through understanding it, because I couldn't understand. I didn't understand who I was and why I did the things that I did personally.
So
what was your light bulb moment?
My light bulb moment was,
I'm sorry,
because I had an old school shrewd parent. And I'm not saying that it's always the mother's fault, because after 18, everything is on you. You know what I'm saying? At 18, when you become a man, it's your responsibility for your actions. So whether something, like as far as if a relationship or a job or something, I never said, well, this is my mom's fault. I always said this was my fault. But I also went back and I said, hey, why do I do the things that I do? I didn't have an instruction of a man or a male figure to really instill in me self-esteem, confidence, different things that my mother, even out her own mouth, couldn't do. You know what I'm saying? So that light bulb moment went off for me because I had moved out and I had realized everything that my mother had told me was correct. And then I had realized that, you know, I realized that whatever happened to you previously in your childhood, in your adolescence, and in your young adulthood, those things shaped and molded you into who you are today. And from this point forward, you have the option to keep doing the things the same way that you've been doing them, or you have an option to change. A lot of men won't look into the mirror like I did and I continue to do and say, this is my fault, right? I'm just saying, when I bring up mama, I bring up foundationally because there are some things that you need to hold on to, and there are some things you need to unlearn from your parents. I'm not saying at 18, you're a man, you got to start figuring it out. You have learned, by the state or federal definition, you have gotten all of the civil equipment or social equipment to learn and to operate and move as a man, right? So you still got to grow. You still got to you still have to grow. You still have to mature. But but legally you're a man now, and in 21 you're legally a man and could drink and everything else like that. So again,
Do you believe
it's not.
in arrested development? Do you believe that an event could occur at a young age that consciously or subconsciously is so difficult to get over that it impedes your development into a more mature adult? Do you believe in arrested development?
No, I believe that
Now, see,
you
now we
have
got a problem. You don't believe that a person's personality traits, because you mentioned traits, character traits, right? You mentioned traits specifically, and you're asserting that traits are not influenced by trauma. That's your statement, right?
Well, I believe in it like this. It can happen if you choose as a man or woman to be shackled to that. If you know that this is something that is bothering you, and you know that, okay, you're presented with making the same choice, right?
That's why I was
You can
asking about your light bulb moment, because when a person comes to the realization that despite the trauma, whatever it may be, it could be something as petty as, oh, she got me the Apple Jacks instead of the Fruit Loops or whatever. It could be something really as minuscule as that, depending on who you are. And I'll say this, that that incident, that sense of being betrayed, right? Because some traumas are actually, they stem from betrayal in some fashion, being violated, God forbid, or whatever. My point is that it is significant to consider counseling tools necessary for somebody to get over that hump. And that's why, because you mentioned that you were in therapy and so forth. So that's why I'm asking you, for the audience sake, as well as my own sense of, enlightenment, what would you say during counseling was like, it just clicked, like, oh man, it's all on me. It's all on
be,
me.
because you have to learn how to give. You have to learn how to give your parents grace. You have to learn how to give the people that's around you grace, and then you have to learn how to give yourself grace. Really, because you had what made me realize it and it clicked is I can always be the utmost respectable, kind, gentle.
Forgiveness is the key. That's the That's the light bulb forgiveness.
Well, no. You have to accept that you are one of one. You have to accept that your morals
Okay.
and your the acceptance is the light bulb moment. It's not just the forgiveness, because the forgiveness is for yourself. It may not fix what had happened, but the acceptance of it in it, along with the forgiveness, is the light bulb moment. When you accept that these things are the way that they are around me, but I'm not gonna let that change me. I'm not gonna let that continue to make me um be bitter or angry, or try to make things happen in my life, or love people, or give people a chance. You know what I'm saying? That's where it is being able to accept it and look into the mirror and look into your own eyes and your own heart and your own soul, and be okay with what happens in your life, good and bad.
All
Once you
right.
can do that, you can forgive, you can move on, you can move forward. But if you can't do that, if you still harping on something that like you said, mom didn't get the Apple Jacks, this girl broke your heart in the 3rd grade, or this guy, he cheated on you while you were pregnant, or whatever the case may be, you have to be able to accept that. But what is happening in the Black community is there's no accountability on neither side. Men don't want to be accountable that, hey, maybe I don't have the charisma or the confidence or the game or the mental fortitude to deal with the sisters that I'm dealing with.
Okay.
Maybe I need
So
to.
what do you think about that, BMT? Do you think that both sides don't want to hold themselves accountable?
I mean, at some point, y'all both have your own. You have your own synapses of you got to hold accountability. Men have their things that they got to deal with, and women have theirs. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna always be going down the tree forever. I'm always looking at they did this and they did that. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that. I've dealt with it, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Mimi didn't have a father, but I don't ever hear her spitting no vitriol about men. I know plenty of women who don't have a father or didn't have their dad always. They don't hold it, or they've been screwed over. I know plenty of men that their mom wasn't the best, or they didn't grow up in a lavish lifestyle, but they're not taking it out on society. There's a turning point where people are not accepting accountability and just bettering themselves. I knew better at a young age. I didn't have to wait till I was a man. I didn't have to have people tell me, like, it's just coming into that concept of right or wrong that a lot of people are trying to skate over. Like, did everything my mom and dad do was right? No. But I don't have to do what they like. It's like if you watch somebody do something wrong. Like, I grew up in the crack baby era. Okay. I'm pretty sure, Mello, you done seen it. Mike, you done seen it. I'm not sure how old Killzone is. But for those of us who had this,
Yeah, I seen it. I'm in my 30s. I seen it. It was the tail end, but I seen it.
So, all right. So for those of us who've grew up in that type of environment, I knew not to do crack. I knew crack was bad. I knew what to do to the family. I didn't need a man to tell me that. I didn't need a woman to have to explain that to me. I just knew after seeing what it did. Observation. What I'm seeing is certain people are complaining about things rather than just do the change for themselves. Yeah, did my mom do everything right? No. But however, I learned, I forgave, and I moved on. Same thing with my father. My father wasn't the best at voicing proper emotions. But guess what? I just took it in stride as I got older. I said, how you do your house is how I do, and this is how I do my house.
So
Now,
BMT, let me say this.
Are you gonna cut into what I'm saying?
No, go ahead. My bad. I was just going.
So this whole thing about black people hate black people, and that's people don't like people for whatever reasons. You don't have to like everybody. Black people have this thing that of just looking down, of just being in the bottom. So they're always looking up. And I said that in my last stream that you don't have to be like that. Literally, you just do for you. I don't look at anybody else as a superior or that they're better or that, oh man, like we don't do this, we don't do that. No. Do what you're doing. I go, whenever I go to Mike's stream, me and Mike are always talking positive shit. But are people flooding his thing? Me and Mel have had political conversations. Are people flooding when me and Mel have those conversations? No. So when I'm having those conversations of those of in the latter conversations, there aren't a big flood of people around. But if you want to talk about the nigga shit, well, why are y'all talking about this or judging that? Well, other people are already judging us. Better for you to judge your own than somebody doing on the 6 o'clock news. Because I don't condone nigga behavior. I don't condone ain't shit pookie. I don't even have to call it a pookie. Because I know men with money who don't take care of their kids and beat on their women. I know women who have it nice and don't take care of their home. So I've seen it. It doesn't matter. People are going to do what people are going to do. Just don't excuse the behavior. So go ahead, say what you got to say, man.
No, what I think when they point back to how they were raised and how they are, it's kind of hard. You can change, all right, how you look. You can change what kind of car you drive, what neighborhood you live in, but you can't change you. So when we had these skirmishes about, black,
why you say you can't change you?
well, I'm saying you can change yourself, but can you look into the mirror and say, so if you grew up as an educated Ronnie, right? And you didn't have a whole lot of game, you weren't hanging around a lot of men, you don't know how to talk to women, right? And you are the stereotypical guy who is listening to a lot of red pill or manosphere content because you got done wrong by women because you didn't know the game, right?
So why you
because
listening to that? Why? Okay, so why?
So, but I'm just saying, I'm just using that as these are the stereotypes or the archetypes of these type of guys because they don't have confidence, they don't have swagger, they don't have charisma, they don't have what's the word, nonchalantness. They care too much because, like I said about having that male female balance. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't the manosphere anti-functionality, anti-family, anti-establishment?
No, what I'm saying, I'm talking about just the singular brother right now. I'm not talking about.
So
Yeah.
So black men coming here would actually be a revert opposite of progress.
Well, that's what I'm saying because it's harder. It's easy to say, all right, bro, learn some game, put a nice set of clothes on, and get a haircut. But now I have to work on my delivery. I have to work on my conversation. I have to work on getting to know a woman better without trying to sleep with her. I gotta wait. But I'm looking at her previous relationship, and she didn't told me how she just busted down on the first night for the dude that she, who was her baby daddy. And then I got to worry about. So it's hard to get out of those feelings and those emotions. And and then same thing with the sisters. The sisters don't learn, some of them didn't learn. All right, well, make that man require more from that man. That man should be, it's cold. Your man should be coming to shovel snow or pump your gas and stuff like that. But it's hard for those women who get excited off of the dude who, Pookie that got 7 tattoos, 8 guns, and 2 cases pending. That excites her. Like I just seen an old clip from rest in peace Kevin Samuels of this chick who her dad was paying her to paying for everything. She live in downtown Atlanta. She is at Spelman, but she wants to date hood dudes, right? Because those dudes excite her. She didn't want to date educated Ronnie or educated Timmy who speaks well. And
how old is she?
22, 23.
Okay, so she's old enough to make her own conscious decision, correct?
Yeah.
So why would anybody be pressed about that?
Because B.M.T. Because you know why? Because this is what we say. We say that the brother should know better from getting finessed out they money or finessed out their time or finessed out their health and wealth and everything else. And we say that the sisters should, do it, but it requires work, it requires discipline, it requires you saying no
You don't think
to.
women don't put a judgment stamp on other women?
I mean, they do, but to a man, I'm not sitting up here worrying about that sister set up there.
No, but you are because I could tell you right
And
now.
I'm speaking in general. I ain't speaking for myself.
Hold on, no. But see, you brought up the story about the girl who chose a Ronnie over a guy. I guess we call him the educated guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how do we know that educated guy was treating her right?
We don't. We just know. All we know in the story is we don't even know because she ain't even giving him that. Historically, she's not giving him a chance.
What's the story?
And then here's the story is she wants a thug, right? She ain't even giving. Matter of fact, I'm gonna
pull a super mic. Who's giving him that label of calling him a thug? Is it the white folks or is it the black man?
It's the sister. It's the sister. She say she want that she wants that dude from she wants the guy that's in the streets to come to the neighborhood she's at, but they don't want to come over there because they know they gonna get locked up. They telling her, come down. I got, you need to come over here on this side. But she's saying, y'all need to come over here, and it's a challenge. It's an excitement. Same thing with the brother who wants to be, Captain Saver. He wants to bring the chick that's got the baby mom or baby daddy and them kids and everything else. He wants to show her, or the chick that got mistreated and beaten on. He wants to show her that how much he's better than that guy. You know what I'm saying? And then he ends up getting frustrated because she ain't used to all that.
Did you know?
Right?
Did you know that Michelle had to show Obama how to act around black people? But she's never really been around black people.
Yeah.
Now
we
why?
knew that.
Now why would Michelle Obama have to show Obama how to act around?
Because he was raised around white people.
Right.
So you don't think that some people don't know how to conduct themselves around other people, whether they're educated or not, or lower, or a certain type of diaspora? Granted, because earlier y'all opened up with saying that you don't know why black people look at and stereotype or hate on each other the way we do. But if we're not from the same tribe, you know what I'm saying? Because we heard earlier when it was just me and Mike, there was an African that said, what did the African say, Mike? If you come to Ghana, they don't have to even know where you're from. They're gonna scam you.
Oh, it was Uganda. I think they were saying Uganda, but yeah.
You come to Uganda, they're just gonna scam you off rip.
Mm-hmm. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, BMT. Here's the thing. It's all right. Yeah, you right about that. But I'm a young dude that's horny, that's trying to get in, put his bid in. But I don't know. I got to learn how to be something that I'm not just to get this girl. And then, like, unless I have money and influence, I got to work my way up. Even though I may be more distinguished, I still come from the neighborhood. So I got to wait and have patience so that I could work my way up into having a woman that was raised with the same morals and values that I had, and comes from the same type of family and structure that I had, whether I had a mom or dad or not. I got to wait. But I'm horny right now.
Let me say something.
Why?
Okay. Let me say something real quick, though.
No, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, just the general idea, just listening is, like I said, a lot of, I think we have the culture, because your stream definitely is about the YouTube universe transversing, right? And I think there is a YouTubian culture in the black YouTubian spheres of arguing. For sometimes we're not actually bringing that that attitude of love and actual solutions in it. Because a lot of times we think it's not necessarily the answers is outside of ourselves, but it's actually in how we're hearing and seeing stuff. Us. It's just like, we're talking about other people and their behavior and they're doing this and they're that, which is valid because we have to go out there in the world and deal with stuff. But at the same time, though, it's like, okay, are we making ourselves the best us we can? Are we working on that too? Because I mean, we want them other people to work on themselves and trying to develop themselves and stop doing these whatever negative behaviors we're looking at. Are we, taking accountability on ourselves and stuff that we know that we're doing wrong or putting out wrong? Are we willing to accept that type
That's
of?
what I'm saying.
Are we willing
That's
to
what I'm
accept
saying.
that type of pressure on ourselves that we're trying to get these people to accept? And
Super Mike,
so that's
you
all.
right.
Yeah.
But I can't. But Super Mike, if I you right, I'm working on myself every day. I'm the college kid that's going to school for 8 hours, then I'm working 6 to 8 hours. I'm barely getting sleep. I'm trying to go to the gym so I don't be overweight and fat, and I'm trying to work out or trying to eat healthy or whatever, right? But I gotta wait, right? I'm horny right now. This is where a lot of these YouTube channels and a lot of our stuff goes. Our stuff comes down to a basic principle: mating and dating, and the haves and the have-nots. So the main thing is, all right, the haves and the have-nots. That's the long game. But the right now game is, I'm horny. I'm attracted to this young lady. And whether she comes from education or not, or she comes from class or not, she's still adversely attracted to the negative. We are too. Brothers are too, because we
aren't you attracted to? Okay, so you're
it's because it's more exciting. Because if I get go ahead, B.M.T.
I'm horny, so you want to be able to have access to her body, but she's like, well,
not just that. It's more so I want to be able to date her, court her. But I'm saying date her, court. This my girl. This my girl.
Hey,
no, but I'm saying you want to be able to say, this is my girl. Leela is my girl. Sharon is my girl.
How did we get here?
No, but I'm saying this is what we argue about on YouTube.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying this is what it comes down to when we talk about these videos and it.
But you're entertaining those types of videos. You're entertaining them. You give it that energy. I'm not. I instantly not interested on those types of videos. I don't entertain those things. I push, like when they talk about women. I don't believe a woman can do these jobs, and I'll be like, well, women and men have always been about,
yeah.
I don't care for that. Or whenever y'all hear me talk about how Anton or anybody's doing, I can speak about that because first off, the men that do speak about certain relationship stuff, we've been doing it for a long time. So when we speak about it, we're talking about it from our context of how it should be merited and judged. So Mela as a woman, and I heard you when you was on D Darrell's, right? And I'm just gonna summarize it. When she said, how should a wife feel if her husband is online flirting? Did you not say that, Mela? Now, Mela as a woman is asking a valid question to men that have a position of a family, but they're online putting off a different narrative. So she's judging, she's giving out a judgmental question of, hey, if you're talking about you're supposed to be upholding a woman in your family, but you're acting this type of way in front of the public, how should I perceive you? So
but I'm saying I'm more so breaking it down because, like I said, I don't jump on those videos. I'm breaking it down to this is the solution because this is what Super Mike was saying, right? It take a man because I can only speak for being a man, right? A man has to play the long game in order to really build himself up to where he needs to be at before he can even start talking about being in a relationship and stuff like that. In there, you can date, you can have different experiences, but if you haven't learned, like you say, who you are, and you haven't accepted your flaws and accepted accountability, you gon' mess up, and then feel
But
bitter
you
and
make
feel
it seem like men are online because they're horny. When
most of the time, because they online, and they either the game
no,
coaches
bro, you
or the guys
projecting,
that
man. You're projecting. There are men that are actually looking for enlightenment, edification, and solutions, but they might run across a few the tempting morsels, I guess you could say, as avatars, but they are not forgetting for one moment that they're talking to a damn avatar. They're not forgetting that. They understand that their goal is inspiration wherever they can find it, so that they can transfer it to their community somehow. But then here you are saying that across the board, if a man is online talking to a woman, it's because he's horny.
I'm saying for the majority. It's very
The
few of us that
majority.
are.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that every man is on her doing. I'm saying the majority, because that's what's getting the views. That's what's getting the attention. That we wouldn't have the manosphere, passport, bro, all of this toxicity that's coming out from these quote unquote educated, well-to-do brothers, and the brothers that's got wives, but they online talking down on black women or focusing their content on black women. If there wasn't a community or a response to that, the brothers that are actually trying to get education and enlightenment and everything that you just said, those views are very, very low. Like if we look at the educational
I've
channels or the brother,
noticed. Yeah, I've noticed that.
that's what I'm talking towards Super Mike, is because that's what causes us to have conflict as men, and then the women have to they fall into the specific, and even with women too, because the women that are acting with dignity and class, y'all don't get the same amount of love as the women that's shaking and baking it. Let's
Those
just keep it real.
wholesome conversations get like less than a handful of views. It's crazy. I've enjoyed the most wonderful conversations where only a handful of people were present, and as opposed to complete effery, and it's like hundreds of people there.
Exactly. So that's my whole thing.
That's
Hundreds of
ridiculous.
people. It's 20 people yelling at the screen at the same time, and then somebody you got the MC got to mute everybody, and then he got to direct the conversation to
So
keep it
you're
even
onto
more live.
something. Yeah, you're onto something when you mention excitement, right? The
Yeah.
need for excitement. What would you say where that need comes from? Your childhood experiences where you grew up in chaos and therefore chaos feels like home, so you're you have an affinity to gravitate toward chaos.
That and the lack thereof. If I was a nobody, you know what I'm saying, and I come on YouTube and I got a house and I got a car and I got a wife and I got X, Y, and Z, and I'm just posting all that all day long, and or I got credentials, right? Now I'm gonna get around a couple other brothers and sisters, and we gonna get up here, and then we gonna go to war with the cats that don't have that, and we gonna make it seem like we was always this person. But when I pulled a file and they pulled a personal records and stuff like that, they was getting bullied, they was getting slapped on the top of their head and the back of their head. They was getting ran down the street by Pookie and Ray Ray. They was beating them with sticks and everything else like that. The girls was getting their hair pulled on the school bus, but now they have arrived, so now they can sit up on YouTube and get in these panels and start. They got a community of people who have survived adversity. So now they gonna they gonna put
They
that
reverse
adversity.
the adversity. They reverse.
Yeah.
I've over this decade of experiencing not only hearing different uploads and panels and participating, it has occurred to me that people with disturbed histories are projecting the most asinine crap in conversations. Asinine.
And these
They're not
folks get
looking,
educated,
and they're not
folks.
looking for solutions. They are their emotions are thriving off of the chaos, right? That's what they
And their
want. They
ego is
want the
being
chaos.
fed.
And that does something. It tingles their spirit, I guess, in some way, because something interesting I would like to share is that a lot of people don't know what peace is. I remember Super Mike mentioned people who aren't aware of love being compassion. They don't know what love is, right? I also would like to add that people don't understand what peace is, right? Like, for instance, there are people that will say, I'm bored. I'm bored. No, you're at peace. You just don't understand what peace is. And so it's really prolific when you think about it, right? When you hear it, it's like, wait a minute, why am I bored? Because there's quiet, there's safety, there's provision, there's no immediate danger, and so I'm bored. No, you're at peace.
Right.
And people don't they get things misconstrued for whatever reason they may have rotating in their subconscious. They have misconstrued the difference between peace as opposed to the need to react. There's no need to react when you're at peace. But if you convince yourself you're bored, then thereby, I got to react. I'm bored. I got to react. I got to do something about being quote unquote bored, as opposed to understanding that you're at peace. And I think our people, we miseducate one another. Now, I agree that we've been miseducated by the system, of course. As a return, thereby we miseducate one another. So we're thinking we're bored and we got to start some shit and wreck shit and just get some quote unquote excitement, right? When really being at peace is to be appreciated. There's a time for being excited, and then there's a time to recognize when you're at peace and to appreciate it. And I don't believe that our people have yet developed communicating and identifying when we're at peace. That's all I have to say.
I would want to say.
Thanks for listening.
No, no. I would want to say this, that. Well, I think that's why some people moved or move out. Like, and we've seen this time and time again of where some people are like, okay, I'm in a environment that is haphazardous to my health or my mental or physical. And so I don't look down on somebody that says they're going to leave. I mean, we've seen this time and time again in real life. You get enough money, you get out. And this is not, and this is, the Jefferson thing has played plenty of times. We've seen that with mothers taking their kids, tell the father or the whatever, say, hey, I'm leaving. I'm not staying here. If you want to come, you can come. If you want to stay in this environment, that's fine. Same thing for some men. There's nothing here in this town or this area. Sometimes you got to go where what you're appreciated, or that your vision can be actually taken into play. Into that, I put this together where Malcolm X, to find his peace, he had to actually get incarcerated to slow him down, and actually start to understand himself and have a love for himself. And he even put out there that, hey, what I was doing was wrong. What I was doing to my fellow brothers and sisters was wrong. What was he? A criminal, a pimp? He was doing all kind of things. So he had to redevelop himself and also the things that he was doing. I don't feel bad. Like, listen, some people understand, listen, me being around this person is not conducive to my health or my mental. So the best thing we can do is separate. I had to understand that, as much as I may want it to be with that person, but if I'm slowing down the trajectory of growth or in certain environments, I know some people say, oh man, Joe, this or that. But see, I speak about certain things because I let people know that there is a better way. There is a better way, a functional way.
It's a trip, B.M.T, because there are men, right? Say, for instance, they decide to live with, I don't want to classify any status. What I will say is that they decide to embrace and move in this quote unquote exciting woman. The kind of woman that when you come through the door after a hard day's work, she's dropping it like it's hot. Like, hey, you know, I got some KFC and we gonna have a good time. And she starts dancing. You know, everything about her is quote unquote exhilarating, exciting, right? As soon as she quote unquote puts you to sleep, she's going through your wallet. Okay. She's going through your wallet. She's making arrangements to figure out how to drain your account. Okay. She's setting up moving trucks to steal some of the precious inventory of athletic memorabilia that you have collected throughout the year. Like, she's exciting, right? She's exciting. Oh my God. Every time I come home, she greets me like nobody ever.
I'm a king.
Yeah, like she treats me like a king. And little do you know until you find out a little too late, she's just an opportunistic individual. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to say she's a hood chick because, opportunistic people come in all types of shapes, sizes, colors, and statuses. What I will say is that she has revealed herself to be an opportunistic woman, and you have a decision to make. And not only do you follow through with that decision, it's like, okay, baby, nice knowing you, and you just disappear from her life, but you haven't reconciled why you were attracted to that in the first place. Why were you attracted to all this exhilaration as opposed to stability? Like until you figure that out as a man, you're always going to cheat on your wife. You're always going to have multiple lovers. You have to know what type of woman soothes your soul. And until you figure that out as a man, you are always going straight. Always.
A lot of us, though, the fact is, because we got so many different situations that we grow up in our families. I mean, we like those type of women. I mean, I'm attracted to some of that. But the thing is, we got to understand, as like you said, I always tell my kids, we have to mature. Give yourself a chance to mature. Don't let yourself, you don't have to get someone at 17 and 18 and all that stuff like that. Take your time, observe people, observe yourself, study yourself. Because what happens is when you're mature, you're just automatically going to make the best decisions that you know how to make. You're going to do that for yourself. But a lot of times everybody wants to have fun. I mean, I can't think of anyone who doesn't want to have some sort of excitement or fun, in their life. At the same time, sometimes it's just like a seed. Let's look at a plant, a seed. You look at that thing, it looks like nothing, it's nothing. Okay. But it takes time to develop into what it's got to be. So don't necessarily be trying to get your situation already popping. As soon as you start off, you at the, y'all whole thing is all this and all that. And like you said, it could be toxic on both ends of the scale. It's not about the men versus the women situation. I hope our
people get out of that. Another thing that I like that we pointed out too is a lot of times we're blaming each other, you know, the mother, the father, the parents, the kids, all these different stuff. But there's a systematic situation going on. Just like when we talk about YouTube, we talking about views. You know, people, that is a algorithm. We didn't make that up. You know, oh, they want to steer these views here. Okay. Just like with the Shannon Sharp situation, you know, extra views, you know, steer that. Cat Williams talking about everybody, you know. So it's just like we got to understand that, look, this is, you know, you can only take it one day at a time as far as with your own personal self. But if you're just trying to actually get more solution and happiness, it's like, dude, okay, this is where these things happens. People cheat on each other, you know. There are certain people try
Wait
to
a minute.
steal.
Wait.
That happens. It's just true.
Wait.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is why I mentioned knowing the difference between being at peace versus convincing yourself you're bored. Okay. So people cheating on each other, right?
Right.
The search for something new, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That stems from not knowing the difference between being bored versus being at peace. You have what is adequate for you and then some, but there's something tingling in your spidey senses, right? There's like, I'm bored. You know, you know, a lot of us,
Yeah,
we fool ourselves out of a bad thing.
true. But a lot of our people are programmed. I know I've
I
seen this
think
several
cheating
times.
is unnecessary on
True.
both parts, and we are not explaining to each other as a culture why. We're not explaining how detrimental it is to be untrustworthy.
And I
When
agree
you
with
cheat
that.
on somebody, you are labeled untrustworthy. Period. Okay? And we have developed a culture where that is nonchalant. It's like, okay, I'm untrustworthy. So what? Next. And that's not cool because we're not able to cultivate um legacies of stability. We're not able to stabilize enough to cultivate legacy. You can't in my humble opinion.
That's true. No, I
Okay,
agree with that
you
100%.
can't cultivate legacy with instability and cheating on who you dedicate to be your significant other is a, you know, that's instability.
Let me
Well, yeah, that's why I said earlier though, until that person is awakened and enlightened and thank you, and is comfortable with themselves, then they gon' cheat. They gon' forsake the marriage. They gon' forsake that person because they never really got all the experience. And Super Mike just touched on it. You never gave yourself time to mature. So if you fresh out of high school and you've been trying to knock a hole, if you're a man, because I can't speak for a man, you've been trying to knock a hole through a wall, right? And you just you titanium in the pants and you say, okay, I'm gonna try to get I'm gonna try to go settle down, right? You know, and you've been raised a certain type of way, you Christian or
Hmm.
whatever, and but you still trying to knock a hole in the wall like Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah, it's
So
crazy, man. It's like, and I don't like to bring up movies, but I do. But it's like in Coming to America, that Eddie Murphy character, he knew what he wanted. You know,
yeah.
but his father, he just assumed that you just go with your impulses because you're gonna always be quote unquote bored, right?
Hmm.
You know, your goal is to seek quote unquote pleasure. That is his father's mentality. And the Eddie Murphy character's mentality was, I know what I want. I want a woman that stimulates my mind as well as my loins. That was the line in the movie. And so he knew what he wanted because he said a woman. A woman. He wasn't saying, I just want to be stimulated in my loins and my mind. He wasn't about the me thing, right? The me thing. And I said all that to say this. In order to cultivate legacy, you can't have a self-centered mentality at all. It won't work because your children can sense it. Your adjacent associates, they can sense it. They can sense the selfishness, and thereby, whether they announce it to you or not, you will be considered untrustworthy. And as I've stated before, you can't build a legacy being untrustworthy. And for whatever reason, our culture in these current so-called modern times, we're not taking building legacy seriously. We think it's all about money, right? It's also about character. It's also about character.
Let me showcase no matter that something from your opinion.
Adiós. Vaya preso porque ahorita voy por adiós. 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 Bye. 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 Adiós. Tócame. Tócame.
It's not that important. Your life is worth more, bro. Don't do it.
Mira lo que me hizo. Me paga. Me paga. Adiós. Vaya preso porque ahorita voy.
And that's a brother. That's a brother right there, B.M.T. Like I said, he looks the part, but that's not really who he is.
Okay, no, you're saying that's not who he is, but hang on. So we're looking at it right here, right now. Understand this: different environment. What would excuse his behavior? Because you're in a different environment.
No, nothing excuse his behavior.
He's not in the U.S. environment. He's dealing with a whole different culture of women.
Okay, he's trying to acclimate himself into something different.
But see, the attitude and the stuff that he's exhibiting. Another black man said, "Listen, you touch that woman, her culture won't answer to you. They won't. You won't answer to them." Y'all understand? I know a lot of people will think that, well, it's so much better on the other side. Just like the woman said, what the other woman said, Mike, that she didn't feel like she belonged.
Right. That's
So,
yep. Keep going.
So we saw on both sides, are we not? She said, I didn't feel like I belonged, so I went to Tanzania, and I just couldn't because I felt like they just could not connect to me. You got a man right here screaming at these women. The other dude said, "Hey, man, if you cross that line with these women, there's going to be something to answer to.
You're going to have hell to pay."
So understand, you can go to a different environment, but like you said, Mella, finding peace is a different story. Learning how to let go of, it's because of the women. It's because of the environment. Where are you finding your peace? I understand there are problems with this system, but I'm making my own subsystem for me to go by. I understand that there are problems with the men and the women, but I'm still making a way for me and mine. I'm still finding a way. Well, B.M.T, that's good for you. No. It's not just good for me, because we've had plenty of black people that had it even worse than we did find a way. So that is why I pull away the buck of excuse, because other people were finding a way. But see, we don't cherish how they did it. Oh man, they chose to do that. They were like, no, listen, man, you take what you got and you build off of it. You take what you got and you build off of it.
Exactly.
But
It may not be much to some of y'all, but it's mine. And I
okay.
like I said,
I was getting ready to answer a
go ahead.
question, but I don't think you asked the question. I just want to observe that this individual is a belligerent person, right?
Right.
And he would be like that with anybody.
Right.
You know, no matter where he went, he's prone to behave that way. This is a brother that is, I don't know the scenario about the environment he's in, whether or not they started something with him. Maybe they slipped something, you know, maybe they did something to him that was that ignited this behavior. But you know, I don't know the full context as to what is going on. So I'm trying to figure out this video.
No, they got them girls back
Yeah,
to
I
the
don't
room.
understand the video. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm gonna tell you what happened because my nephew went down overseas, right? And they didn't invite me. I felt a little way. But anyway, love my nephew. He's a hard working student. He's doing his thing, right? Anyway, he told me as soon as you get off the plane over, I ain't gonna say where he went. The women is automatically there because there's been so many brothers been going down there, passport born, that the women know, and they gonna follow you all day long. They gonna get on the boat with
So
you and
they're
everything else.
provoking.
Yeah, and wait a minute. So, but when the end of the night comes and y'all head back to the spot or whatever, they got their hand out because they know, they feel like, well, shoot, you didn't drink all my liquor, ate all my food, you ready to go now. So they found out that they had to pay. You know what I'm saying? Or they might have been in the throes of what they was doing, and she might have did something that he didn't like, and now he having a little hissy fit. But the reason why I say he didn't look the part is because he got all these tattoos, he looking tough and everything else, but he just a softie. He trying to act hard, but he know he ain't about that. And that's why his brother is telling him, "Hey, bro, calm down, chill. You know what time it is if we get caught up down here." And thank God for that, brother, because both of them either be dead.
Yeah, not everybody can do time. That's for sure.
Exactly. So
no
that
matter
right
how many
there,
tattoos you got, not everybody can do
exactly,
time
exactly.
in
So
maximum security.
that's the thing, and they ain't got maximum security. They got dirt floors and 100-year-old boys and dudes that sit that is brolic that's been sitting there on
Get
the
it how you
same.
live for real.
Yeah, yeah. They ain't got all people be complaining about jail here too. But then they go down there and they find out that that's the real jail. You know, so that's the thing right there. Like going overseas, whether he went as a young man or he went as a passport bro or whatever he went over there as, we don't know. But that's the order of the day when you go down there. If you look like you got some money or you look good to the
Yeah.
girl, regardless,
You're
they
the
looking for that.
commodity, but yeah, you're the commodity, and they are going to extract your value on site.
Just like
Exactly.
Uganda, just like they said earlier. As soon as they know that you're from somewhere else, because they're trained to, is that's all they
Or at
know.
least attempt to extract your value.
The thing
Attempt
is,
to.
though, the thing is, I was going to say is that just to go back to the cheating situation, you see, and I agree 100%. You can't build legacy if you're untrustworthy. But just like B.M.T said earlier, like, oh, you're going to go to Africa to try to, paint their house or build up on their legacy when you got a legacy here to try to work on because we got problems. It's like when people feel like they gotta go, it's almost like you're trying to go. It's like somebody's trying to you spent all your time building up your company. You got this nice company, and you finally got millions of dollars. You've been working at this thing for 15 years, and all of a sudden somebody think that you're gonna hire them and just include them into a partnership or something to that effect, and they just work a year or two. It don't work like that. You can't just go into someone else's culture and you feel, oh, let's, in your mind, because you have such low self-love of your own self, your own culture, your own kind, your own women, and our, a group's women is not just their romantic mate. It's their mother, it's their sister, it's their daughters, it's their, this their history. That's what is your woman or your man. As so it's not, when you're of that culture, you have certain authority in that culture. It's just like in America, because we're here and we're from here, we have roots here, we have a certain level of authority here. Just like when this brother went overseas to wherever the hell he was, he can't act like that over there because you really don't have no legs to stand on there. They can do anything to you. And it's okay because you don't know how that thing works. So when I go back to the cheating situation, true enough, our culture has these issues where we have many untrustworthy people. But my question is, who's going to take that? Who's got to solve that problem?
Who's gonna take the
How is
lead?
that problem? How is that problem going to get solved? Because the thing is, somebody has to make that commitment
Right.
to deal with these issues. Are
Who's
we going to
going to
just
be
break
the
our families up
example?
every time?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Are we going to work on our families 5 or 6 years and somebody, you know, that has this issue,
Well, I
how is
But
this
Super
going
find
to get
Mike, a
fixed?
lot of people, and I'm gonna say this because my phone finna die and I'm finna get off. But like you said earlier about learning yourself and developing discipline, Super Mike, until a man or a woman learns discipline within themselves and they go out and they exercise that ratchetness out of them. I'll be the first to say it. In my 20s, I didn't need to be in no relationship. I needed to be having fun.
why because you were horny.
Yes, and I was a late bloomer. So
You know why
I
you were horny?
well, that's
Because
because I didn't have. I know
do
why
you
it
know
was
why you did? Do you know?
because I was raised in a very religious household, and I didn't have a brother to explain to me
Mhm.
what was going on with
Mhm.
my manhood and how to be disciplined and everything else like that. Plus,
Mhm.
when I entered into high school, my mother wasn't really big on me dating, so I had this built up excitement and that needed to be exerted. Plus, I also needed to learn how to date and how to court and everything else like that. But the
Mhm.
environment that I was in wasn't conducive to that,
Mhm.
you know. And
Yeah,
my ego was fragile too. So it was a lot of different things.
your tutelage failed you. There, and that's common, right? It's common that boys aren't educated as to how to exert their energy. I'll put it that way. It's like, okay, um, there's sports and activities. There's all sorts of things to do rather than sit around and meditate on how you gonna like get skin deep in somebody. And and oftentimes it does take a man who knows what that's like to explain that to you. And if it was never explained to you in a way that you can understand it, you are going to just go with your impulses. And that's why you were horny, because you were operating, if I may say so, you were operating in your base nature of impulses. And that happens, you know. It's important for men to teach boys how to control their impulses so that they can focus on greater goals. That's my humble opinion.
Hmm. Oh, you ain't gonna get no argument from me there. Definitely what it is, and that's why a lot of men, when they get of a certain age, and they still, tend to cheat. They still tend to want to
Hmm.
feed those impulses because
Hmm.
um
And what's
they never grew
disturbing,
out of it.
yeah, what's even more disturbing is that I find that women, as the generations go, are competing with men and their examples of behavior. It's become increasingly disturbing and obvious to me that women are, in fact, competing with men. Yeah, I said it, damn it. Take me or whatever. It's because there is no other conclusion I can come to other than men who have subjugated themselves to behave according to their impulses have stimulated women into thinking, hey, we can operate according to our impulses too. And next thing you know, you got everybody dropping it like it's hot out here.
Hmm. And it's
So
created
men
chaos.
are men are more influential, and I petition that you all consider that as men you are in fact influential. And and look what's happening to young girls now. Like, can you name a songstress that isn't um debase, like that's not like dropping it like it's hot? Can for the most, there was a time that there was Anita Baker, there was, hell, we could go back to Ella Fitzgerald's. There were options, it wasn't just Soul Train out there, right? There were
Mhm.
options as to what a young lady could view to prepare for some type of debutante status, and I don't mean officially being a debutante. I mean just having the poise and the character and traits of a woman that is mindful and in control of herself. And now there are people, even in the debutante halls, that are fighting to hear music that they could twerk to. You know what I'm saying? So civility, like this, the structure of it all. I understand that people want to have fun. Okay, I'm not trying to be a fun killer if I can help it. What I'm saying is that there are some things that are reserved for person to person, man and woman, person to person, to get familiar with each other behind closed doors, and then hopefully have a better presentation before children. Because I'm all about the children's point of view. I want a child to look at future thinking with the optimistic, growing view of building legacy. And if you're distracted with all this sexual, gotta have it right now impulses, it's kind of like, who's gonna focus on legacy when you're distracted by these
Yeah.
sexual, gotta have it now impulses?
Nobody, not
Now
a
hold on.
soul.
So hold on. So let me give a little. Let me give you a little pushback, because I think we really beat hard on ourselves and think that sometimes it's just us on a natural thing. Like, it's natural because we're in our own bubble, right? And let me pull up my own exhibit. I bring up exhibit A. Britney Spears. And I know a lot of people should know who Britney Spears is. I done watched this woman do so much sexual stuff.
Yeah, she's trash.
Okay, now, the thing about it is, no, you didn't hardly hear nobody say, "Oh my God, what is Britney Spears doing to the little girls?" I don't know why. I never heard white America
because
ask
they
that.
had
No, where was white
B.M.T. You know why?
She was
Because
pushed
in their
back
house,
before. She got
pushed
a
back,
lot of,
but the thing,
yeah. They gave her
but the
plenty of
difference is
pushback
though,
before.
B.M.T.
She still got on Nickelodeon. She still got on Disney. She still got on so. I understand. I think the thing about it is when we do something, when black people do something, it's the end of the world. When
that's not where I was coming from.
No, I'm not
And
saying
we're not
you're
worried about them either, BMT. We're not
Okay, can
worried
y'all let me
about white America.
Can y'all let me finish my thought? Because I was quiet for y'all give y'all thought. Like I'm saying that Mella, what you're saying is not wrong. I think sometimes, and I had to learn this from my brother Mike. Like sometimes when people put in an interjection, that doesn't necessarily saying that we're saying anybody is wrong here. We're just adding in our piece of an ingredient what we're seeing. So when I look at some of the stuff that we do as black folks, right? I hear time and time again, well, we liked it better when our women stayed at home when they were more feminine. But I'm like, so where in history was our woman allowed to truly be effeminate? Because
Never.
So if our black woman did something with their hair, that was seen as that's tacky. The way our teeth, the way we have our complexion or anything like that, there's always been some type of pushback. Even to me, when I do this with my hair, damn, what are you, gay? No, I want my hair out of the way whenever I do certain stuff so I can do functional things more appropriately. But we do whip ourselves like y'all seen and what was more pivoting for me was watching the test with the doll and how black kids somewhere in genetically or black people are still holding on to the inferiority complex of any and everything. Not saying what y'all all think. I'm not taking from that, but in things that we do, we definitely grab the flog and beat ourselves while everybody else say, well, let me join in. Let me help whip you. But then when they do it with their goddamn Madonnas, oh, that was breathtaking. That was mesmerizing. Clearly, who wouldn't want Madonna? Madonna been out there giving her pussy to every goddamn creature walking the whole earth. Now, we did R&B. We did R&B and hip hop. Yes, shout out to that. And it was soft. Like I said, like it has definitely gone to the more adult entertainment section because we were always told push the mantle rather than the romancing, rather than having the people talking about let's do this, we need to be this as a people, let's learn to love each other. There were songs like that, and there still are, but they're not pushed as hard as the eating booty and all the other nasty shit, or the men talking about shoot 'em up, kill. Well, white people don't do that bullshit. They're definitely been doing it in rock and roll. If anything, they talk about hell Satan, and they're on a whole different peripheral field. But we can't see over the fence of what other groups are doing. And the thing about it is, nothing you say as a people will ever matter. Your opinion will never matter to them.
But see, BMT,
I want you to understand.
BMT, hold up.
That's deep that you said
Let me say this.
You can go on.
With Brit,
you can go try to critique. Okay, you can go try to critique rock and roll, pop, any type of genre of what those people are doing. They wouldn't give a shit because to them you are inferior. Y'all can say no, that's not true. They don't look at it like that. They got 10 little Nas X's. Call Sam. Call the other little Disney kids that they got that be wearing makeup and dressing in booty shorts. So they got plenty of them. We get one. Oh my God, black boys are going gay. You got a whole movement where they walk down the streets in heels and thongs and shit.
Yeah.
So now, again, when you're in a position and you only can look hard at your own, hard rock can be disgusting. See, a lot of our people are not in those subgenres, and when we get there, we have to just stay quiet. We have to stay quiet, but let them come in our genre of rock or hip hop or whatever stuff we do. They get a platform of a voice to critique everything you do. This is why I don't. This is why the cheating aspect. I mean, they got a show called Sister Wives. The white man been cheating on his goddamn wives on national TV, and somehow the courts have never been able to arrest him, even though polygamy is illegal. But they could do a whole show about it. Do y'all understand the game? Polygamy is legal. Last time I checked, but they can do a show about it. Multiple shows about white men marrying multiple women. Let you do a show what you get having a polygamy relationship. I could promise you, the IRS will hit you up soon enough. And we've done seen it happen time and time again. They call it baby mama, baby dad. Oh no, my bad. Love and hip hop. That is your polygamy.
All right. With your statement of we will always be inferior, I would like to say this. Recently, I was reintroduced to this movie called Imitation of Life. Okay. And what was so gut-wrenching was how the character was emphasizing how she's ashamed of being Black, right? She's ashamed that her mother is Black, period. No matter how she's being accommodated and loved, she's ashamed of her mother being Black. She thinks being Black is setting her back. Okay. And that's what your statement reminds me of. It reminds me of the potentiality that there is something in the subconscious of a lot of people in our culture that will always believe we will never, ever, ever be good enough. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late to project ourselves to be quote unquote equal. It's too late. And
I
that,
was
so you're conveying a message of hopelessness to me. Yeah, because you said that we will, we will always be in a position of inferiority. You said that.
I think you misunderstood what I said, Mela.
What did you say, baby?
Okay, so what I was saying, Mela, is that how we judge, right, our own, right, when other broader groups have already done it, and to them, our voice has no sway or power to them because they look down at you. So
okay,
so it's like it's like a homeless person trying to talk shit to you while you're in your house in the warm, but they're like, you ain't shit, you ain't this and that, but you're like, well,
they standing outside the window in the snow talking.
Right. So no matter what they say
chilling,
to you,
relax.
You could go close your door and go turn on your music and sit in your warm, comfy couch and not care. Because to them, they are not a viable threat to you. When you see them as a threat, then you will reply. And understand, you can look it up because
I like that word threat because that's important.
Right.
Who like at the end of it all, regardless of white trash, they don't consider Black people a threat because they're white. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they don't see you as a threat.
Okay, that's what you're saying. You're saying regardless of their socioeconomic position in life, even if they just like booger eating, low down, dirty, hustling on the expressway, white trash, they can say to themselves, at least I'm not a nigga.
At least I'm not a nigga.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Now,
but that's if you care. That when I walk, I just no, we don't. I mean, I don't.
Yes, we do.
No, I don't.
Black people overly care what white people think about them
This is a
high
fact. That's
level.
a fact.
That
That's
to
a
a high
fact.
level. We care more.
Some people do, but
No.
Okay.
Nobody would give
a lot of
I heard you say nobody gives a shit until a white person thumbs it up. Oh my God, we did not know. Well, shit, I've been saying that all the time, but it's been proven so many times. It's only until the white person said, yes, it has to be true. It has to be real.
It's a programming though. See, that's one thing that I'm going to say this here. The thing is, it's like this. We don't appreciate that every single one of us has a degree of just social programming. And some
We
of
do.
it we can consider is good, but some of it is bad. Whether it be the cheating, whether it be whatever it is, untrustworthiness, and we do compare ourselves to what we consider the winners, which is white people. And a lot of times we try to mimic what we consider as a winning group. We want to be equal to white people, and we try to do what they do. Just like B.M.T said, they got all sorts of little Nas X's, and here we get one, we go nuts. But we're supposed to be some superior morality type of group, but yet we always losing in our mind, basically. So, we can't say that we're not worried about what white people do, but what I believe more, in fact, we have been trained to kind of not even consider, oh, of course they do that. They're white. Well, white men have, he set your little community up and he kind of steals your money. He doesn't spend back in your community. And here's one black man or black people that do the same thing. They try to mimic the white guy. Well, they're the scum of the earth, of course. But at the same time, it's like we don't even see it when somebody else is doing that. That same thing. And like you said, we're just overly critical of ourselves.
I can discern the difference. I've had, and I'm fortunate enough to have the worldwide experience that I do. And I'll say this, with that in mind, having come from an all black neighborhood, all black every day, all black. And then I joined the military, right? And I'm exposed to other people who are not like where I came from. And I'm hesitant because all my life I've been told, watch out for those white folks, quote unquote. And what I have come to realize over serving and as well as years thereafter, we're all alike. We're all alike. Somebody is capable of being ratchet and somebody is capable of being excellent. We're all alike. It's just that we focus, we give ourselves as a people a hard time. Like we scrutinize the heck out of each other without
we don't have no more
and this
love
is
and
giving
grace.
BMT. This is giving BMT's introduction credit. We do over critique as if we're the only ones messing up in this world. We're not the only ones messing up in this world. It's just that the spotlight is focused on us. And so I just wanted to give BMT credit for introducing that perception, And shout out to the brother that just had left because he did say he got to recharge his batteries and stuff. BMT, have I said too much? Sometimes I talk a lot.
No,
Hello? Is anybody
we're
there?
here. Yeah,
Okay.
we're here. Yeah, I don't think you said too much. You did pretty good there. No, the only thing I think a lot of us just need to realize is that we live in a society that is actually the fundamental resources is controlled by a whole nother group.
And so we've had a lot of problems with that other group. So of course we're concerned about what those people think. It's just in our DNA. It's been several generations we've been in this situation. And so a lot of times when one of us or a few of us, let's say, do something that can be perceived as a problem or a mistake or some issue that's very public, we all tend to get worried because we all expect a reprisal. It may not ever happen.
Now
Yeah, it
we're
may not
talking.
ever happen in our personal lives, but it's just that culture has kind of kept flipping down the generations because, oh, such and such open up, a store and the white folks don't like it. Man, you need to stop, and here we go. Here's a riot, or here's, them, they ain't gonna let you do this. They not gonna let you do that. Everybody knows who they are. You don't even have to say their name because they remain unspoken. It is our fault. We got to be better than them. We got to be 10 times as better, work twice as hard to get half the results. I mean, we hear this every generation, decade after decade. It's a very similar story. So for us to say, yeah, we're those folks have an influence there. And my thing is this, as far as a solution to that situation, that takes another level of planning. But as far as the culture, like you were saying earlier, with the songstresses that are ratchet and things like that, those people have highlighted those particular. Uh, they have that music industry megaphone on lock. There's always going to be we always had the red light district. We've always had irresponsible men in our community, but before that they were highlighted, we socially punished them. We talked crap about them.
Right.
The red light district was over somewhere and the kids can't come in, and it was the Cotton Club or whatever, and people used to dance skimpy, and the kids didn't know nothing about that really. So we felt like it was better, but all of that stuff always existed. But somebody in a different society decided, you know what, we're going to focus on this. We're going to reward this kind of group of people, and we're going to punish these group of people. So we have the elevated women, the elevated men who are taking care of their family, doing the
The
right thing.
incentive switch has changed.
Right.
The
Just on
incentive switch.
megaphone.
Okay.
Right. They're not going to show those people. So basically, the people who are family people, just like the brother said earlier, the views, you're not going to get no views having elevated conversations. No, we don't want to show that. Everybody's on there arguing. Black folks can't get along. We cussing and arguing for no reason.
Like the
Ratchetry.
brother said, we want excitement,
Hundreds of
right?
views. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of cursing in this video. Let's go ahead and ratchet that up. Let's go ahead and spread that. Okay. So, that's as far as us who are actually solution oriented. I just think it's very important that we be aware of that stuff and don't let that demoralize us from what we're doing, because we're doing the solution. We're having those conversations, spreading that culture of trying to at least understand stuff and speak to each other, decently, and all of those regular
Yes.
normal things. That's it. This is what you do, and you just keep working it,
Yes.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
just
gonna
want to
get,
say real quick, not to mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Bishop.
Because I know I'm sitting
Go
on here
to
because it's
the.
kind of weird. I just want to say I love the content, and I love the fact that you guys are, trying to explain these issues and try to provide your own experience, and yeah, I do appreciate it.
No, I mean,
I mean, you too.
Yeah,
you're
because
welcome.
I love content, and I'm all over the internet, and I'll be going to like different panels and stuff like that. And I try to, and I do find that it's hard to, like, it's boring, like education. Like, say for instance, if I try to post something about like Malcolm X or something like that, it's not deemed as popular as the drama. So what I try to do is like try to mix it up and just try to find different ways to try to, like, bring my message out there. You get what I'm saying? And I do realize it's like a brother on one side of the fence, the educated brother, he got it all together. He's thinking logical. Then I also I noticed a guy that's on the other side of the fence, and he's kind of irrational, a victim of circumstances, possibly his environment. And and I try to understand all angles because we all are suppressed and nobody's better than anybody. But anyway, I just wanted to say that because I know I was just sitting up here,
No, you're good. I mean, like I said, we are slaves to what we feed into and what we want to see. Somebody said, like, I would hear some people say, well, there's no good women, but what are you doing? Well, I do everything right, but the good women don't see me. Well, have you spoken to them? I can't see you if you don't speak to me or you don't, come to me. Um, Same thing as a woman said, well, there's no good men out there. That I want to be protected, so I go get a thug. A good man will protect you because if he loves you and cherishes you, he's going to protect you. I don't get too caught up in that of the relationship context because those are individual aspects, like we was telling the brother before you, that people have to antiquate and work on themselves first and work out certain things in the level of themselves before moving on. We understand there are people here on Demon Time. They want to be entertained, but then they wonder why. They wonder why they are perceived a certain type of way, or actually encountered or looked at a certain type of way. You have to be very careful of that because this is why Black people, when it comes to that of speaking about stuff, are predominantly put into a hypersexual box, a vitriol box, or that of a composite box of victimization. Now, those three boxes are the lead sellers for Black people or minorities. Okay. Now, when you go look at, and I'm in the region where they say, well, you're talking about Black people. Yeah, because I'm in that box also. I don't take myself out of the box because that would mean I would have to deny myself. Okay. But I also understand I don't have to feed that type of concept. I've heard people tell me and Mike, why y'all talking about family? Well, it's crazy because y'all like to talk about patriarchy, but then when somebody's talking about family and from a healthy perspective of, yes, I am in charge, I am the head of my household, but I listen to my wife. What kind of bitch shit is that? That's a man listening to his wife because she's a part of me. She's also part of the house. She has a voice. I'm trying to teach y'all the concept of functionality. When you talk about these things, there's a right way and a wrong way of how people are perceiving thought. And that's why earlier, and I appreciate what Mela said, sometimes, I think it was Mela or Mike, I'm not too sure, when we had to say people are contorting YouTube with real life. And that's why when I was showing y'all that cheating video, I'm like, do y'all not notice the cameras so happen to be in the right angles at the right time, catching all the cheating? Or somehow all these girls are dealing with multi-millionaires and all this other shit, when damn well, when we walk around, we don't be bumping into millionaires like that. I can go walk through Walmart, walk through the street, the gas station, Circle K. I don't see none of these motherfuckers. So where are all these delusional black people that are being recorded like left and right? Even if I were to go to the lower income areas of Charleston, the blacks are not acting like that. They're not. They're going about their business. They might be working on the car. A few guys might be posted up, talking and everything. But if you don't cause no bullshit, they won't bother you.
And my thing is, we got a lot of great content creators. Like, I'm looking around, like, even though, like, say for instance, like, we talking about some bullshit, right? But I'm noticing, all right, maybe we just need a little shift of focus because, I mean, these guys know how to put a video together. These guys know how to, I mean, somebody, some people mumble, but I'm just saying the talent is there. I see the potential. So it's just like, I mean, on the lower scale, on the lower realm, yeah, I mean, maybe we do talk about some toxic stuff and indulge in this behavior, but it just takes a shift of focus. And I don't think it's going to take a politically correct person to lead the people. I think it's going to take somebody can relate to. They try
Lead
to
from
kill off
where?
all of our movements. Like, we have the Black Panther
Okay, but
movement.
let me ask you this. The first thing we always ask.
Yeah,
before
because
you
all
get
we
in the
looking up
car,
to is celebrities. Let's get that shit straight right now.
huh? I didn't hear you.
The positive influences, like I was reading up on one of these guys. They got a lot of rich Black people. They're just not in the media.
Okay. Now the thing about it is, the first thing you would always want to ask is what is your contextualized goal?
Well, everybody has their own fight. You get what I'm saying? So, like you said, you're a slave, so everybody's a slave to something. So, we are different people. So my fight particularly is the people that necessarily that I look like, and just the people that just like you see this guy, he looks great. You see this woman, she looks great, but she just had these toxic traits, and it's just like a little kink. And I wish that we could do better, because I believe that we got a lot of people that's average, and you know what I'm saying. So I just think that we need to work on the people that's less fortunate. And I used to be like, dog, why is, before my grandmother died, I was like, bro, mama, why is you giving these people money? You see they going in the dumpster, and you seeing that they go and get, like this stuff is obviously expired. And, she still give them a couple of dollars or whatever. But she was just saying, like, Black men have no safe haven. Black men have nobody to talk to as far as, when he fall or whatever like that. So I just, she was able to just put a few dollars in the pockets of people that they didn't have a door to knock on or whatever. Now you could say she was enabling them or something like that, but I was just saying she touched the hearts of a lot of people. So she kind of left me with that spirit a little bit, because I used to be the person that used to be like, bro, I just no. You get what I'm saying? But I mean, you can always leave somebody with some good advice. You don't have to always pay them, but a word, they'll lay down and think about that, or maybe later on in life. But yeah, so that's what my focal point is, like, just average individuals, or as some might say below average, whatever.
Okay. One of the things about it is, and thank you for definitely coming around. Like, one of the things about it is certain agendas, right? Like like some agendas that me and Mike have align, and they diverge, and then they intertwine. Okay. But we have some similarities. I remember when I first met Mike, we did not get along. We did not. But we understood certain principles, right? And that's the thing about it, whereas for me, I'm only speaking for me. I can't listen to nobody that is not equating to the same things I'm doing or I'm achieving. Not saying I won't hear them out, but follow, no, I cannot, because I'm leading a tribe. And that's the thing about it for Black men. What I'm hearing a lot of Black men and women, they're looking for something to guide them. And this is where sometimes, and me and I think Mike, we had to talk. I think you had a conversation about there has to be some type of leader. But if you don't know yourself and you don't know the value of yourself, how can you enlist yourself in that of a group that doesn't know your value? Because you yourself don't know it. You know what I'm saying? You just heard that Black woman say earlier, she went to Tanzania. She couldn't connect to her own people, but she's looking to connect to people of another group that have no affinity of loyalty or trust to her. And we've seen that time and time again, where men and women have come online to try to look for a banter group, exposing themselves, right, Mella? Exposing themselves mentally, physically, financially, and getting taken
I'm
advantage
sorry.
of.
I was talking to my mother. What did I miss?
No. Go ahead, babe. You're good there. But the thing about it is, it becomes dangerous when you're trying to look for something to connect to. Because when you do that, you have to expose yourself, right? So put it like this, and I'm going to go for the medical term. For them to connect a new organ to you, they have to open you up, which can lead to infection and possible death. I want you to understand this. This is why it's very careful what you allow to connect to. For a long time, Black people have been having an identity crisis. Are we
Okay.
Are we Black American? Are we African American? Are we Blackfoot? I've heard it all. I said, God damn it, nigga. Shit, no wonder why the LGBT run rampant around y'all. You goddamn, you having transfigured goddamn identity. And it gets dangerous because you know what that means? If you don't know who you are, anybody can what? Redefine you as a man and as a woman. So when you see men and women going into certain industries, whether it be jobs, whether it be music, acting, whether it be corporate America, blue collar. Look how this. We call a Black man born in certain poverty areas. What do we call him? A pookie. Why do you call him a pookie?
Ray is little cousin though. Ray. That's a dude that really be, he with the shits.
No, but he's making a good point. It's like,
Yeah, I
why
know.
do
I'm
we
just telling you,
stigmatize one another?
You right. You stigmatize that man, but then you'll feel a certain type of way on the 6 o'clock news when you hear the white man. So little Junebug, a gangbanger, mind you, they'll pull up his Facebook picture of him,
right?
Just probably holding a gun or probably just smoking a cigarette, and they will stigmatize you and implicate you. But if you learn to stop doing that yourself, yourself in your own, but I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say that B, because he was born in an area that has rundown cars, that he's lower educated.
Right.
I'm not going to say that. Most of our best prominent inventors, and we can pull it up, were from impoverished areas.
Right.
They had to make a better, like the iron board, electrical stuff, different other inventions. We had to make things to make our lifestyle better.
Right.
Some of your best athletes, we all like who? What's Deion Sanders? Deion Sanders ain't from a silver spoon background, and neither is LeBron. LeBron's from a single mother. But however, do you hear? He's a great family man. Deion loves his sons, but you might as well call one is a pookie because they ain't have a father like that. But they do. But we criticize each other so harshly. The white man's like, why do I need to whip you when y'all whip yourself better?
It's about trusting in your forward thinking.
Go ahead.
As forward thinking. Okay, let's wave that banner. Forward thinking. When you trust in your forward thinking, there is no oppression. Period. Because all you can focus on is your forward thinking. I'm saying this from experience. There was a time when media influences guided people's footsteps, right? We're listening to Jodeci. We are watching New Jack City. We have remembrances of Good Times and the Jeffersons,
Right.
so we were babysat by Sesame Street, for God's sakes, so here are these, this compilation of media influences, but there is something in that child that starts to develop forward thinking. And that is when you rise above the stigma. It's like stigma schmigma. I'm gonna get mine. And that's and that sense of determination comes from forward thinking. I would find that we all are capable of forward thinking. It's just that it's something exciting about dwelling on the dumb stuff that it's like it's something about the chaotic experiences of our past that's hard to let go. And what I'm asking you gentlemen, you guys, do you have any clue as to what it takes to let go of the past so
Yes.
that you can
Well,
fertilize,
not
cultivate, and
necessarily.
grow in your
Yeah.
forward thinking?
Well, you
Because
got to think about what you're saying. Let go in the past, right? So, and also to the point where B.M.T was saying earlier, like it's so many
I
subcategories.
mean
What
dwelling
the?
in it. I don't mean let it go like you
Yeah.
it never
Okay.
happened. I'm talking about dwelling in it like, as opposed to concentrating on what it takes to develop forward
Well, I
thinking.
think a lot. All right. So look, it's 2024, right? So say like 2023. A lot of these social issues are tied to oppression. You get what I'm saying? So like stigmas are still here. And I'm gonna give an example in New Orleans, right? So in Palestine, right, you got a lot of things that's going on across the seas. So it's a lot of controversy. You got a lot of black people out here. We have a lot of social issues. First of all, it's second class citizenry. Citizens, or however you say the word. You got a lot of people that's down here, right? Like, say for instance, underneath the bridge, like a lot of people of our color used to get arrested for sleeping underneath the bridge. Now you got a whole village of people. New Orleans is considered a sanctuary city of, let's say like Latino descent. They are, above the type of laws that we used to get, locked up on. And it's just a lot of things that people don't really see. That's not really privileged, as far as like the media and stuff like that, or everyday issues. So to your point, I feel like that's tied to like reality, the stuff that's like that toxic stuff that we talk about, that we watch, that we indulge in. I think that a lot of people kind of capitalize off of that, and they know how to market that, and they profit off
Mhm.
all of that. Let's not
Profit.
act
There
like
we go. Let's talk about profit because in
profiting off of
Chicago, since you
image.
want to talk about what you talking about,
Yes.
Chicago, there was a mayor, right? Instead of finding a solution for homelessness, she distributed tents. She distributed tents.
Which will create
Okay.
a bigger problem.
And it's like, let me get this straight. Chicago is not a poor city. Chicago can afford to house people. So your solution for people sleeping on the streets and being found dead winter after winter
Mm-hmm.
is we're going to give them sophisticated tents to live in parks and streets or whatever. And when you travel, you see these tents and it's like you look forward and you see these high rises, you see these abandoned structures that can be refurbished. It's so I said all that to say there is a such thing as selling out people, right? Selling out people for profit. It's like instead of her, like let's say for instance, she proposed some type of homeless solution and she was granted something from the federal government. I am inclined to believe that she decided to pocket what she received and came up with a cheaper solution that didn't solve anything.
Yeah,
And this
it's
is what so when it comes to the Louisiana issue that you were referring to, there are crooked politicians. That's the nature of politics. So it's gonna take somebody with a whole lot of integrity, a whole lot of stick to itiveness, a whole lot of I don't care if I die for this type of attitude to change something. And nobody's really presented themselves
well, the
to
thing about it,
care that much.
we have to find common ground. You know how you got to go to the store, you got to go get food, you got to go get some water, right? So we have to have some type of bridge to where you have to pass this point in order to get something, and this is where we're gonna meet. So we're gonna find it eventually, because that's just the evolution of man.
There was a time when dare I say the black church back in the 40s or whatever, they used to meet, congregate, absent the molestation and stuff. I'm not talking about the horrors of that people have experienced with the
Yeah,
black
Southern
church.
Baptist. That's kind of
I'm
deep in our souls as well. Like
Um,
that
yeah,
music.
yes, there are some horror stories behind that, but absent that, what I will say is that there is something significant to be considered about congregating weekly towards a goal, right? Um,
Right, right,
and
right,
we
right,
don't really get together in our individual neighborhoods like that for the most
right,
part. There
right.
there was a time like every um it doesn't have to be Sunday like the old church days. It could be just, hey, every Wednesday, no matter what, people in this particular square mileage area, we are meeting here and we're going to discuss and implement plans of betterment. That is
That
it.
that is so true.
And without that continuous uh presence amongst each other, there can be no development of
What
sense
stopped
of
that?
there can be no development of a sense of obligation. See, that's what that does. When you got to get to, when people, embrace you and hug you and happy to see you, and you all are sitting
That
there, even if
means
you don't eat
something.
nothing, right?
That means
it's
something.
it's like it's like, well, I'm feeling obligated to show up because of the encouragement, quote unquote. The
Yeah, we gotta be
encouragement,
all tough and
the
all of that.
encouragement
Yeah.
evolves into a sense of obligation, and that
And
obligation
confidence.
grows into participation of whatever it is that you all started to do. You know what I'm saying? And it gets to the point where it vibrates down to your own family. Like, it's like, you all better not embarrass me, because I'm a significant presence in this weekly group. So, you make sure that your children are up to par, so to speak. You make sure that your children have good grades that you can report to in your weekly
Right.
meeting. You make sure that your children are, something to announce with a sense of pride, and you pay attention to. But what I'm saying is, without a sense of introducing the encouragement to be obligated in forward thinking, shit is just like winging it. You're just winging
What
it.
what
It's the
what was
discipline
some of the
factor.
trends that diverted that the opposite way? What something that we used to be able to do in our own community, and what was
We
the
replaced
things
it with
that?
Soul Train.
Okay.
Instead of having this sense of congregating personally, we started watching Soul Train, and
Mm.
we thought that partying was more fulfilling than political knowledge. We thought it was more fulfilling than educational enlightenment. We thought it was more fulfilling than moral standards. We got distracted by media enticing us to think shaking our ass is the priority.
Mm.
Well, I always think family was
Let
the
me say,
priority
let
as
me
well.
mention something real quick. Let me mention something, because B.M.T said something earlier, how we had our thinking was, we're basically, we don't have the knowledge of self, of our identity crisis. To me, that is one of the fundamental ways we are subliminally attacked and split up and divided, because now I'm an Indian, I ain't black. Now I'm a Moor, I ain't black. Now I'm an African, I ain't black. Now I'm whatever, I'm this and this and that. And if you got to argue amongst your community about who your fundamental is, because you're trying to be included in everybody else's
Right.
outside group. You're trying to go to Africa, and I'm gonna be a Tanzanian because my DNA said I'm of the Igbo tribe, and you ain't no Igbo no more. You are a Black American.
well, I researched my ancestry, and it looked like we was the Chippewa tribe of the Mississippi, Choctaws. You not that no more. You Black American. Well,
That's
that
a
ain't good
great
enough.
point,
That's
brother.
that's
That's a great
boring.
point now. That's a
That's
great point.
boring. But then 100, 200 years from now, kids
We'll
gonna be
look
if
back
we
and
if
they'll
we
be like, "Where
we
you
be like,
from?"
oh, I'm one of them Black Americans. They had all the
Exactly.
jazz. They invented hip hop. They did all the inventions.
We
They
have
did all of
culture.
this stuff. I'm one of them. Nah, you ain't. You an African. No, I ain't.
See what I'm saying?
See, we don't
The
appreciate what
influence,
we are,
the
and so
influence.
we don't want to get together because we're arguing about. Well, I ain't y'all no more.
But you
Well,
see,
I'm a
right when you
Hebrew.
break it down, it makes
One at a
sense. When
time.
you
One at a
break it
time.
down.
we're being misinfluenced.
But see,
Period.
That's why I'm careful of when I hear people running around trying to claim, like, when I get disgruntled when I talk to a woman and I say, "Oh, so what are you?" "Oh, I'm a Peruvian Dominican." "You're Black. Just say you're a Black woman. It'll be a lot easier." "No, I'm not." "Okay. But when it comes time to put down on them paperwork, you'll check that box, won't you?" "Okay." Listen, same thing I deal with men. "No, I really ain't." Like, it's always this transfiguration of not choosing. Now, granted, when it comes time for certain livies, right? Because we were talking about other groups that do come here, they don't mind checking your box of your ancestry shit. Okay? They don't mind doing that. You know why? But they're like, well, if you won't use it or you won't claim it, then we'll use it. We'll use your talking points. We'll use your strategies. We'll use
So
your
benefits, baby.
now. So right. So, but then you'll be like, oh my God, how are they coming here doing these things? Well, hold up. You denounced yourself. So when you denounce yourself, is anything owed to you? Well, we built the pyramids. Hold up, nigga. You was over here. You wasn't over there when they built those pyramids. Stop that. Let them have that. You got this. You built the White House. There's no shame in that. You did the cottons. You did the gins. You did all the other stuff. We did a lot of damn shit here. I'm not ashamed of any of our contributions that we did in science, math. I'm not. Why would I be ashamed?
No. Are you considering the affirmative, how we just let affirmative action get out of pocket? Like it was in the intent was designed for Black people, but for whatever reason, some clever devil said instead of using Black, use the word minority, and that changed the game with that affirmative action legislation. If it were not for that word minority, Black people could still take advantage of affirmative action.
Okay, so when it comes to that, but
We let things slide.
Right. Now, when it comes to that, we traded Black for inclusivity. We wanted to be included. Now, to be included, we would have to drop Black and become minority. I understood, and because we look at things we do as an inferior model, and that's very potent because other groups don't look at what they do amongst each other as inferior. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, trust me. That's how they're making up and filling in the gaps because they will rather deal with each other. Call it racist, call it segregation, call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's called power. Power that they don't want to let out of the jar to share with nobody else. That's why I get annoyed. No disrespect to anybody. I don't do Black and brown because there's no Black on Telemundo. It's brown on Telemundo doing brown shit. I know we all keep talking about the Africa boat trip, but at that point, guess what? I live with mama, you were living with daddy. We were under two different households, and guess what? One was getting whacked by dogs and German shepherds. The other one was in the sugarcane fields. I'm sorry, We diverge at some point. My woman is told she's a man. Your woman's told she's a fiery siesta. My men are told that they're not good enough. They're emasculated. They're butt broken and shit. Y'all motherfuckers are goddamn cartelline, or whatever kind of silver foxes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting the same treatment. We haven't been getting the same treatment.
What I'm offering to say, right, is that affirmative action legislation, somebody got punked. Okay, somebody got punked. Any of that, whoever initiated that legislation didn't stand on business. They did not stand on business because it was initially written for Black people exclusively. And then they said, no, I think it would be better to use the word minority. And instead of standing on business, they punked out, believing that their threats of dissolving that introduction would actually happen. I don't know why they punked out. I don't.
No,
and that's what I want to investigate.
No,
I guess for the next week. It's like, why in the world would they think that it's a perfectly good it's perfectly good, it's accepted, they just want you to put on the dress, okay? Put on the dress. And that's when they change that word to minority, it's equivalent to what Dave Chappelle said, or whoever comedian was talking about putting on a dress. It's like at some point you gotta, as these young people say today, stand on business. It's like, no, I said what I said. This legislation is for Black people exclusively. And so here it is, fast forward, decades later, you got Asians getting exclusivity. You have Hispanics getting exclusivity and other ethnicities getting exclusivity. But when we had the chance to introduce all types of access to kick open the damn gates of opportunity, who punked out?
Well, here's the thing.
Who did it?
Well, here's the thing about
And
it.
that's the research I want to hear.
Well,
okay? I want to hear who was responsible for changing that legislation from being exclusively Black people to minority, because that's what messed us up.
So here's the thing about it, Miller. And it hurts. But we sold ourselves out a long time ago. It wasn't something that because understand this. Imagine this being our house.
We have to think more of ourselves, and we have to.
I hear
we
you,
have
Mel.
to.
I hear you, Mel.
We have to think more of ourselves instead of just settling for, crumbs.
Mela, I hear you. I do. But I'm also saying, if you didn't build it, you don't have no control of it. If you didn't
Can
build
you restructure that sentence, please, so it sounds optimistic?
Okay. I asked somebody to build us a house. I asked somebody to let us stay in that house. Can I demand that person that has the deed and that has built the house and knows the makeup of the house to force us to stay?
I'm sorry, what?
Listen to what I said. And brothers, y'all allowed to interject if y'all want to. I asked somebody to build us the house. I asked somebody to write us the deed to the house. And I asked the person to allow us to stay in the house.
So basically, you depended on them instead of doing anything yourself that you could control.
And there you
That's
go.
what you're saying?
And that is the flaw. When you asking somebody to write the bill for you, right? Because understand this. I'm going to use the Montgomery boycott, right? I'm going to use that. Use the history. They became afraid of the blacks when they could not control the black what? Dollar. We cracked the code. It's like we hit the sweet spot and hit a strike because we stopped spending on everybody else. We just started spending on ourselves. Were you going to beat the Negroes to get on the bus? Were you going to beat the Negroes to buy at your shops, to buy your food and all stuff? We just said, fuck it. We were just spending on us and deal with us. Now, they couldn't force us, so what did they have to do? They had to write out a deal. They had to go break her a deal. This is not something that we have to guess.
They had to make a deal.
They had to make a deal that if it did not sound valid, well, fuck it, we go right back to us. That was the time when we actually said, fuck your bus, fuck your money, fuck your store.
We'll sustain ourselves. Thank you very much.
Now, when you're doing that, I can do bad all by myself, right? See, when people say I can do bad all by myself, I may not have to like Mike, B, or Mella, but guess what? I'm going to just spend with them. Fuck y'all. But guess what? We have this good water rather than that well pump water. Oh, well, but guess what? I will spend on our well. I will spend on our.
But your well has black on it. They have your well has colored on it.
I will drink
and
this
their
water.
well has good old
I
nice
will
and
drink
white
this
on
water
it.
with lime drops in it, and I will learn to like it.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
I will learn. See, here's the thing about it. We learn how to tolerate and deal with each other down to the metric level.
Man, you ain't lying. Adjustment is a heck of a thing.
So there was a line of order. Whoa. What are you doing, B? Well, shit, I'm going to go over there and mess with Mella. Oh, bro. We got limited resources. You're not fucking it up. Now go sit your ass down over there. Or you got a job? Well, I'm getting you one.
But Shamela got the good stuff. Mella got the good stuff. She got, everything nicely decorated and it looks all fresh and new.
Well, when you go get your shit together, then you can go to Mella's store. When you get your shit together. And see, that was the underlying pressure that you can make a diamond with enough pressure. We were making diamonds when we had pressure on us. We made amazing things because we had pressure on
turning coal into diamonds.
So you got to understand that when you put pressure, something about when you put pressure on black people, I'm sad to say, but we do good under pressure.
You ain't lying.
Trump.
But the problem is this, that we feel like,
I don't like pressure.
Else.
And another thing, why we always
I don't like
when we
pressure.
should be going to the United Nations?
I don't like being uncomfortable. I just, and maybe it's because I've been exposed to better stages of living in my life. It's like once you've tasted. Okay, I'm gonna say something corny, right? Once you've tasted the difference between grocery store olive oil and olive oil from Italy, you know the difference and you never forget it, right? And so there's always this sense of depravity because you can't go back to experience what you believe is authentically right for you. And I said all that to say this: when we don't know what's good for us, we're going to be content in squalor and subjugation. And this, it wasn't until our people were allowed to read that we became more enlightened. Like, just imagine.
And I'm gonna
what
take it
it's
further
like.
than that too, as well. Not to mean to cut you off. That's what makes us so great and so diverse, because it's different tribes. You're probably a part of like an upper echelon tribe. It's different tribes. We have so many different types of people in America.
Do you
get
know
what I'm saying? You
like
dating
to
on
not-
your level. Don't try to date this woman if you ain't got your shit together, or you
Right.
want to date a person that is
Date your own level.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's different tribes.
And see, that was the thing. Like, I understand. I get what you're saying, Mella. I do. And there's a level of pressure of I won't go back. That's why I get upset when I hear well-to-do black folks are reaching back, talking about hood this, hood that, ghetto this, nigga that. Like, no. You're not on that level. You're not on second grade anymore. You're in the middle school, going into high school level. So why are you trying to reach back to see? You know why they call it hood rich? Because you can go stunt with the niggas. When you have a nice car and you're paying your bills and you have a nice house, in that environment of that suburb, you're not doing anything special. You're doing what the fuck you're supposed to do. But on with the hood niggas, I got my baby mama. I got a car or two. I got me bands. Why don't you have a bank account? That's what I told one dude. Why don't you have a bank account? Put that money in the bank. What? You see all this money I got in my pocket?
Have you talked to Chase lately?
I mean, why, why don't you put that money away and invest it properly? Why is she only your baby?
And shout out
so
to all
worried
the
about this
black
woman.
banks that exist in America. Get a account. There are lots of black banks in America.
Now, I also tell a lot of men, you so worried about that woman, right? That's your baby mother. Why didn't you marry her yet? Well, I don't want to be subjected under the system. Well, hold on. What? You're already in the system. Nigga, what else? You already done put her in this goddamn system when she got a baby.
Right.
So,
Why do they pull that? Why do they pull that?
it
That's
means-
crazy to me.
But the thing about it is you're having to turn. It's like when you're having a nut and you have to turn it to make it tighter, you have to put pressure on it. And you have to you're expecting a certain level. You're expected of a certain level. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like Mike comes home and says, I got an A. Okay. Now the next time I ask him is, can you maintain that A? Can you keep that A? Can you get all A's? Well, dang, I just got an A. That's a lot for me to have to do. Well, the game of life didn't stop. You got to keep on going. And see, that's the thing about it. It's not like we didn't know. And I understand that, yo, man, that's a lot to keep up. See, that's why it's easy to be a nigga. Because nobody expects anything of the nigga. Nobody expects a nigga to be anything.
You better
That's
preach.
deep.
You
That's
better
deep right there.
preach.
So it's
Okay.
it's easier for me to call myself a nigga and be the best nigga I can be. So I get vexed when, mind you, when I hear a well-to-do black person saying, I'm doing the best I can. So you must be a white boy. Huh? Why can't he just be a well-to-do black person? Why can't he just, you make it seem like we can't be doing good for ourselves. I get it. We have some issues, but we are doing good. No, he want to be like the white folks.
Well, but see, B.M.T, think about this too. Another thing is, that's what we was talking about a little bit earlier too. Like, listen, if you're dealing with an outside projection system who's equating all of your group to like the worst performers, like we don't equate all white people to trailer parks. That's just a section of white folks. And even them, like, I don't know if you've been over there to the middle of Kansas and all that kind of crap.
Oh yeah, I've been over there.
In Indiana, that stuff. They don't even show that stuff. West Virginia, they don't show them. They're there. I mean, sometimes every now and then they'll show them, but they don't equate. But we're equated to the worst performers. Who everybody has bad performers in their group. Okay, so everybody has bad behaviors, but it's like that's all y'all. And that's what I mean. Like we cannot internalize the media projection. Now, of course, if you in China and you looking at black media, you're like, okay, all of them are like this. But if you're a black person, you grow up around different people. You see black people go to work every day. And then you see some people who are
We see decent black folks every day.
But we still trying to pretend like, oh, y'all all hood and this and this and that. I mean, like, let's literally in the depths of the hood, you see decent black people.
Now, Mike, what do you think of this right here? They have this is supposed to be one of the latest videos where has a white boy, he goes to the hood with all these hardcore gang members and stuff, and it says, "Teach me how to drill," from the block performance, and it has Fabio Foreign, and it has a white boy who he wants to learn how to drill in the hood, and they're telling him about how they pop perks, and he's asking, "Can I say the N word? Can I y'all ever hear the song?"
This is the same pattern.
Now,
and that's why we got to learn history, because this is how we lose every generation. Now, true enough,
It's their
drill.
nature to infiltrate.
Well, that's what these people do. He's learning something. You see, they're executives. We can't imagine, because they make us devalue ourselves so much. We can't imagine that these people who we look at as, they're the winners, they're white and they got all this money and they got all this stuff. They ain't worried about us. They ain't worried about all the little stuff that we
white
go
boy
through.
not worried about them niggas. He is definitely not worried about them.
They go, no, what I mean is, when I say worried about it, they're not even concerned about, but what these folks do, they literally have people that watch the trends of black folks. Right. They are paid to do this, because they are actually in their community. And like you said, like, we're not sitting up here watching Latinos people and what they go through and what they talk about online. We're not watching Asian people and what they're talking about online. We're not watching white people really and what they're talking about to each other and about their own group of people online. But they're watching us. They're looking, black people got a new music out. They got a new music out. Oh, they're drilling.
Yes.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah,
Let me
the
go
whole
down
world
there, because
watching.
they're not scared of you. They pretend like, oh, y'all so
They're
dangerous
not
and y'all there.
yeah,
They go
you're
right
right.
down there. Hey man, all they gotta do, they know the style of the Negro. He will
They
be
just show
impressed.
up with some trinkets that
All you
that
gotta
that
do,
impress them,
the
and
same
next thing
way
you
they
know, they
did.
welcome into the fold.
That's how they got you in Africa. That's how they got you in Native America, and wherever you from.
Showing
All they
up with
gotta
some
go up
trinkets.
there and start acting like you. They mimic you.
I thought we wanted
They
them
start
here.
acting like you.
I thought we
Well,
wanted
yeah.
them here.
See, that's what it is, because they teach you inclusion. See, but they don't do that. Like you said, the thing that we call racism is actually just conserving your power. That's what every group of people does. But we don't do it because we say, oh, no, that's bad. That's racism. No, you're supposed to protect your culture stuff. Now, the negative
Why
little
don't
part
we
of,
believe in protecting
because it's
ourselves?
racist. It's
Now,
racist.
Bella, you heard
That's racist.
You heard in that video what that black man had to run, that other black man, whether we call them girls prostitutes or whatever the hell they call them, that other black man knew quickly. He said, wait, the minute you touch this culture's woman, they coming.
And that's the signature of every strong group of people. The men are able to protect the women and children. Any group of around this planet, if it's a strong group, they're going to be protective of their women and children. That is just a fundamental part. Any group of people who don't care nothing about, oh, you go ahead, access my women, go ahead, access my children. That is a broken group of people. They are weak.
You got to demonstrate devotion for your own in order to build a legacy. You have to do that. You have to demonstrate devotion for your own. Okay? And that's the difference. We don't demonstrate devotion for our own.
And that's what's got to be changing. That's what's got to change. And it's not easy, because it's not something that is you can't go by feelings, because the trend is our what they call culture is to abandon your own. Because as soon as we can, we go.
Devotion is a demonstration. It's an act.
You gotta actually force yourself against what your trend would be. I would
impulse. You have to
impulse.
go
Yeah, that's a
past,
better word.
you have to go against your impulses and maintain that devotion. And a lot of us are being distracted from that concept, in my humble opinion.
No, it's the thing about it, like you said.
But like I was saying, BMT, that man right there is just stealing authenticity.
That's
Yeah,
what
it
they
seems to
do.
me that he can't sell his own artwork, so he goes to try to
He's an
export his own culture.
extractor.
But see, I'm not mad. I'm not. Listen, I can't get mad at him if they invited him in. You can't
Well,
get
that's
mad at
their
the brother.
culture. That's his culture. He's supposed to steal. It's just like if I was a white man, I come over there, BMT. Hey, brother BMT, I got some dreads like you. I think I got Gullah Geechee in my family. Can you help me be a part of the tribe and let's see
I learned
what
what the
y'all
Holy
do?
Trinity is, and I want to cook something with you.
And
You
of
know,
course, it comes with an
they
incentive.
come in all types of ways to discover what makes you you, so that
Exactly.
and so that they. How can I put this?
They
I
can have
don't.
authenticity in it.
Yeah, and eventually our uniqueness gets diluted. Is what I'm trying to say. Our uniqueness gets diluted with every infiltrator we welcome. Period.
And we don't see that. We think, oh, that's
Of
diversity.
course, we don't see that
That's diversity, though.
because
That's
we
diversity is
already
good.
don't think we're enough. We've been
Mm.
convinced that we've been misguided. I'll put it that way. We've been misguided for a
But
very,
who's
very,
guiding us?
very long time.
That's a deep thing.
Well, the guidance started with well, survival, right? Survival. Let's break it down to America. You know, I'm not talking about the pyramids and we was kings and all. I'm not. Let's break it down to America. When you get here as a kidnapped individual, right, and having a sense of survival, you adapt, and you adapt in a way that stunts your sense of forward thinking, right? It's like I gotta concentrate on how I'm gonna make it tomorrow. So you're captivated by just that singular
Right.
thought. Like I gotta make it to tomorrow. I gotta make it. Yeah, I can't see better days unless I make it through the night type of mentality, right? So
Right.
then one particular generation has it a little bit more easier per se, where they afford themselves this insight to, wow, there's something better out there for me.
Right.
I'm going to pursue it. And they concentrate on it, and they eventually, maybe not in their lifetime, but influencing others with that same sense of inspiration, and it goes on and on and on. And here we are hundreds of years later, still trying to recognize that we are enough. We were kidnapped, like our ancestors were kidnapped. No matter what black tribe sold something to the white man, no matter whether or not white man did it, we came here involuntarily. And what's being construed now, from what I understand, is that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, and so I'm concerned about the future. I'm concerned about, whether or not we're going to force. That's the word I'm going to use. Whether or not we're going to force that we have a place that deserves prosperity here. Period. Exclusive to all others. We have to force with a capital F, okay, that we are to be distinguished as an exclusive group that deserves prosperity, and you're going to give it to us, period, or all this shit can burn down.
Right.
And unless we have that sentiment it's difficult to congregate together to enforce that. And a lot of us who are privileged enough to have solid incomes, right? We're like, okay, as long as mine is okay, as long as
Right.
mine is okay, we're not really interested in what it takes to actually make that force occur. Because it's going to take force, and not necessarily physical, violent force, but some type of force. Even if we play the game of politics, it's going to take some type of force. Like, look, this is what you're going to do, period. It's not up for negotiation. This is what you're going to do. And you have to force that. You know what I mean? So do we believe we have power or not? And the problem is, I am wondering whether or not we collectively as a people believe that we have power. And you know, so it in the terms of how we talk to our offspring, when we say things that are pessimistic, like, you know, you got to watch out for them white people, you know, you got to, you know, like, you know, talking to our offspring as if they have to watch out for the boogeyman is oppressive. It's oppressive. Like let
Right.
us not talk to our offspring as if they got to watch out for the boogeyman. I think that's a start, because I don't know if we'll see it in our lifetime. I don't. What I do know is that things go forward. Like I was saying about the first kidnapped ancestor that was only focused on survival. God bless you. The thing that happened eventually as they stabilized themselves on surviving, the offspring had it a little bit more comfortably to where they had enough time to reflect or imagine or be inspired with the concept that there's something better for me out there. And then that goes to their offspring and their offspring. And what I'm saying is, our words matter when we talk to our children. Our words absolutely, positively matter. If we talk to our children as if other ethnicities are the boogeyman, we will let us hope that we are not destined to be afraid to 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 excel. Um, you know, I'm really passionate about children and how they think about themselves, and that's why I did that. That monologue, because
No, you're fine with that. I don't got a problem with that. But I'm like this. But listen, and I'm glad that we had a good discourse. That's why I just let it rock. That's why I just let it flow. Um, the thing about it is, one, I was told to be afraid of the police. I was told that as a kid. And I was told to be afraid of, watch out for this, watch out for that. And you know, my dad was like, "Hey, don't be bringing that shit around my son. Don't be telling my son to be afraid, be afraid, be afraid."
There you go.
Like my dad told him, don't ever do that. Like, don't be afraid of these people. You know what I'm saying? He said, if that's the case, why don't we go be those same people? Well, they're the system. Well, we got to go. Well, then go please. Do y'all know in certain communities they will put one of their own to be a police in that environment? It's not like we couldn't do it.
Oh yeah, the sellouts, yeah.
But see, now here's the thing about it. Now here's the thing: when the Irish get a cop, do they call them a sellout, or do they call that they? But mind you, there's a movie. It's with Matt Damon. It's with Matt Damon, where the Irish, to get in the system to be able to control it, they started sending their own into the system.
The Departed, Leonardo DiCaprio.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was one of the best movies ever
And
made.
mind you, that was actually a real life scenario.
Oh,
because
I gotta watch that.
what? Oh, that's a
Oh
real
my
good movie.
God.
Listen. And the thing about it was, you could never. You think they were going to give? You think they were going to doom and gloom their own?
It's real life.
Right. Now, the thing about it is this, and I'm going to pull it into perspective. How did y'all feel when y'all saw those black men beating that other black man to death? Those black police officers beating that other black man to death. It hurt, didn't it?
You're talking about in Tennessee? Which
No.
one was
I
that?
think with the black man and those 4 police officers were beating him to death. I
I
think
ain't
they
gonna
all
lie,
got
brother. I don't
y'all in
even watch
trouble now.
videos like that. I didn't see
What's
it.
it about in like a relationship?
Well, I
That
didn't. Yeah, I didn't look at necessarily the video, but I know what you're talking about, and I do think that it's just like that's the reason why the slave master started getting a black man to do the whipping for him, because even though they make it seem like during these enslavement times that we were just pure, they didn't have nothing to fear. But yeah, we used to do a lot of get back on these little what they call slave masters and all that type of stuff.
Okay.
So
So here
they
we go.
had to be careful on how they dealt with us. So yeah, they'll use another black person to do the job because they know that your focus is going to go to them. So,
Now,
'cause they know
right.
what that does.
It wasn't Memphis. Now, yeah, these are the men right here. So what is crazy about it and hurts, because these 5 men have the power of life and death in their hand to literally to allow this man to live. Thank you, Stephen Davis. And they didn't have to take that man's life. Even though he pleaded, ran, and they caught him and they still beat him some more, they could have stopped. They could have done. They could have actually.
it was over a
stopped.
woman, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, too, but yeah, that's what they later on found out. But a lot of times, those were younger cops too. They were saying how the police chief had this kind of policy that some overly policing on they overly police on black people because we pay a lot of fees. When they put you in jail, they put working people in jail. You got to pay all sorts of fees, even if you get out. And a lot of times they use those younger cops because. And sometimes those younger cops, if they're not watched, they don't realize how easy it is to beat somebody to death. So they may not have actually been thinking that they was going to kill them, but you got 5 people that want some, what I'm saying? Plus you got the authority. And then one of them, like she was saying, had some issue with the girlfriend. There was some issue, I think that. And so they targeted this guy.
And
Yeah.
he
So
got
yeah.
his boys together,
Yeah, and
and
they stood up there and
let's
beat
get
him,
him.
and they end up beating the boy to death. He ended up dying.
No.
I'm not necessarily convinced that them cops wanted to actually kill him.
I'm not. Yeah,
The-
but I'm not on the killing. I'm not.
right.
What happened
Yeah, I
happened.
know what
Now,
you're saying though.
the thing about it is, I'm gonna say this: is that listen, man. When I go out there and I got to pull armed security at clubs and different other venues and stuff, I understand the level of power I have when I put that badge, that vest, and those sidearm and them weapons in my car. I understand the power that I'm carrying. I understand that what the levels of professionalism I'm expected to carry, right? So notice I said expected to carry a certain level of professionalism. Whether I get angry or not about how Mella and Mike have came up to the door, I still need to have a level of professionalism and attitude. And
Okay,
sometimes
well, what governs your restraint? So that's really the detail in my mind. What
I can
knowing
do
that you have all this power, what governs your restraint from exercising that power unnecessarily?
But I'm not going to go full on into. But I want to save that for another conversation also, which we can still do that. But I'm answering on that one. because a lot of black people
It's your character.
No, Mel, I want to say this. Because a lot of black people, men and women, are starved out of power, when they get it, not knowing what to do with it can be intoxicating. Because now you can control the keys of life or death. I've seen that with men and with women. I've heard that with women. Tell that, listen, I could call your PO officer and have your ass locked up. Why would you say that to him? Better yet, bro, you just need to stay the fuck away from her. You gonna tell? Yes, because you're playing with this man's life. Or I see when brothers get a gun in their hand, or they have a woman or something like that. People look at certain leverages as power moves, rather than just know that I have another placement on the board. How much can I control? How much can I? That's why this word submission was so intoxicating to a lot of people of submit. See, it's all fun and games when you're saying the submit word, but it's a different word. It's a different meaning when somebody said, put your hands on your head, get on your knees and put your hands up. See, wait, what would I do? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear all that shit. It's a different thing when somebody can slam a gavel and have control of how many years you do. It's a different thing when somebody says you get to live or you die. There are different forms of submission, and it's never cool when it's pushed upon you. That's why I tell a lot of black people, be careful how you treat your own, because then other people can understand and dictate how they treat you. The guy Tim Scott, the monk, the goddamn kumbaya Negro Shine, who he wants blacks to listen to him, but look how he attacks blacks on the open platform. Same way as they talk about Thomas Sowell, or I know a lot of people like to say, black people, why don't y'all respect Ben Carson? Now, Ben Carson is a smart man, but I'm gonna say fuck Ben Carson, because Ben Carson does not have no respect for that of the tributes his people have done.
I used to like Ben Carson because he used to. He actually came to my school one time, but I can't cape for him no more because of what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're right.
no, and I feel you with that, Mike, because the stuff he says about slavery was a choice. It was we came over here as immigrants. Nigga, ain't nobody was saying, hey, can you turn the ship around? I don't think I like my cruise line voyage.
It wasn't a cruise.
Like, and damn sure we wasn't on no cruise ship. We damn sure weren't getting but see, that's what I'm saying. Like, some people so badly want some type of leverage or power is by any means necessary. Even though that they had a platform, to do right by their own.
That statement, slavery was a choice. Like what's behind? Who says that? Like, what's behind that?
Yeah, he need validation from somebody else to make him feel good.
Look at
Well, they say Kanye West said that, but if you go back to it, he didn't actually say that.
No.
He might as well have.
No. They actually. Now, here's the thing. But I'm glad you brought that up, Mike and Mella, because this is why. I had to go back and look at it also with Kanye. I'm not even caping for him either. But I did see that they actually edited and clipped what he said about slavery. They did clip it. And they did rearrange it to make it seem like he was pandering. But when I actually got to hear what he did say, I'm like, holy shit. That's why I got to be before I
say. Okay, in context, as best as you can recall, what did he say?
Basically, nowadays, if you want to be a slave, now is a choice.
Right. He was
now.
talking about it.
Current times. Okay.
Like, and the thing about it was, again, they placated him to separate him to where when he said that, guess what the white people did? Come with us, Kanye. We got you. Sit with us, Kanye. You sit right there by Candace Owens. We got you. Now, that was a quick slide Fox move. God damn it. Because see,
Yeah,
Other
those voice clips are something else.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, they
I've
know how to separate. Listen,
I've been an item of a voice clip or two myself,
so
and
you
it was
understand
taken
how
out
to
of
play,
context.
right?
Yeah.
So you understand that I've had that happen to me too, Mello. Well, I got up here. B.M.T, I heard you said this. Did you listen to what I said? Do you watch what I say? No, I don't need to. We already had.
They just heard that little voice clip, and that's all.
That's
So
all.
they started
I
to
mean, shit.
establish, some type of judgment. Yeah.
But see, the thing about it is, we were groomed to be whipping boys on our own selves. So rather than find out what happened, it must have been the nigga. It must have been the nigga. That's
It
why
must have
sometimes when I see
been.
it, when the police
Yeah.
come on scene, they walk straight up to the black folks. Oh, why are you walking straight up to the black folks? Well, we were called on the scene. Motherfucker, you don't see that white bitch sitting right there? Like, do you not notice somebody out of the painting?
Invisible. White people, what they do is invisible.
Well, what's she do? Well, the motherfucker's on fentanyl. You don't see her got no damn clothes on. We the ones that called her. Get the naked white woman out the parking lot.
Run, Jonathan Majors. Run, Jonathan. Run, Jonathan Majors.
Man, he was running.
I get you, but see, the thing about it is, they're quick to let you go. Other groups can use you, get what they need from you, spit you out. That's why when Diddy thing happened, I mean, when I talked about it, I said the other groups and other elements had no problem cutting ties with Diddy. He served his purpose. Okay, but black folks, no. They already got what they needed out of him. Again, R. Kelly could only do what R. Kelly was doing so long as he didn't touch a white person or anybody else. You can fuck up your own. We don't give a fuck about that. Y'all niggas kill each other. It's only until you bring your purred black ass over to my community.
Okay.
Then I gotta fuck you up.
Are you saying that Diddy is only going through this because somewhere behind the scenes he violated someone outside of being black?
Well, he violated other things with other people. See, like the Ciroc thing, he messed with the Latins' money, those Russians' money, with their drinks. So guess what they did? They tapped his ass. With those other people, see, understand this. How is it possible all this stuff about Diddy is coming out? Not saying, listen, I want y'all.
Yeah, now, like he's been doing this for decades, and like all of a sudden now it's erupting.
Sudden, in like 1 to 2 months, bing, 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 bing,
yeah,
bing,
like
I'm
what?
like,
Yeah,
God damn, like
kind of like Bill Cosby, right? It was like apparently he's been doing that for decades, but all of a sudden, when he wants to buy NBC, he's going to jail.
When they ready to get rid of you, when they ready to touch you, when the right people see, and I'm gonna show you with the Cat Williams. Cat Williams knew who to talk about, and he knew not to talk about. Why? Because you say the right man's name.
He mentioned pretty much everybody, didn't he?
Oh no, he ain't talking about no white man. Pay attention. When Monique talked about the white man touched her. Somebody called my name.
Which one she mentioned?
Oh, see, when Monique was talking about how Netflix is unfair, how the Netflix executives don't.
Oh, Amy Schumer or whatever. She mentioned because when it comes to those people, right? When you start to intermingle those people into a sense of investigation, yeah, things happen.
Yeah, you see, and you got to understand. And still, you got they'll clap at you. The dean of Harvard
Did y'all notice how cleverly I phrased that?
I did like that. I like that a lot. Very, very good with your wordplay, Mella. And so you gotta understand, and that's why Steve. A lot of people say, "Steve, you're wrong. Why are you trying to silence her?" Steve understood. You see where we at, Monique? We on national television, sitting in front of all these white women, talking about their men. Do you think you're gonna run and be free, nigga, on this plantation? And you think they're gonna chop your feet? All of a sudden, Monique's money started getting chopped. Those groups don't mind Cat Williams acting a motherfucking fool. So long as he attacks them niggas, he's fine.
You got that right, yeah.
So long as he attacks them niggas. Hang on, let me. But I like teaching a potency of a thing because do unto the niggas, but don't do unto us. The minute and the minute he started addressing them, they started getting at him. They'll touch him. Now, a lot of people say, "Nah, that's not true, B.M.T. That's not true." He
Kanye, right? He started comparing himself to Jesus and Hitler, and next thing you know, he's declared insane.
Now, see the thing, but see that's the thing about it is, okay. Now what? Now, hang on. Let me grab a video of something.
Well, that's why that white guy can go down to the middle of the hood and get welcomed like that, because they've created that culture where they're invisible. What they do is it's not even thought about by us, but it's like we're supposed to attack each other. So it's down from the Hollywood situation all the way into the streets. It filters down to the street.
Right. It's like you don't have to worry about what they. So long as you don't say shit about us, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And so long as.
And that's power, baby.
Nah, he did. Well, that's the misleading you were talking about. To me, that's misleading. That's where our leadership is. You know what I'm saying? We're being led by some outside source, in my opinion. That's how I look at it.
I asked my grandmother once, would you rather be loved or feared? She said, I'd rather be feared. And that's what those people have established. They've established the existence of being feared. It's like people have to skip around even talking about quote unquote them. You got to skip around that. And that is a very powerful position when you can control whether or not somebody expresses themselves. That is power, baby. And
now,
so
should we allow that though? Should we submit to that?
Well, you have to consider your plan and strategy in which to fight against it. You have to consider it strongly because it is power. How are you going to conduct the strategy and execute it to work? Like power is power. Like, there's a such thing as not being able to deny power, right? There's a such thing as that. Like when we're faced with something that is powerful, it has to be acknowledged. It's not invincible necessarily. And see, that's the hope in it all, to understand that it's not invincible. And once you convince yourself that just because it's powerful doesn't mean it's invincible, then you're working with something. You're working with something. Just convince yourself that it's not invincible.
Well, somebody did mention that. No, somebody mentioned that he did mention Weinstein, but Weinstein was already thrown to the wolves.
Yeah, he's already been thrown to the wolves.
So it's okay to mention them.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let me play this from my homie Sly. I played this on my video earlier, but listen to the context.
Club Shay Shay is going to be in a dimension it's never been. The greatest thing floating in 2024. Mark the words. In a whole different realm of business. Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth. Oh yeah. Watch. God's people ain't that few. So let's go over the numbers. 50 million views. And that's incredible. That's awesome. So here are all the analytics, the Cat Williams effect. He had 266 million views across all social channels, 1.2 million audio downloads, 110,000 watched the premiere episode, 909,000 YouTube subs gained, surpassing 2.4 million. I think he's at 2.5 now. 394,000 TikTokers followed. He's at 1.2 million. 614,000 Facebook followers. He's now at 1.5 million. 190,000 IG followers. He's now at 857,000. 25,000 Twitter followers. He's now at 123,000. Okay. Once again, this is his boss. Back in August, Shannon brought his company under Colin Cowherd's The Vault.
Now I want you to understand that, right? Can y'all hear me? You're about to hear.
Shannon bought some guy's company. Okay.
So I want you to understand. Nothing is just done by perchance.
Wow.
Nothing is done by perchance. Y'all just thought it was just two black men just sitting on a couch just talking.
That's what I thought.
Oh, let's go into that.
Volume. Why would you need to do that? YouTube is free. You mean to tell me Shannon doesn't have enough cachet, doesn't have enough assets, liquidation, monies to fund his own media? He already has a media production company. So why would you take that production company under somebody else's production company, which makes no sense to me? Generational wealth? No. Illusions of wealth? Yes. Let's continue.
You have good news for me?
I do. I have great. You got good news for me, boy? You calling me?
Come
Who you
tell
calling?
me what it is. Report, boy.
What you got?
Go on, report.
Yes, sir.
Yes, go on. Let's go on.
News for you.
Toby.
When a white man says, "You got good news for me," triggering. And once again, this is not a racial anything, but the majority of your black celebs have a boss, answer to somebody that does not look like them, and would rather not answer to somebody that looks like them, or reject the path of.
No, he's free, Mela. He's free. He's free. So
He's not Kunta Kinte no more. He told me.
Mela, you could tie up your dress and run over to Club Shay Shay and be free, and you ain't gonna never be touched by no white man. He ain't gonna never touch your leg again. You be free. But make sure you know he got to report in. You got news for me, boy? I got a few more Negroes that came on over. Now let's go on. Let's go on.
Freedom. Our people do not want to be free. Case in point here. Let's go. Let me run that back again. He said he got some good news for me.
You have good news for me?
I do. I have great news for you. We're in business together, bro. I decided to bring Club Shay Shay over and partner with you. I went back and forth, had a lot of great opportunities.
Why this term partnership keeps getting thrown around very, very loosely. I'm going to show you how many underlings that Colin Cowherd has. I'm going to show you how many of these black celeb podcasters have a boss. This is not a.
When y'all think these men are free, when y'all thought Cat Williams was free, y'all thought Shannon Sharp was free. Come on, nigga. Come on.
A partnership. Coming under somebody's not a partnership. But let's continue.
But I felt right now the volume was the best place for me.
Well, first of all, I have goosebumps. Okay, this is a lot for me. I feel like
First of all, I got goosebumps. You bringing me more slaves? Oh, God. God damn, you putting more of them on the ship? Well, we're going to have an overhaul tonight.
I landed Peyton Manning in Denver.
This was back in August 23rd of 2023. So congratulations to Colin Cowherd, not so much Shannon Sharp or Cat Williams. And I must say this, as far as the Cat Williams effect, the majority of people of you guys that watched it for the beef, not for the truth gems he dropped. I'm going to reiterate my point. I'm going to back up my point by going over the Country Wayne episode real quick.
The most important thing now for me is for Club Shay Shay, the volume, and to be the best possible person I can be. But I am very, very excited to know that Club Shay Shay is partnered with the volume.
We are in a.
You couldn't do this on your own. Social media is for free. You can pay somebody to run your social media accounts. There's marketers that will do this, you know, per contract or per site, per page. You didn't need to go under somebody with your own company, with your own, you know, finances and all that good stuff. YouTube is for free. I would never take my YouTube channel under somebody. Never. But let's continue.
A partnership.
Yes.
Together. As you grow, we grow.
Yes.
And I'm so happy. I can't even.
The thing that really sold me was the partnership. And so now that we're partners, we're in business together.
The thing that sold me. I'm glad you said that, Shannon. The thing that sold me.
Dang, that's deep. So he sold himself. You saying he sold himself
The thing that
into
sold
slavery?
Me. Woo! Boy, listen, y'all gotta pay attention to what people say. I don't. Oh, he just said so. Nah.
I reckon he's telling the truth.
He listen. Go ahead.
Together, let's go do great things, bro.
There we go.
Okay, now let me show you how many workers Colin Cowherd has working for him. Ready? And I didn't know all this. I didn't know it was this deep. Let's look at all the underlings
that's
that
his
Colin
boss.
has under him. These are all of Colin Cowherd's worker bees. These are his workers. Colin Cowherd.
Look at all these good Negroes that he had working for him. All those nice men that y'all. He's breaking the gospel. He's telling the truth. They're changing the chain. So when y'all thought that
So is this Patreon or something? What is this? Is this some sort of platform?
No, he has Patreon. That's YouTube. These are on YouTube.
Okay, so this guy, I don't understand what's happening here. Hold on, just so I understand real quick. So you saying that Shannon Sharp went to this dude to what, help him market his channel or something?
So here's the thing. A lot of people perceived that Shannon Sharp is just some free entity, right? B, y'all. People perceive.
Yeah, I mean, I was under that assumption, honestly.
Right. So
okay,
he's a free marketing agent that he's just having talks with other black men or other people, right? He was never free.
Well, he owns his show, don't he?
No.
He owns his show.
No, he doesn't.
Wow.
He's under. He just called his boss. That white man.
I mean, people say that's his boss, but he says a partnership. I don't know. That's interesting to me.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna throw Shannon away. Hey, man, I'm gonna fight for him. I'm gonna fight for him. Until you got.
It hurts, don't it? It hurt. You know it's bad.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, that's a big, strong black. Shannon Sharp he's a man's man. Look how
get away from the physicality. It's about business.
But then he,
the physicality doesn't
don't
matter.
tar and feather him.
It's akin to Clive Davis and Whitney Houston, right? Everybody knows that Whitney Houston came from a background that would not otherwise escalate her to, I believe the children are the future in a white sparkly gown, right? That wasn't her thing. That wasn't who she was. But Clive Davis backing her, demanding that she present herself in a particular way under partnership. Okay. It's like, you look out for me, I'm going to look out for you, and we are going to grow together. So when Shannon is talking about this partnership thing, he's looking at it as, I am willing to no longer aspire to be an independent
Thank you, Mother.
person. I'm going to partner with you. And that's going to take me to the stratosphere I'm looking for a lot sooner, because when you go at things on your own, it's uncertain. But when you got this big, fat, juicy pocketbook of a sponsor saying, hey, I can do this for you and get you to the stratosphere guaranteed. A lot
So
of
you're
people
saying
will sell
that
out.
you're saying we're too lazy to be the boss of our own stuff because we want to be we want to
Temptation is a
guarantee. We
real
want
thing.
to feel like it's a guarantee.
So
Yes,
We want to be taken care
yes,
of.
that
We
yes.
don't want to do the paperwork and be responsible party. We want someone else to
It's
blame
a
it
hard.
on.
there's no
It's a
parachute. There's no parachute. It's just you.
Still no
Understand?
parachute if you can get fired.
Well, but hold on. Keyword. I want you to understand. What does that say right there, Mike? What does that say right there?
Same sports, different angles. Is
What
that
does
what
it
you're
say?
talking about?
Our shows, not
Okay.
Shay shows, not any of these.
Right.
That's his
Our who?
shows. Ownership. That's
Mm.
his. All these men are under him.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know the sports world really that good. So,
Well, guess what? Shannon Sharp ain't doing
But you
no damn
know
sport.
ownership, don't you?
well, yeah, I know.
Okay,
We
but
See,
now,
that's
we
why
we have
I got to
ownership
look into that
mentality.
because I see. Well, for example, in my industry, like when you're doing contracting and stuff like that, of course you're your own boss. You have your own business. But you can do projects in a partnership. You could partner with another person in a business to do a partnership.
now,
But you still own your stuff though.
but see, here's the thing about it.
Mm.
Here's the thing about it. Where is he doing? Where is he talking about sports? Where's he talking about sports? He's talking about blacks.
Oh yeah, you're right.
His biggest talks are
That's
talking
your
about
job
blacks.
to
He's
deal with
being
the blacks.
directed. He's being directed. Yeah.
See, this is why we're doing this conversation, and I'm glad that we're all here because we all got our own free agent mind. But I'm showing you his best show is him talking about blacks. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn sports.
And who told him to wear that tight ass sweatsuit?
Listen. That's what
Well, he got to show his muscles off.
his best show is what Cat Williams when they were dissing all the other black men. Mind you, he got quiet. Now I bet you one thing: you didn't see Shannon talk about Skip Bayless. You didn't see Shannon talk about any white
Right.
people on ESPN.
Oh, he didn't diss
See what I'm
Skip, did he?
saying?
Skip.
Hold on.
Well, hold on, Skip. Hold on, Skip.
So why did he jump in? If they were sitting on the couch talking shit, right? If it was his show, and they could speak freely on his show, why did he talk shit about Skip? Why did he talk shit about any other
What's
white
the
man?
video with Skip so I can compare the two?
No, Skip
He
Bayless.
don't have. They don't have it. He don't have
Yeah,
that.
I mean, you could look at the video where he was on the court, where he was bucking up against John Moran and his dad. You know what
Right,
I'm
that's
saying?
true. Yeah, he
And
was attacking up.
Skip is right in front of his face every day. I mean, that was kind of odd.
But see, he exactly. You see, the thing about it is, he knows who to buck against and who to shut the fuck up against.
True.
Again, these things, like
But then again, our people have a habit of exploiting ourselves.
Well, you protect me, Melody. You protect me.
We have a habit of exploiting ourselves. It occurred to me recently. I'm not, tooting my own horn here, I would like to think, but for whatever reason, I'm familiar, almost, I guess you could say popular, among certain arenas of conversations in this segment of Black YouTube. And what I realized is that when people invite me to hit a link, they're not inviting me because they have an affinity for me. They want to exploit what they believe is my impulsivity to turn it up. You know what I mean? Like I respect a channel holder when I join a panel. I respect them, and I'm not here to waste your time. You want to maintain your audience, and I'm going to contribute to the conversation in a lively way. That has been my pattern for damn near a decade. Okay. It's my pattern to contribute to a conversation in a lively way, no matter what it is from A to Z. And what I've noticed is that I've been welcomed to do so for that reason, right? It's not, I'm not going to say that people aren't genuinely interested in what I have to say. I'm saying it's about the impact of what I could possibly bring to a presentation on a live stream. Because I'm not going to just sit here and decorate the panel. I'm going to say something. Most likely it's going to be lively. Most likely it could go from outrageous to insightful. And what I've and after being beaten up, okay, after being beaten up time and time again in this thing called Black YouTube, I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to reserve my strength for people who are
good
conducting conversations that are actually worth my goddamn time, talent, skills, and abilities. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to sit up here and exert my efforts in contributing to a live stream when I know I have talent, skills, and abilities and a sense of adaptiveness to contribute, when all I know is that they just need somebody to show up and liven it up. It's like, I don't want to liven anything up. I actually want to be inspired. I actually want to be encouraged. I actually want to look forward to something.
Right, exactly. And that's the kind of space that I'm at. Like, I'm like, all right, cool. The chilling circuit, I'm burnt out. It's just like, it's no room for advancement. Like, I want to kind of take my content into
Man, that shit is so old. I
I'm just
was
saying, like, you know,
almost compelled to join a live stream that I heard earlier, and I love that woman. I love her. But I was just like, if I get involved with this, it's gonna be some, it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. And
you can
I
see
do
it.
actually want to go through that, and
Yeah,
so I
usually
just
people try to avoid trouble, you know.
yeah, and I'm not afraid of trouble. I'm not. It's just that
You just want to avoid it.
Tell me what y'all, but I want to ask y'all too. I'm going to play a little bit of a seconds of a clip. I want from y'all two. Tell me what y'all think. I want to hear from both y'all two. Okay, I'm not going to incite any.
Why not the third one?
Huh?
You want to hear from all of us?
I want no. Mike, I'm gonna have Mike at the end, but I want from y'all two, since y'all say y'all trying to avoid trouble. I want to hear from y'all two first. I got Mike is my the loaded bullet, but I want to hear from y'all two.
Okay,
but I don't. Okay.
I mean, I mean, should I bring her name?
Oh, you can bring her whatever you want to bring.
I mean,
yeah.
You want to talk about that?
No, man. Listen, brother.
I just want to know because I don't look. I ain't messy.
Anything you want to talk to me about? This sofa is. Ever since Cat Williams touched this sofa, the energy in this sofa it make me want to talk about it.
I mean,
did y'all hear everything he said?
I was looking at his mannerisms.
No, listen, I'll play it again. Now listen to the words.
Ever since Cat Williams sat here, it makes me want to say whatever it is you want me to say.
Now, pay attention to what Shannon says. Pay attention to what Wayne says.
That's hilarious. I mean, should I bring her name?
Oh, you can bring her whatever you want to bring.
I mean,
yeah.
You want to talk about that?
No, man. Listen, brother.
I just want to know because I don't look. I ain't messy.
Anything you want to talk to me about? This sofa is. Ever since Cat Williams touched this sofa, the energy in this sofa it make me want to talk about it.
He said, "I ain't getting messy or anything messy."
Yeah, we could talk about anything messy. You know.
He said anything. He said that word anything. Can we hear that back? Because it sounded like something other than anything to me. Let me adjust my headphones.
Okay.
Just hilarious. I mean, should I bring her name?
Oh, you can bring her whatever you want to bring.
I mean,
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
No, man. Listen, brother.
I just want to know because I don't look. I ain't messy.
Anything you want to talk to me about? This sofa is ever since Cat Williams touched this sofa. The energy in this sofa.
Yeah, he kind of switched the subject a little bit. He kind of switched the topic a little bit.
I guess he said anything messy. But what does that tell anyone before I say something?
I mean, I want both of y'all said y'all been trying to avoid that.
Right.
Now, mind you, his corporate boss, their biggest numbers was the most messiest video. That was the most money they ever made.
Okay.
Now it's anything messy.
Okay. What I'll say is it's not a foreign concept that the spectacle is the show, right? The spectacle of it all. The spectacle. Like, oh my goodness, that's outrageous. Where did that come from? I'll never forget that outrageous, belligerent, ridiculous, far-fetched statement in my life. I'll never forget. It's about giving people something, quote unquote, they'll never forget. And it takes pushing an envelope to be a spectacle. That's what it takes. So that's when you welcome in the quote unquote messiness, because it takes whatever spectacle is necessary to be unforgettable enough that you crave more of it. So the messiness has become a necessity in terms of searching for profits of viewership online. That's my statement.
Yeah, so I would propose a question like, I mean, is it really exploring your own culture if the people just love to indulge in it? Like it's kind of a weird thing.
There is no supply without demand. The demand is messy. That's what the public is demanding, like water, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
They're demanding it like purified water.
It's a thirst.
So they're thirsty for the spectacle, the messiness, and unless you don't care about money, you'd be a fool not to exploit it.
Well, let's be honest. Like, my brother,
Now, if you don't care about money, then
as the world turns, you get what I'm saying? Like stories, you know what I'm saying? Drama. It's just like
if you don't care about money, then operate on your principles of intellectual conversation where you get 5 views. Right. However, if you want 5,000 plus views, apparently the climate, the marketing climate has projected that messiness is what puts eyes on your screen.
And as a creative person, you kind of stuck
or
in
your
between
live
because
stream,
it's just like you got to mix a little bullshit with the realness.
And
so
I got tired. I got tired of that of being compelled to perform. Right? I've said the most outrageous things.
Yeah.
And there are voice clips and clips and clips and clips. I've said the most outrageous things, and it was when I look at it, I was like, what the hell made me even
this passion
do that, right? And it's like it was being compelled to perform because I knew an audience was listening. I knew it, right? I knew it. Because if I'm just talking on the phone with B.M.T, right? I'm not going to just conjure up some type of performance to enhance the conversation. But because I knew an audience was listening, and I was like, wow, I respect this person's channel to maintain the viewership enough to where I'm just going to pull some type of performance, out of the blue. And I've done that, right? And I realized that that's a talent.
Right.
A lot of people aren't performative. That's a talent. So when somebody is like, hey, come up. hit the link. Hey, and look who's in the chat room, and look, and I'm not saying I'm popular like that. What I'm saying is that has happened on an occasion. Am I really supposed to believe that they want to listen to me and my thoughts, or do they want my performance that
Right.
they are aware is possible?
So
And so that's when I started pulling back. Like, no, y'all got it.
Yeah, they don't want me for me.
I ain't.
Just
Y'all
my
got it. Y'all
potential
straight.
to make profit off of
let
my
me.
Yeah,
content.
because it makes me.
How did it make you feel?
It makes me no difference, because what's going to be is going to happen. What I appreciate most is the opportunity to have introspection, the just the inner mindset of, wait a minute, there's a pattern here. There's a pattern. Like every
Right.
time Mela show up, we know she gonna turn it up, and she, and it's like, wait a minute, this is what I'm known for, but that's not who I am. I'm just going to appreciate the fact that people appreciate my performance, that they possibly will never forget, and just cruise. Just cruise. Like, if I show up to B.M.T, he'll let me on the panel. If I show up to another channel or another channel or another channel, oftentimes they'll let me up. Sometimes they may not. There's very few places that I go where I'm rejected. And I'm just going to have to cruise on that, as
Right.
opposed to like, oh, they live. Let me get on the panel and quote unquote show out, be performative. I don't have to do that.
Right.
I don't have to do that. And it's not about getting paid for anything. It's just that there is a time when you realize you're wasting your time.
Right.
And that's my point. There came a time when I realized I'm looking for inspiration. I'm
Right.
looking to be edified. And this bickering back and forth and yelling and all this other kind of stuff, it's not edifying. It's not inspirational. And I want to have real conversations with people that are forward thinking towards solutions of what can make us as a people greater. That's what I want. And arguing with, people that have their mindset on targeting and bullying and stuff like that, it's like been
And
there,
right, and
done
the
that.
more that I watch that, the more that is on my algorithm. So I'm going to see it every day, every day, every day.
It's
It's
crazy.
like, man, like, god damn.
It's crazy.
I would probably say,
but if you want to make some money, start some shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody want to be monetized. Let's keep it real. But like, it's just like I don't want to go that
Keep it
direction to
all
be
the way for
monetized.
real.
Like, I don't
Okay.
want
well, then
like,
when
YouTube,
can I
like,
take you serious?
yeah,
I'm not
like seriously,
known
in
for
my mind, this is
I'm not
supposed to
known for
age
quoting
well.
the encyclopedia, okay?
But see, okay, but here's the thing about but I get y'all for what y'all saying, right? Like, one of my favorite channels is Super Mike. Okay, make sure y'all go subscribe to him.
Oh, put his link in the
I can
so I
grab it.
can, okay,
But
thank you.
But one of the things about it is I know I understand fully what y'all are saying. It was like that for me. Listen, I didn't get to 20 something K overnight. And I do know, I was into the fuck shit. And I was like, yo, bro, this is not really indicative of how I actually live my life. So when I stopped wanting to collab and say, no, I want to actually do serious shit, it didn't matter what I did. Oh, B.M.T, you do this and that. Well, okay, I'll show you some Black excellent stuff. A Black-owned school that was built by Black people. Nobody gave a fuck about that. Black-owned businesses, Black children.
They didn't care one bit.
Never cared. It was about seeing the burn. Gun ownership, militias, fathers, mothers, all that stuff. It was never warranted or welcomed. What wanted to be seen was the fire. They wanted to see the blaze. So then, but there would always be a hungering and a need, right? Because then when you actually want to have a serious conversation, this is why when it comes to the politics or the political level, why does nobody listen to the blacks? Because you're boxed in as a jester, as the court jester. So when you're boxed in as that, anything you try to do, what the white woman told LeBron? Shut up and just dribble the ball.
Right. You're performative. You're becoming they turned us from
Dance, monkey,
a race of
dance.
inventors, a race of thoughtful people, into a race of entertainers and sports people.
Dance, monkey, dance.
So
okay.
So
And to be fair, it's kind of difficult to admit that because I think our pride is in the way the majority of the time. I think a person may want to agree with you, but necessarily want to put on this image as a front of a defense mechanism.
At the same time, the entertainers are financially comfortable. So do we fault them for wanting to be financially comfortable in a way that they can navigate
but how are they?
attaining that?
But see, okay, so here's the thing about it. They want to be financially comfortable, right? But that means you're going to always have to be at the tip. Like when you're ready to do something serious, you can never truly be taken serious. Whenever you want, do you not find it very annoying and appalling that who are the main people speaking for you? Entertainers, jesters, clowns, people that do comedy, sex scenes, rap about drugs and doing all kind of ludicrous shit.
Like JJ from Good Times, and all of a sudden, as an old man, he wants to be taken seriously. That type of thing.
Well,
He will always be
T.I.
known.
speak up for us a lot. T.I., Charlemagne the God.
Okay.
He's a great advocate.
Okay, so let's use that. T.I. wants to speak up. When? After you done talked about being a rubber band man?
All his scandalous, all his scandal. Now, after all his scandal, and he's financially wealthy, now he wants to be taken seriously.
So after you done did your damage, now you want to have, I'm your prophet. I'll speak for y'all. I done fucked up on my way coming up. I done broken up the floorboards. But now I want to be taken serious and have a speaking voice. I want to talk about family, but in my song, I talk about fucking and pimping women. I want to talk about how young girls should be, but I want to fuck on these women. I want to talk about
Cardi B has spoken to the politicians, Cardi B and Meg the Stallion. They will be like Joe Biden, big powerful people, and they are a great example. And they're speaking up for the blacks.
Okay, so you mean it? So let's land that plane, Mike. Okay, I feel you. So that means to tell me there is no black woman that is in politics at a local level or at a county or certain level or a law or a lawyer that is not doing that type of nigga shit. There is no woman or man amongst all us blacks, what is there, like 9 million of us, and they can't find not one, but they can only find the nigga. Like, is that
Are you asking, is there a perfect representative or something?
No. Because when other groups want to find the cleanup or the person to represent them, they know how to find that person. Oh, Thomas works at the mill. He has a family. He drives his truck and goes to church, and he wants to represent. Wait a second. They can find Thomas, but you can't find Jamal. You can't find a Curtis, a Samantha. I see these people every day. Every day, honorable black folks doing things that don't do no fuck nigga shit.
All right.
But you can't, none of them can be put in front of the mic to speak. But you can go first.
Yeah, like on the news, right? When there's something going on, they interview the most. I'll put it that way. They interview people that can't articulate themselves clearly, and they look disheveled and you know, they don't pick the best of the bunch intentionally, is what you're saying.
Right. Now, understand this, Mella. Like you just said, when you traverse as yourself, as an ambassador for you, you don't want them to be bringing you around for problematic fuck nigga shit. Neither does B, neither does Mike. Y'all want to be the representation of the best you, so that way you can have the stuff that you're discerning and you want to have conversation for it. What is a slap to the face is they don't even ask for people from your diversity background to speak from you. You have other people speaking for you, but they don't think you're intellectually savvy enough to know the language of what they're saying. So now you have it where, well, we'll get somebody to speak for the blacks. Or, hey, y'all aren't too smart to understand what we're saying. Go sit down over there with some candy in the coloring books. We'll have it. And don't play, and we're not going to play like that's not true. But we're watching that with the politics. So this is what I'm saying. I don't like that representation. But see, like we said earlier, when they look at you as an inferior lot, that's who they perceive you as. That's how they.
What is your opinion about Candace Owens in terms of how she presents? Not her affiliations, just her, the woman. Period. Just her, the woman.
She's a contradictor.
I understand that she's off-putting because of her affiliations.
Correct.
That's off-putting. I agree to that. What I'm asking is the way she is poised,
right,
and articulates herself.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. All right.
I have no problem with the
Yeah,
way
she would be a good representation, but they would take that. But she cannot be allowed for you as a black woman. She has to be taken into a different community because she, just like you said, just as her womanhood, just as her, she would represent something a little more, fairly dignified, fairly dignified. So that can't be representative of a black woman who is proud to be black and who advocates for her own community. She has to be taken and advocate for whites or for Americans or whatever.
Because at the end of the day, distinction is a social class. And go ahead, baby.
Why have no other distinguished black women try to pull Candace Owens? Or do you think no other well-represented black women have not tried to reach out to Candace Owens to pull her in, to sit down with her, to talk
I think they have. I don't know who, but
we don't know.
It seems like it's such a temptation for a woman of distinction to tap her on her shoulder for a moment of tea. Like, let's sit down and have a conversation about your true intentions for our people. What are your true intentions? And if her true intentions are to convince us, right, as a people, that there is something inherently wrong with us that needs to be further examined, then that's kind of the conversations we're having all the time. However, if her intention is to project herself to be better than everybody else, then that's a problem. That's a problem.
Let me say something about that video with Shannon Sharp and Country Wayne. If you notice,
after the Cat Williams thing, right? Country Wayne wasn't about to speak about Just Hilarious.
Yep. Preach. That's why I waited for you, Mike. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't going to say nothing about that because it's in his. It wasn't. If you it now people now Shannon suggested that. I don't want to be messy, but
And
yeah,
he
right.
chasing those views, yeah.
Okay, so the thing is this. I personally believe that one of the reasons why a lot of black people pushed the Cat Williams interview, a lot of us who are authentically from the black community in America, wasn't necessarily that he was dragging on Steve Harvey, because guess what? Steve Harvey actually, in my opinion, had a good interview with Shannon Sharp too. If you listen to his video was good too. It was a good interview. But Cat Williams was willing to be messy. But actually, Cat Williams, he had his life story. I didn't know that Cat Williams was raised in a very religious household. I didn't know that he ran away when he was 13 years old and got on a bus all by himself and went down to Florida. I didn't know that he was stealing
car radios.
Car radios and using that to sell and surviving off of that, and then traveling to different states. I didn't know that he was a self-made person that created his own. He owns his show. He owns his brand,
and that's commendable. What I'll say is that it was about the timing. Just consider it was the holidays, right? And he's affiliated with being what's his name, Magic Mike or Mike the Pimp or whatever that movie was.
Money Mike.
Oh yeah,
Money Mike,
the Money Mike. Yeah, you're talking about Friday After Next or whatever it was.
Okay, so that had a Christmas theme to it, right? Because of the Santa Claus, and coincidentally, he was interviewed during the holidays, like during the holiday period, and
wow,
what
I didn't think about that subconsciously.
and what I noticed is that a lot of times YouTube will suggest holiday themed movies, right? So here you got that Friday After, whatever that movie was called, and it had Santa Claus in it, so maybe people are just looking up different movies that have a Santa Claus in it, right? And so
they pushed it too.
Yeah, and then you have this movie that somebody might have watched and they saw him in it, and so they also like sports, and so here's Shannon Sharp and his show, and next thing you know, there's an interview. It's like, hey, the Mike guy, it's like, let me check this out, and it was like, oh shit, he name dropping too. He name dropping. He giving his backstory. It's fascinating.
That's what it was. That's what it was. He was
timing.
giving a backstory that a lot of people didn't know. Like, for example, with the movie, he got a lot of stuff off his chest. The first person he went off on was what's his name, Ricky Smiley.
Yeah, and so
who's an easy target.
I think what made that go viral was the moment in time. I don't think because if you would have taken that Cat Williams interview into July of 2023, it would not have been viral.
It would.
My humble, no, I don't.
You know
think
why?
so.
Let me say why. Let me say why though. This is why I say that. Because people don't realize, like I said, even the Steve Harvey interview, just him going on Shannon Sharp, even if he wouldn't have really name dropped and he just would have had an interesting story and told those backstories about those movies and stuff that people didn't know about, he would have at least got 10 million views. Like I said,
yeah, that's a classic movie now. That movie is tied to childhoods and just,
that it was the
black
timing.
entertainment.
That could be true. I'm not saying that didn't have anything to do with it, but I'm just saying
any other time throughout the year, it would not have gone viral, in my humble opinion. Because
Willie D said that he had the interview first.
Because the when Cat Williams clowned that woman Wanda Smith or whatever, that didn't, that only got so many views compared to what Shannon Sharp did, right? Okay,
right.
So it's a build. It was a perfect build up in timing.
But one of the things about it that really sparked it or triggered it,
and nobody could have predicted that.
Now, one of the things about it, and this is the thing where I noticed, and see, a lot of people ain't looking at this with Kat. Kat pulled up on Wanda at a show, at I think like at a club, while she was with her husband. What he did not anticipate was he thought her husband was just gonna back down or some shit. Now her husband had a whole gun on him. And he was like, "Look,
yeah, it was the thing,
right?"
It was
Mind you, he was like, "Man, her husband doggone pulled a gun out." Well, you approaching another man's wife.
But look at what we're doing right now. Now look at this. See, let me think about this, guys. Look at this. Look at what we're doing. We're taking just one section of what he said as a backstory in that interview, and we could actually have a whole conversation just on a section. Now, keep in mind, he done string together some backstories on some deep sections that everybody is familiar with and different people. Like I wasn't familiar with the little radio thing but now I'm interested in that. Now I'm looking for that. But the people who the people who are familiar with that, they want to say, oh, he said something about Wanda. Okay, so now all her fans is going to look at the Shannon Sharp interview. Okay, Ricky Smiley fans are going to look at now. Oh, he said something about Ricky Smiley. They are going to look at the Shannon Sharp interview. Oh, everybody knows Steve Harvey had a show that came on the radio. That's whatever it was that he used to have on the radio. So all of the Steve Harvey fans are not going to look at the Shannon Sharp interview. So that's what he did. And then the Ice Cube people who are fans of what's the name, the Friday at the next, they're going to. So that's why it went viral. Number one, he was on Shannon Sharp.
Everybody could relate to.
Right. Number one, he's on Shannon Sharp show, which is Club Shay Shay, who routinely gets at least 3, 4, or 5 million views.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so then he was an interesting storyteller. So he went and hit all of those points.
A remarkable storyteller.
So that right there busts the show up. So everybody, it's 5 million views. Now everybody's connected and everybody now wants to really see it. That's why it's getting 50 million views within a week or whatever it was, because everybody didn't watch it right immediately, but then they start spreading it and now it's getting shows.
And so, it would have went. What was really scintillated? Well, I don't even know what kind of word I could use to describe it, but the humanness of him rubbing his hands on his legs and his knees when he had to answer vulnerable questions. It was just so authentic.
Well, you
know
guys gotta understand, he did the Willie D interview first. So Willie D,
and that got like
he's
4 or
not
5
as
million
versatile.
views.
He didn't make him that comfortable. And then also he was like, Willie, when you gonna drop the interview? So by my lens, whenever I'm watching the interview what he did with Shannon Sharp, he's like, man,
you
bro,
mean
you
when
make
he
me
was
feel
smoking?
very comfortable. You make me
Oh,
feel
the
very
Billy D came before Shannon Sharp.
No, but he was smoking. He had on a t-shirt and he was smoking, right? In that Willie D.
Because Willie D was kind of pressing him a little bit about. It's like, damn, brother, like, come on, man, like,
Yeah, Willie D didn't make it easy for him. He's challenged some of his.
All.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I didn't. And the thing is,
I gotta look at that more carefully.
And the thing is, like with Shannon Sharp, that's why people I give Shannon. I'm gonna tell you a little bit. B.M.T. He's a little bit like you, because people could say, even if they lie, you know how they have censor people and you challenge them if you think they made a false statement. We can challenge people, but sometimes you just let people talk. You know how you do in your house. Sometimes people just talking.
He did let him talk.
That's what
gold.
Shannon did. Shannon just let him talk.
It would not have been the same broadcast if he kept badgering or interrogating. If he just kept interrupting him, it would not have been what it was.
And he did insult Shannon a couple times. Shannon picked up on it. He just let it go. You can tell. He just let it slide.
He did. He did.
Yeah, because he insulted Shannon right in his face. He was a couple times. Shannon just pretended like it wasn't no real hardcore insult. Because what Kat did first, it was slick. He comes in, he congratulates Shannon first.
He big him up, and then you let Ricky Smiley sit on that couch and lie, and then
Right.
he see. So now he's insulting him, but see now you kind of conflicted because the dude you just accepted a compliment, but now here's the insult.
That goes to show you, Shannon he has a big personality. He has a
He
huge. He done
does.
went through a lot of shit with
He
that business
doesn't,
and shit.
yeah, he doesn't cave into ego the way you would anticipate somebody would, right? He's gonna let the guest be the guest. You're the guest. And because I know with Willie D, he'll tell his guests like you can't use the N-word, you
Right.
can't do this, you can't,
And
all
then
that
also with
oppressive
Willie D,
stuff.
like fans were like, like giving constructive criticism. Like even like me and B.M.T kind of had like constructive criticism going back and forth, which he probably won't remember
But
because of
sometimes you just gotta let the guest be the
yeah. And
guest.
so he made a video bashing the fans, and I was kind of like, bro, like you got a platform.
You
Like
talking about
these are
Willie
people's
D?
opinions.
Willie D. Willie
Yeah,
D
Willie D is
is a
sensitive.
rapper, but
He's
he just
sensitive.
so happened to be popular a little bit.
Yeah, he's sensitive. God bless him.
Yeah, Willie D is Willie D. He ain't, and but I think that's the reason why. But really, but the thing is though, like you said, it made a bunch of money. So now that Shannon gets with the white man, watch, like you said, with the Country Wayne and all this other videos, you'll see from now on, they're going to try to, that's what white people do. They get it and they will manufacture a process. They will see,
Mm-hmm.
oh, this is successful. Time to cookie cutter, box, and repeat. You're not only going to see, you're going to see people studying the Shannon Sharp style of interviewing. You're going to see more of him.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to
Mm-hmm.
replicate him and white
Absolutely.
folks.
Because
He's
when you
the,
think about the
mhm.
Willie D contrast, the situation as I interpret it is that Cat Williams came on Shannon's show and said, "You allow everybody to tell the truth." And I think that was a diss. Now that I think about that Willie D interview,
Right.
he was like, you allow people to tell the truth. I think that was a slick diss to the
And
Willie
then think
D
about
thing.
Cat. Cat is like, when are you gonna put this interview out? And Willie D was like, well, I was trying to put it out at the right time for business purposes.
But here comes Shannon Sharp. He's got people that he has to be held in account to, right? Like there are people that are saying, "Hey, where's the product? Where's the product? Where's the product?" So he's going to accommodate the guests that they approve of. It's like we approve of this guest, make it the most. Make it the most. Be messy, whatever it takes. Get the views in. If you got to let that guy sit there on that couch and ramble on, do that. Whatever it takes, get the viewership in. But Willie D, he didn't have the backing that Shannon Sharp has. He doesn't have to account for anybody. He's doing his own thing. So he just felt the need to, conduct a power match. Like, hey, you can't do this.
Right, and
You
it's
can't say
personal
that.
preference. There's nothing wrong with that. You get what I'm saying? It's
But there's a thing as being a good interviewer. So now Shannon Sharp, what has happened is everybody is looking to that as what it takes to be a good interviewer. You know, they people are going to study. They're going to study that. It's like, okay, let the guest speak. Don't interrupt.
Get them
You
drunk.
know,
Yep. There you go.
Get them
and
drunk.
and that
Let the
part.
guests lie.
And that part. Where's the
Let them
drinks
lie.
exactly? Yeah. Just let them do their thing, as opposed to some interviewers who try to guide, navigate, and control what the guest is, what the guest is doing. Shannon Sharp just let it roll. And I think a lot of uh aspiring influencers are gonna pick up on that technique. I do.
But here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it that you brought up on when you say when y'all were traversing other panels, y'all spoke about how it wasn't about having a conversation. It was more about seeing the carnage or the fire or the travesty. So I think that's where they're like, when he was giggling, like, can I get messy? Can I get? And I'm like, yup. And so the build of
he was planting seeds. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. Like, can we? You want to talk about your baby mama? Now, why of all times would you want him to talk about his baby mama?
Planting those seeds.
Jess Hilarious is his baby's mama?
Yeah. That's his baby
I
mama.
didn't know nothing about that. I didn't know that. Okay.
No, see, there's always
That was stupid then for him to do that. We gonna talk about your family. That's his family. I don't care if she is your divorcee.
Now here's
Stupid.
Now I get what you're saying about that, because he wants him online, on there.
The kids gonna see that. Come on.
But hold up. You just now made a point to tell Just Hilarious. Well, I heard that she was talking about on the podcast. Wait, why did? Okay, so now you just asked her to be quiet, but now you're talking. Do you see the contradictory of what's happening? See, it's no longer about having a principle, right?
When
they can pull us back into the male versus female bashing, mislead us back into that
I
mess.
asked Mella not to talk about it, but I got to talk about it, Mella.
Yeah. When it comes to ethics, the lines are blurred, and it's about money. So, like in the world of making money, the ethical lines are blurred. So yeah, it would have been ideal for him to practice some sense of ethics, but he's got to make money.
Well, it was
That's why he planted those seeds, because he knows that the spectacle is what sells.
But see, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing. When I brought up about how they know how far to go, right? Because when Monique talked about Netflix and other bigger conglomerate giants, they silenced her immediately. They weren't playing no games with her. Okay, so you think we're the bad guys? Don't we ever catch your ass talking on our shit again?
That's how that works.
And so see how they shut it. See how they Monique did. All of a sudden she on Facebook and hello family. I need y'all to band with me and pray for me.
Wasn't that something?
I'm like, well, damn. All that talking shit just went out the window. You look like they drained your ass. All the same thing happened to Dave Chappelle. I'll never forget that Dave Chappelle's on there. I need y'all to cancel me because they're not going to let me go. Dave Chappelle was begging for people to help him.
I found that kind of odd. Why would you tell people not to watch Netflix? I mean, the Chappelle show, that's kind of tied to the community as well. And I was like, wow, that was crazy.
Because he didn't own it.
The pressure.
In contract, but I love
he didn't own it.
And exactly. In the contract, he didn't just not own that. Guess what else he didn't own? He didn't own the rights to his name. He lost the rights to his name.
That's why Prince renamed himself that symbol. See, you have to devalue yourself. See, because what we do is we sell our names because we don't feel that we don't feel like you said earlier, we're gonna take the stratosphere route. We're not gonna grind it and build it up our own self. We're gonna get with the owner, and they're going to take us under their wing, and they're going to guarantee. But at the same time, all they demand is our soul. Go ahead, sign on the dotted line. And once you got that, they get your stuff in all perpetuity of the whole known universe, which is on those contracts, that language,
and that's the word
universe.
That people should be made familiar with, perpetuity.
Yep.
People should be made more aware of that word.
Right, and they're gonna get you. And once your stuff start looking valuable,
people sign
now
contracts.
You're gonna want your name back. Now you want your name. Hey, that's my name. Actually, no, it's not your name. It's our
They're
name.
signing contracts without understanding the terms.
Well, they understand them, but if you understand them, what you're gonna say no at that moment? It's just like when you sign in some of these little contracts on the internet. You're gonna say no, and then you're not gonna get the account, or you're not gonna get the little service.
That's a good.
What's the first
that's
thing?
A good point.
What's the first
terms
thing the
of
master
service?
do?
Yeah.
What's the first thing the master does to you? What's the first thing
Beats
he
you,
does?
breaks you down.
And
He's
takes
gonna
what?
rename you.
Exactly.
Terms of service.
So when Shannon says, "Hey,"
Takes your name. Yep.
when Shannon signed his name, see, y'all got to look at stuff. Shannon signed his name. I'm a partnership. Ain't no damn partnership, boy. What you got for me? What you got? He said, "What we gonna do together? What you got for me?" There is no partnership. Ain't nobody believing that bullshit.
He didn't say me. He said what you got.
Okay, you believe?
No,
Okay,
he did. He said, "Hey, buddy, you got good news for me?
Oh,
You got a
okay.
good
My bad. Yeah.
Michael
Okay.
paid attention. You got
My bad.
So when he asked him that,
Hey, buddy, little buddy,
I
old
guess
pal,
I
good
just didn't want
boy,
to
good boy.
believe it.
You got good news for me?"
I didn't want to believe it.
but see, I know. See, nobody wants to believe that. That's why I felt what Benny, what B was saying. Like, damn, I thought he had it like that, but he didn't. Because sometimes we want to believe people that, you know what I'm saying, yes, one of us is winning. One of us has it, something like that.
Yeah, we want to believe
We
they're
want
winning.
to believe
Yeah.
that. But see, the power to want to be able to stand on your own is scary. It's scary because then, again, you're having to do it all by yourself. There's no
We're
cushion.
not trained on that. And that's kind of scary because a lot of times, like me, I'm dealing with that too. Like, I know I'm going, to more professionalize, my little business and things like that.
Right.
It's like, okay, a lot of us want to be promoted on these little jobs that we work in. Oh, I want to be the boss. I want to be this or that or whatever. I can get the pay raise, but you won't even promote yourself. You got a skill, you got a talent. You could do it yourself and create a lane for yourself and have the responsibility, same responsibility and paperwork. But no, you want the validation of the company who's already self-made. You want them, to elevate you and put you on
That's
that
a
little
good point.
pedestal. Yeah, and they
That's
can
a good
take you
point.
behind the scenes anytime they want to, cut you out, shout at you. You're not supposed to say nothing. And you go out there and give me my damn money and make sure they, run those numbers properly and get your ass out of here. I don't want to hear nothing from you until you bring it back. You know what I'm saying? And you don't say nothing.
That's it.
Talk to you just like that. Just like that. And you like, oh shit.
I knew a guy that had a mom and pop shop, or has rather a mom and pop shop. They're selling apparel and fancy apparel, things that would attract church folks that want to look fancy Sunday. And then they came across somebody who owns a mall. And they said, they went and they got this this big spread for their store in the mall. And I'm asking myself to this day, what did it take for them to negotiate from them having some small little brick and mortar, hey, come and see us if you can, store, to now you're in the center of a mall with the largest square feet of space that the mall has to offer. Like what was going on between that owner and them for that to happen? I don't know how business works, is my point. I don't know these, behind the scenes, I'll do this for you because you can do this for me type of conversations. There's a part of me that wants to really look into that, but I'm too old, man. I'm not interested in being a business owner.
Why I'm not hard.
Like, could you own your own security company?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. I do my own shit. I've been doing that and been showing that to black men for a while. That hey, we can protect ourselves. How about not, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing. Let me say
it.
something about this BMT that you probably don't realize. Like, just like with the brother who said a little bit earlier when he was on, the other brother that was on earlier, BMT, I've been telling you, you probably don't even realize
because it's just so easy. You are who you are, and your background is who it is, and you know your challenges. But to other people, dude, this man got his mama and his daddy there. Damn, is there? That alone is and then you can call your dad up, you can call your mama up, and you got your kids in the house, bro. I don't. That makes some people jealous, or some people also admire that. And to you, you're just like, that's just normal. What? And then
Yeah,
you got land. You could
that's
go around to your
yeah.
family land. Oh, this such and such lives here. Miss such and such lives there.
And it's
You got connected.
that is absolutely commendable. And there are people that will try to diminish how commendable it is. And as long as you're aware that there are haters out there, and identify them as haters, you can go on and do your thing and advance yourself as you want to. But there are people that don't understand why somebody hates them. And
Yes, that's
I
where I
want
was really
to,
going
yeah,
to.
there are people. I don't know if it's because they have a soft heart, or they just literally don't understand the nature of
Well,
humans.
because you don't even consider, like, sometimes you're
It,
just
it
you.
it it took me a long
You don't
time to
even
realize.
realize, like, why are they worried about that? Like,
It
you
took
don't
me
even
a
necessarily know why is that something to be jealous of. You
it took
know,
me a, it took me a long time to realize that people like that exist, because I just never conceived being, having that mindset. It just never occurred to me. However, there came a time when confronted with it enough, I had to realize, unless I start uh considering that more often than not, that's what I'm going to run into. I'm going to always be vulnerable to that. So I guess I said all that to say, you have to be prepared for the attack at all times, unfortunately.
I would say
When you got something good going for yourself, always be prepared for the
so
attack. That doesn't mean you have to be a bad person. Just always be prepared to know how to combat the attack.
I would say
Preparedness.
I would honestly say, because a lot of people, and I never really thought of it like that, Mike. I never really thought of it until you said it like that, and it almost and it struck a chord with me.
You didn't know people were hating on you?
No, I knew. Well, I knew that like I get called and teased and picked on. They call me jawline. They call me all kind of names. I didn't even know jawline. Granted, you could talk about a man's look. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm well successful in my own right, and they came out. They come at me with all kind of stuff about my family, my lifestyle, and all that stuff. And sometimes I would get angry. Can I have a confession with y'all? I would get angry because I always am told to work with black men, to work with your brother. And I hope DJ Kills when you get to hear this. And I'm like, I'm always being told to do that. Then why do you hate me? Why do you disdain me? And then this is why I started pulling back from people, because I'm like, y'all talk so much about the inconsistencies I've done seen, right? Like I'm not out here getting my ass whooped also. Like I'm not out here struggling too. You know what I'm saying? Like I go through it with that woman. I go through hell for them children. I fight every day with my spear and my shield for what's mine. And I get vexed because I'm getting arrows shot at me from all sides. And it hurts because you're told black men don't work together. Well, what the fuck am I doing, nigga? The fuck you talking about? Because I've been getting my ass kicked every other fucking day, and I still have to get up, spit out the blood, and still go do it again. Black women don't love black men. Well, I get my fucking check and my whole life in blood, sweat, and tears. Man, I got fucking bullets and all kind of shit and stabs for a fucking woman. I don't want to hear no shit that there aren't men and women out here that aren't doing it, because I'm one of them. What angers me is that you deny my existence of what I'm doing, and I'm one of you. And that angers me to a core.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got scared and bothered because I was invited to white channels where they hailed and praised me as if I was some comic book entity or I was not norm.
I believe it.
And that scared me because I'm like, why can't I get that amongst my own people?
Yeah, man.
And that shit hurts.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate and I have an affinity of love for Mela. Not because she's a mother. She's did her time in the service. She's served and been a good wife. Whether we agree or disagree, she's put in her time. I've talked with Mike. I've seen his pictures of his children. I've heard his story. From talking to the brother B, the few times I've spoke to him, I know he's a brother trying to make a dent in the world. And it's crazy. I don't even want to say that, but now it hurts when how Mike said it, that there are some people, because of what you got, they're going to hate you. And it hurts because you're told
But let me put this on it, because the thing is see, what it does is people want to be comfortable with this idea, which is an incorrect lie, but they have accepted this lie that, oh, my life is harsh, I can't have this because I'm black. Oh, my girls, the black women are this way and I can't find a good one because they're black. Or I can't do this or this is this because it's black. And they just look for validation for that. And here you are, you're, like you said, you're black and you are black, man. It's not, you don't have to fake it. It's just you who you are. And they're like, God damn, shit, this nigga business on, oh shit. Damn. It's just like, damn, I could do that too. Like, why is he able to do all this? How can he? It makes them uncomfortable.
That's
so now I gotta hate on you, or I gotta try to sabotage you because I'm lazy
hating on you makes them feel better about themselves.
But am I taking away? Like, I'm not.
They're lazy. That's what it is. Okay, they could do the same thing. That's what it is. They could do better, but they don't want to do better. They've accepted this lie.
But I'm not going to say that I'm not afraid.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say
everybody's human.
Because the next day, all this can be gone.
Can I offer you a thought that you're challenged, right? You have challenges. You're not afraid. You have challenges. Like when you say you're afraid, right? I want you to really think about that word as opposed to being challenged, because there's nothing that you can't do that you set your mind to. So it's a challenge as opposed to being afraid. I want you to feel free, of course, to say whatever it is you're expressing. It's just that when we conceive a word to put on something, it has to be a word that gives us a way to advance upward. And so I would rather, for myself, to say that I'm challenged by something instead of afraid. Because I've told myself that many times. I wouldn't have gotten through the military if I told myself I was scared or afraid.
Mela, what do
you know? I told myself I'm almost overwhelmed with this challenge. That's what I told myself to get through it.
I will say like this. What do you tell a child when they ask you what's a trans?
You tell them
How
that
old is the child? How old are they?
The child is 9. What do you tell them?
Oh, just tell them what it is. I'll tell them.
Okay, so tell them what it is. Now they go to school and they're being told that they are being dysphoria. They're being. See, you understand this. My transgression of belief systems is being rejected at every turn. The things I believe that I was groomed, indoctrinated into are being told that they're being taboos. Well, I believe a man and a woman should be together and a man should be the head of the household. You see panels and discussions of that's oppressive. That's slavery. I believe as a man that as a man, my job is to serve and protect my family and to give my life and I pay for them. I do X, Y. Sound like a simp to me. Sound like you.
Yeah, that's what they say.
So I'm like, hold up, bro. What are y'all saying? Because
you know what I would say, right? I would say that it's the fashion, and fashions come and go. Like I wouldn't I wouldn't attribute a sense of obligation to acknowledge it. I would label it as fashionable. Like, well, it's fashionable at this time, but fashions come and go. And just start introducing proof that fashions come and go. And this aspect of living is a fashion. But what we believe in is this, and this is solid. This is written in stone. This is what we believe in. And you only need to focus on that. But what everything else that you're looking at that's kind of out there crazy, that's a fashion. There were bell bottoms, there were platform shoes. Everything that is odd for our family is just a fashion.
Yeah, that's like all the bullies in school. They were popular, right? Like they were good looking. They had all
Yeah.
It's a
stuff like
trend.
that.
And even if technically it's not, right? Let's say it's long standing and this is like the forever to be thing. We to instill in our children a solid focus that the only thing that matters is what our family believes in is important. It's important to establish that by making sure that everything outside of that doesn't matter. And they have to be able to it has to make sense to them in a way that they're not intimidated to say it to somebody. It's like, hey, what do you think about this trans person? It's like, hey, it's in fashion.
Okay, I get what you're saying on them. I do.
But well, they're 9 years old, so I'm trying to figure out how to talk to a 9-year-old.
But see, here's the thing: you're fighting ideologies, and ideology. And we had a conversation about this earlier with Mike about God and nature. And so, when you're dealing with ideology in nature and an ideology, now you say the wrong thing, you could lose your what? Job.
Can't you always plead the fifth? Like, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't have to say anything. Like, can't you plead the fifth?
Do you not notice now? Do you not notice that they're coming?
Are they going to force us to project an opinion now?
So let's look at that, because you have where some jobs are walking up to you. Do you support Israel or Palestine?
Right.
Now they put you in the box.
And you have and can you plead the fifth? Can you say I don't have an opinion? Can you say I don't have an opinion?
You have the right. Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah. Your silence shows that you stand with
your
them.
silence is agreement. Okay. Yeah. That's a slick way to do it too.
It was taken from you. It was removed from you. The same way as we're watching it, like I said, these things.
Your silence is your compliance type. Yeah, that was a slick. When I first heard that, I said, "Nah, that's slick as hell right there. That's slick. That's something I should have pulled on my husband."
So no matter what,
your silence is compliance.
But that's the thing about it, where a lot of these ideologies are being pressured and pushed on certain doctrines that make up our principles, and where they're becoming the new law and your old law is hex and chaotic. And so it does become a danger.
Do you think my breasts are still perky? I don't have an opinion.
What?
Well, your
I don't want
silence
to
is
say nothing.
compliance.
Yeah, I wouldn't say nothing.
And see, and the thing about it is, and
What
so
does a
not saying
husband?
anything shows where you
What does a
stand.
husband tell his wife when,
Oh
after
well,
giving
if that's
birth
the
to his
wife, then that's
children?
different. I thought you was talking about somebody at a job or something.
No, I'm
Like,
saying,
no,
like,
you
I'm
ain't
talking
setting
about
me
in
up.
a relationship, right? No, this
Right.
silence is compliance thing is a very clever, manipulative tool. It's so clever
Well,
when you
basically,
think about it.
actually, think about it. Like, see, I don't know what BMT saying. It kind of runs into what you just said with the silence compliance thing, is because what people are doing is they're attacking the fundamental foundation of your philosophy of your guidance in life. So basically, if you're not going to claim a side, then I will take over your ability to,
Right.
and I'm going to deem you. This is what you think. Then I'll tell you what you
Mhm.
think. And then you didn't say anything, so I'm going to write something. I'm going to give you a write-in candidate because you didn't vote, and I'm going to tell you what you are. And now I'm going to
So your
punish you,
voice,
or I'm going to treat you as if you actually, are that or whatever.
and think about this psychologically. That means that they intended to punish you anyway. Because if you actually have compassion for somebody, you will give them the freedom
Compassion.
to reserve their thought, right? It's like, okay, autonomously, you have the right to reserve your thought. However, if I am looking to clobber somebody, if I'm looking to target a victim, I'm going to find a clever way to impose you to trap yourself because you consider me an authority. And that's the problem. Like a person that's qualified to pose that silence is compliance thing considers themselves an authority over you.
Well,
That's the
yeah, they've
only
got
way
some.
that can work.
Mhm.
That's the only way that, because a person that doesn't consider themselves an authority over you would never propose that situation.
Yeah,
They
they wouldn't
wouldn't.
even be approaching you that way if
Yeah,
they treated
exactly.
you as equal,
So
like you
so
said.
so approaching me with the imposition of speak now or forever hold your peace, and I'm going to judge you according to arbitrarily to what I deem is fit, that means that they think that they are your authority in the first place. So that's the way you counteract that, in my humble opinion. You counteract that by identifying that you're imposing authority over me and my autonomy. What's that about?
Well, let me ask you, BMT, something. Hey, BMT. So, did the child come to you with that, or how did that even kind of start?
Hold on, hang on. I'm gonna get right back to y'all.
Okay, okay. No, because if the child
All
comes to
right.
me, see, with that, with okay, yeah, with that,
It's a 9-year-old.
yeah, with that transgender stuff, that they getting it from somewhere. If they came to you, you have to explain something to them because you can't just let that. Because what's happening is
You can't
they
let
were
that go,
troubled
right?
by something, and they are coming to their authority, which is you, which is
And
a
yeah,
good thing.
yeah.
And you should have a idea and straight up, and you should give them guidance, like straight up.
You know what, Super Mike? Once my son in second grade came to me. Obviously, my picture is not in the avatar, but I'm a light skinned woman. My husband's a light skinned man. We have a light skinned son, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was our uh it's just what we did. Like we weren't into like we're black, we're black, we're black.
Right.
We didn't impose that, right?
Uh-huh.
So in second grade at this multicultural school, there came what was Heritage Week, where they get to, you know, put a collage together of, you know, it was an artwork project where they have the collage of their heritage, you know,
Right.
and, you know, so you got Hispanics doing the Day of the Dead, you got Indians doing their thing, you know, you got other ethnicities that are you know, they've been in, you know, it's
Yeah,
been
doing
pounded
their
in
little cultural
their
stuff.
their heritage and culture has been impounded into them, right?
Mhm.
But
Right.
you know, me and my husband being mixed and everything, not mixed because I don't have Caucasian, but he, anyway, my point is,
Mm-hmm.
it was our thing to be open. And
Right.
so we didn't sit up here and say, you're black, you're black, you're black, you're African
Right.
American. You know, it wasn't our thing to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in second grade, when I picked him up and he said, Mama, are we African American?
Second grade. So how old is he? What's that? 6 or 7? He's 7.
Yeah, answer the
He's
question,
7.
Mella.
This how I handle it.
You had to go
But
take a knee and
you
No, no, no,
think
no,
about
no.
no keep story. But I just wanted to say, but look at that. They are coming to you from outside of your home
And this,
because they are being approached by this stuff.
Mella had to hug her baby. She had to hug her
no,
baby.
no, 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 no. This is what happened, right? I said, yes, we are. He said, hold on, listen, it gets better. There's more. He said, then why don't we do African American things? And this was a chance for me to, one, break down and say, damn, I don't know, or come up with something. And
Mm-hmm.
because I am a confident woman, person, individual, I said, you mean like Kwanzaa? He said, Kwanzaa? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's Kwanzaa? You know? And I said, okay, we're going to go to a store and we're going to learn about Kwanzaa. And so we, you know, fortunately in our city, we have access to all types of Afrocentric stores. And I took him there, and the guy that owned the store, he was the type of person that could talk your ear off about, you know,
The history.
our heritage. And so, you know, he got an earful, no doubt. And of course I purchased a lot of books and items, and we had a wonderful exploration about what it is to be Black. And that's the way I handled that situation. And it made me realize that I dropped the ball, not, you know, looking my son in his eyes and say, no matter what, you're Black. Stay,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, you
like
don't have to try to be
I
who you are.
never, yeah, it didn't hit me until he did that there is a world out there, no matter how we want to, you know, comfort him into this, you know, color don't matter world, because that's what we were doing. We were trying to raise our son in a color don't matter world, right? We want to send him to a school that's diversified, and, you know, it's like color don't matter, color don't matter. And here comes this second grade, you know, art class, you know, this art project in second grade that pointed in my face, never forget that color does matter. Never forget that. So that's the message I want to afford everybody. Like, no matter what your socioeconomic status is in this country and all around the world, color does matter.
But
Teach your
let me ask you this,
children
Miller, just real quick on
what's
that
up.
point, because that's one of the points that I tend to be a little passionate on. It wasn't actually a color; it
I
was
was
your
getting back to,
heritage,
the
right?
heritage, but what I'm
See?
getting back to the
Yeah.
trans thing, right? The trans
Okay.
thing,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and that's why it's important to establish to your child what they are not to forget. your expectation of their belief is to be. And that's my point. It's like when it comes to a 9-year-old, like, what's up with this trans stuff that, that's like just thrown in my face every time I turn around and I can't talk about it. Make sure they understand all that matters is who they are, where they come from, and what you expect them to be. And their cleverness will figure it out. Their cleverness will figure it out. It's like, I'll figure out how to answer this question of yes or no, and silence is not allowed. They'll figure it out, because I suspect there will come a time when somebody is going to ask a child, do you support gay rights? Do you support this, that, and the other? And they're gonna have to know how to answer that question as opposed to remain silent. They're gonna have to know. So
Exactly. But
that's
think
real
about that.
tricky.
That story that you just said though. This is, just imagine that, multiply that by, let's just say, how many black children are in the society right now in schools, dealing with that in second grade,
Right,
first grade,
right.
and stuff like that. Probably, like,
Color
let's
don't
just say
matter.
two,
Color
three,
don't
four,
matter.
5 million. Let's just say 5 million. 5 million. Now think about the fact that at least your child was able to come home to you, to an authority, and ask the question, who had the history of their family, who could go out there and verify to them who they are, and this is our past and this is what we are. Okay, but imagine how many children could
Done.
not have that.
Yeah, it was done in it was done in a way that was encouraging and delightful, and I want to pat myself on the back for that, because it could have been where I just thought it to be comical, right?
Mhm.
Just say hypothetically, I would have responded by laughing, like, you
Mm.
so, that type of stuff, not understanding the importance of his his question. Like,
That was a foundational moment in his life. I
it,
guarantee you
it,
he'll
it
remember
very
that.
much so, very much so. And like, even if I didn't follow through, let's say, like, we didn't celebrate Kwanzaa from that point forward, he's not going to forget that his question was taken seriously. So when it comes to addressing the the what's on the table as fashion today with those situations, take those children's inquiries seriously. Like they want to know how to handle being confronted with that. They want to know, and they're looking towards you as their, for their guidance. Like, how do I handle when being confronted that is the right thing to do and you better not say nothing else? How do I handle that as a 9-year-old? They're
Mm.
looking for your guidance. And so to just take that very seriously. Don't think it's just going to fix itself. Take stuff like that very seriously.
Yeah, and that speaks for content creators as well. Like, yeah, I mean, think about like you being a parent, right? And then like your kid grows up old enough to watch the internet, and so they go into your page. What are they looking at?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's one of the things. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, it's deep. Like, these children are concerned. Okay,
I mean, I'm
they
watching not to mean to cut you off, like on a lot of toxic panels that I be on as well. Like, they're some of the children, these guys are in their like 40s and 50s. Some of these children are old enough to go to school and watch what's going on the internet. It is so
Right.
they can look it
crazy.
up.
It is
Mhm.
crazy.
But it's
They can,
getting pushed to them too. My daughter just
or they
told
can
me
overhear it
yesterday.
while you in your
But
studio. While you're
but
in
think
your
about this.
studio, and you think
Think of,
because you got your headphones on, and they can't hear the live stream, they can hear your comments, and they can put two and two together.
Oh, that's another
So
thing. The
oh, definitely.
comments. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, but check this out. My daughter, she's just started college,
But when we was talking about some stuff, and I mentioned, just telling her about guys and different things like that, and I was like, "Yeah, you ever heard of the manosphere?" She was like, "Oh, yeah, I got that," because they look at YouTube too. And
And
she was
that's
like, some of
something.
those videos came across her, so those things get pushed to people. So think about those type of messages being pushed to young impressionable people who are just starting to look out into the dating world, and they hear, let's say it was a young woman, she's hearing dudes telling her she needs to submit and arguing and screaming, and then let's say a young man who's looking for something, or these women are acting this way and they're just trying to steal your money and this type of thing like that. That can kind of mess people up sometimes in their first initial interactions,
Yeah, think
which
about
which
Super
is
Mike. We grew up watching
Mhm.
all kind of stuff. Martin, Living Single, like all
Yeah,
of these TV shows. Now YouTube, this is the new
yes,
TV. And then we
exactly. These
think
kids are
another
gonna
thing, we
grow up
got it
with
in our
that.
pocket. We got it everywhere we go.
hmm Yeah, and they can always go back. Oh yeah, you know what? This person. Oh yeah, I used to watch that person too. Oh
Oh
no,
yeah,
my
the
dad
world is
used to
small,
play
small
that
world.
over and over and over again. That's why I be telling people like, we going on to, especially if it's decently popular. And like, oh, Cynthia G? Yeah, I know her. Yeah, my mom used to watch that or listen to it, or that those will be the conversations. And a lot of us don't realize how important that is. That's going to happen in a few years. And just like you said, like when I do my little, podcast every now and then, yeah, I do mine in front of my kids. I know they're listening. They're just right here. So,
Hey, that's how you know
but
you stay grounded. That's how you know you
right,
stay grounded.
exactly. Yeah, but I don't go somewhere in a dungeon and be like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna start cussing up a storm. The way I talk now, you meet me on a job, you meet me anywhere on business or something. Just that ain't everything. It's gonna be the same. Ain't gonna be no difference. So
And another thing about those
It
interviews,
used to
I
be
noticed Country
the
Wayne.
Jeffersons. Now it's Tommy Sotomayor.
see, that's a
Remember?
shame.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I haven't
some
seen his son
people,
in a while.
Yeah, I
and
haven't.
regardless,
Do he still have a channel?
I
well,
don't
I
know.
mean, he's still legendary. I mean,
See,
there are people
Legendary
that
for what?
but nothing.
for,
But that's the point. What you were just saying.
but there was a time when the Jeffersons wasn't necessarily considered legendary, but it
Exactly.
is. So
hmm
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
true.
Like some of these YouTube personalities, I like what I like
That
what
makes me remind me something too. Keep going. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I like what you said, B, about it's the new TV, right? It's true. It's the new TV. There are things that young people are going to hear online that will be imprinted in their memory for
Mm-hmm.
the rest of their lives. And
Yep.
we're not, I think that we're not being very good stewards of that responsibility. And as far as Black YouTube goes, like when you really think about the gravity of influencing a young mind for the rest of their life,
Yeah, this is what
hmm
Black YouTube consists
we could
of.
actually mold some leaders here. We could actually
Well,
create
you
some
But if you
world
think about Black
leaders.
YouTube, what does that gravitate towards? What
We
drama?
could create some world leaders,
well,
but
well. I would say it like this. You got to realize, just like you said, when you look at something, the algorithm brings more to you. Because when you say Black YouTube, it's not just the ratchet tree. And that's what a lot of
Okay,
people don't understand.
okay.
Because like a lot of people don't listen to there's the ancient the history Black YouTube, there's a science YouTube, there's comedic stuff, there's but it's not arguing, it's just old
I
movies,
love
just
the
like
comedic stuff.
real
Man, I know this
black.
is our
uh
topic, but can we go back to
mhm.
Dane Calloway? I just want to know your opinion on
well,
Dane Calloway.
well,
But
yeah,
anyway,
see, that's one thing about stuff like that. That's not, to me, that's not off topic, because the title of the conversation, that's what I was saying. Like you come with some truth, and he's definitely going to be one of those groups, one of those people that people grew up saying, "Oh yeah, I used to listen to this and I used to listen to that."
But the thing is, he allows just pure. He speaks truth. See, that's one of the worst things when you could speak truth, but but you allow absolute false, and you won't admit when somebody proved you false.
Really? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, like we need a coalition.
There's,
Imagine if all the religions around the world came together. We'll find out a whole lot of shit. But I'm
well,
just
no. What
saying.
I'm saying is he's telling you the truth about, like, let's say you pushing 80% of the truth. So I can't say he a liar. But then I'd be like, dude, this part that you're saying here, this little section is false
What
and it's
part?
damaging. I
No,
What
would
it
say
doesn't
part is
like
matter
this.
what
You
false?
part.
can't say you
Journalism is truth. You cannot, like, you can't. It can't be 98% truth and 2%
no, no,
truth.
no, no. He's not a journalist though. He's just he's just trying to make you think. That's what he's
Brother,
gonna
if
say.
you a black man with that
He's
platform, you better be a journalist, bro. You
he's
pushing the
not. He
masses.
told you every time he says this, I'm just here to make you think. I'm saying
That's
whatever I'm
what
gonna
he,
say.
yeah, from what I
That's what he's gonna
recall.
say. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is the part that's false is this. You can't say that slavery never happened the way, you can't say that you're not from Africa just because you don't know. He just asked the question, where's the slave ships?
Yeah.
And people's like, oh, there's no slave ships. Like, dude, okay, they are even, but just he knows where they are, but he's just asking this question. But we are Native American. A lot of our lineage is from here. That's facts, 100% facts.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
proved
Creole,
himself
all that.
there. But when you start saying, okay, the lineage, this didn't happen and that didn't happen, that's where you're like, because you're not, even though our lineage can come from somewhere, like let's say a lot of our, and this is facts, a lot of our lineage was already here before the slavery situation. These are facts that many different people, I've been started about, all kind of people have proven this. So
Okay.
that's facts. But the point is, you can't
Where were they
say now
living?
that I'm a Cherokee, even though just because let's my great grandmama was from a Cherokee tribe, that is not what makes you a Cherokee. You don't have that
Right.
culture no more. You are a Black American. That's your culture.
Right.
That is what you came in as.
Yeah,
That's what you are now.
I haven't
Because
listened
even
to
those
his
Native American
content in a
people,
while.
yeah, even those Native Americans, they used to go from different tribe to different tribe. Like the
Yeah, true.
Narragansett would fight, and then they would take the kids of the Peacocks or whatever they call it, the Algonquin tribes. They used to kidnap each other's kids and stuff, and they would now you're this tribe. So
I believe that.
it wasn't about blood the way we do DNA now, and then DNA. See that's another thing. Dan Calloway, he speaks his facts. The way he questions the DNA because it's not locked tight, But it's like I said, he's very valuable. I like his content, but he telling you he's just here to make you think,
When
like dude.
when Ancestry.com gives you percentages of what you
That's
might be made of, is that
might be yes.
so?
No,
It's
but if you think about it, it's they're telling you to, and that's one thing that's facts, but people don't want to believe it because they're thinking of DNA as if it's your core or your kids. They have, and that, like I said, this is why I love Dan Calloway. I love the people like him because they're asking legitimate questions and getting people to really look at it.
Yeah, do
Because
your own
what's happening,
research. Yeah.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
doing that, and that's why I do love him. So I can't say I don't like him. But to me, when somebody proves this portion of what you're saying is false, just say, okay, well, you got that part.
Well,
What I
Super
mean?
Mike, you
Don't.
want to know what, brother? I do think to bring like a lot of facts. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really find flaw in is the Black Authority channel. I kind of like that channel. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Oh
I
yeah, I
listen
like
to it a
his
lot.
channel.
That
Yeah, I like
sounds
his
like a
channel.
good channel. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
When
says some good stuff too. He's good. I like him.
yeah,
I've
I like the way he
Everybody has
presented, man. It's
flaws
very
though.
professional, man. It's very
I've been
professional.
introduced to Dr. Anthony Browden.
Oh,
I haven't heard
Anthony
of. I haven't
Browder.
heard of.
Yeah,
Browder?
see those. Is that what you're talking about? Anthony Browder,
Yeah.
was he doing the Egyptian tours and stuff?
Yeah, and
Yeah, he's a professional. Yeah, and that's what I mean when you say Black YouTube. These are there's
Yeah.
a
his
professional class.
teachings are so
Right.
Yes.
captivating,
Yeah, because
you
a
know.
lot of times we think it's just all the ratchet tree.
I'm going to clear my history when I get off
He
here. I'm
was
going to
on
clear
the
that
Rock
history.
something show and
Rock Newman, yeah.
Yeah, he was on the Rock Newman show, and that interview was captivating. Okay, and I
Right.
don't use that word often. It was
Mhm.
captivating. I
And he's
couldn't.
been teaching a lot of time. Did y'all look at Karen Hunter stuff?
Okay, that's a new name to me. What's up? What's up with her?
Yeah, you can type that in, Karen Hunter. You could watch In Class with Carr. You probably be. It's a professional. I mean, and some, there's flaws on every level of these people. There's flaws,
Of
but
course, they're human beings, but the
exactly. So
fact
that's my point. Yeah, exactly. We we
when
we
they
put too
provide
much into people.
indisputable evidence, it's
They're getting you to
captivating.
think more. Yeah, they're
And,
getting
and
you to
it's
think
not just
about different stuff.
it's not just the handful of people that we've mentioned. There's so many
Oh
more,
yes, definitely.
so many more. And I would encourage us to look into that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, broaden your horizons. Go off and listen to some stuff that you might not have normally listened to because like even the history, like I would listen. Sometimes I listen to what's this man's name? I haven't listened to him in a second, but he's married to this Asian woman. But he usually talks to white people all the time. He's got
Oh
millions of
yeah,
views
you
and stuff.
talking about he's out of Texas, I believe. The black
I think
guy.
he lived before.
Dave
Yeah, he's black.
Chappelle. No, let me
No,
stop.
no, no, no. This is he does like hidden history. Shoot. Anyway, it'll pop in my
Okay.
head in a minute. But the thing, even Black Magic 360. These are people that
Oh yeah.
yeah. Yeah, they kind of they kind of out there. Some of
That's
this
what's
stuff people
up.
might not
That's
like
what's
it,
up.
but the thing is, my point is that
They're not talking
they're
about flat Earth, are they?
no, I haven't watched that one.
Okay.
I did try to listen to one of the flat earthers people, but
I I
to
I,
me,
I can't do it. Yeah.
no. The only reason why I try to hear, I want to hear what is tricking people because I don't even understand how you can play
Well, if you want to
stupid
be
that way.
realistic, if you want to play devil's advocate, which I don't
That's what
have
I was
a
trying to
dog in
listen
the
to. Like,
fight.
what is
We've
catching
never been
people?
outside of the earth.
But look, when you look through a telescope and you see, or like spheres, like you
Yes.
see, when that's what I'm saying. It's like, so why is it that all these planets I'm looking at through this telescope isn't flat, but the Earth
Yeah,
is flat?
but we is
And
flat.
Because
that's
we
Okay.
know
that's
the
my
we
only
know the
dispute.
we know the Western man has confused all he has erased
No, no.
history.
Listen,
But when I
listen.
look through a telescope
You
and
know what I listen
everything
to?
is round, why am I to believe or
Good
imposed
point.
upon to believe that the Earth is not round? That doesn't
So
make
so let
sense.
me do it like this. This is a joke that has gone too far, but
Exactly.
it shows how uneducated, unsophisticated, and they get to laugh at us because we know in history that
Right.
we are the ones, our community, our people, our science, our civilization taught them these white folks that the earth was not flat. They literally believed the earth was flat and they would fall off of it because it was a big monster or Atlas was holding up something and you could fall off. They didn't know that you could go around the earth and get to India or stuff like that. Just 500 years ago they believed that. You got to realize you're
You
dealing with
know
a
what's
group of
crazy?
people
Yeah.
who just got out of a certain area 500 years ago, and
Mm-hmm.
it's melanated black folks have been all the way over the planet. We don't know when we got to these places. We don't know when
Yeah.
we got over here
It,
to
it, it,
America, to Alaska, to the Pacific Islands, to Australia, to Africa, to Asia, to
oh,
India.
the
We don't know when
platonic.
people first got there.
I'm glad you mentioned that, the platonic shift, like that separated the continents. Do
Hmm.
you think that something like that is coming in the near future?
It's already here. Yeah, they have. If you look at, well, we talking about Platonic
The
tectonic
yeah, the shifting, like where
of the
bodies
continents.
of land are
That's happening.
significantly like, okay, I'm going to confess this. There's something about me that believes that California is going to drop off the face of the fucking earth, okay?
Okay.
And all the water is just gonna fill up the Grand Canyon, and for some reason that's in my mind. And I
It's
was
true.
just wondering, is that possible? Is it possible
Yeah.
for California to
Well,
just
California used to be its own island, and I mean, it
drop
depends on who you
off?
ask. They said that. I mean, technically, it was named after a black woman. Depends on who you ask, but it did
Well,
Oh,
it
definitely
was
I
a
didn't
black
know that.
tribe. It was a black tribe of they call them the women in California, yeah, Queen Califia, but
Really?
the Spanish people named her because they just, you see, that's what they do. They go other places and then they just say who somebody is.
They
You know what I mean?
name
Like
somebody like
they
they
don't care
pets.
what you call yourself. You
Right,
Toby.
like they're a pet.
Like so, but
it's
they're
sick,
capturing
man.
you with that. But the point is, that's what they did. The Spanish came, and I forgot. I think it was what's this dude name? Anyway, Ponce de Leon or one of them dudes. They the ones came to California zone, and they seen these black people, Native Americans, and they had just came
Wow.
from dealing with the Moors in Spain, and they were like, "Oh, this is Queen Caliph," because Caliph means ruler and king in the Arabic language. And they had just in Spain, you know, they were dealing with the Moors and fighting the Moors for the last like 700 years or whatever. You know, so they were, and when as soon as they beat the Moors, they got to leave. And then they just got the chance to start sailing all over the planet. So you know, that stuff is in the history is there. This is the reason why. That's what I said. Like it's a joke
That is
for yeah,
fascinating.
it's a joke because they know if they could get black people to literally believe that the Earth was flat, that is like a big joke because like
There was
these
there was
same people are the ones that taught us that the world is round, and now look at them. They believe it's flat. They're stupid.
there there were black people in California before it was called California.
Well, they were. You got to realize there were black people all over this whole entire planet. Like
Mm.
seriously, we don't know when we got where we got, but we know when they left Europe, there was
Okay,
Columbus.
how
And
about
Columbus,
not
they
this?
too
even
long
right,
ago, it's just like we just viewed as just I don't know. I just me. I just no matter if I disagree with you so much, I don't want you to fail. I just don't get
right.
that. Like I don't want you to just you know suffer. I don't understand that.
And that's how they
So
get. That's how they get us because our nature is a little different. We all
it's our
nice and
nature.
stuff. We
Yeah.
all nice.
So uh, let's discuss the public school system if possible. How it is designed to produce workers and not owners.
Well, actually, now it's designed to produce debt slaves and slaves in jail. Because my
Right,
wife's a
right.
teacher now. She's a teacher and she tells me the stories. You know, I have to sit here and listen to the stories about kids. What's up, B? 8-year old, 9-year olds coming in there. N word, nigga, 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 what? You come in here, get out my face, B. I ain't sitting
Do
down, B.
do
Run
any
in
of
the
us
hall,
know?
jump through the windows.
I would really love to talk to somebody who exclusively went to private school. You know,
Oh,
like
okay.
I would love that because I want to know what the inside difference is. Like, what is it that
It's
they
more
did?
controlled.
So it's
It's
structured
probably a
in a.
more stable. Yeah, just more
But
stable.
are they introduced to information that is not afforded public school children? Like that's what
It
I'm trying to
probably
figure
could be.
out.
It could be because you know a private school is different. It's many different places. You know, of course they have a structure, but it's private, so you know they could be introduced into a variety of things. I'm sure they probably most private schools they have a basic minimum that they are having to you know introduce the kids to. You know, but as far as there
Hmm.
could be a religious private school, there could be a this
Hmm.
kind or that kind, you know. So of course they're going to get additional information.
Yeah, I
I
went to private
wonder.
school when I was in elementary school, and
You
then
did?
my mom was trying to hide me from my dad, so I had to go to a whole nother parish in Louisiana. We got parishes, And you like they bullied the shit out of me. Nice looking small guy with nice hair that get along with the girls. And these are country dudes. These dudes are huge, big, beat me up every day. And not only that, like they are related. It's a country town. They're related to the teachers. So it was just
Wow.
very tough. But at the
Yeah.
same time, like
that
it
sounds
messed me up
tough.
in
Yeah.
school
Whole
because I wasn't
families.
able to focus on subjects. Whenever you switch
Right.
schools like that, whenever you're a kid, you got to go to a different, y'all on a different lesson plan and stuff like that. So like
Yeah.
I'm always great at English, but math, like later on, I had to learn I had to reteach myself because like, you know, the household was broken up. So not only did that affect like mom and dad, but like it really affects the kid.
Yeah, definitely. That's
Yeah,
a fact.
my son dropped off with social studies when things didn't work out in our household. You know, it's like he was doing really well, but the breakup did impact his concentration. I'll put it
Right.
that way. His
Stability.
grades fell off, you know, after the breakup happened.
Right.
So they you know, he didn't change schools or anything. Well, no, he did change schools. It just you know it if you can stay together, please stay together.
Yeah, why
Um,
would a kid want they two parents that, you know, like why would they want them to break up? Like that affects the kids.
I know,
That
and
affects the
it's
kids.
and as an adult, I understand how complex it is. It's like when you just can't stand each other breathing, you know, it gets kind of dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
you rather so you have to weigh the risk. It's like, do we risk some eventual catastrophe that will traumatize them, or do we bring it up to a slow simmer and boil that,
Well, that's
hey,
why
we're
in-laws are
not going to be
important as
together?
well.
It's like, I think we should prepare them for
Yeah,
that as
yeah.
opposed to just staying together where an eventual, you know, like,
Yeah, I mean, if
unforgettable experience could happen.
yeah,
Okay.
I would like if you are a couple, it's very important for you to be around other couples. Like you basically thrive off of motivating, especially you
Oh,
guys can actually
definitely. Don't have no
that is
single
very it's like
friends when you
therapy.
married.
Yes.
Definitely.
You check each other. John, you know you was wrong, right? You know, come on now, bro. Like, think about this. Like, you know, especially in America,
That's a
black man
good
have safe
point. Do
haven.
not have single friends if you're married.
That
It
is
will
a
just corrupt your
no
understanding.
disaster for failure. No.
Mm. Yeah, because
Because
one
it's
of the
so,
things that
you know, you'll misconstrue
We're
your
operating in
priorities.
markets that we shouldn't be operating in half the time. And we find
Yeah.
ourselves at a
Stick
disadvantage.
with
Then
your
we be
own
looking like we
situation.
crazy.
Exactly. Stick with your own situation. Like, you
Yeah.
know, it's like, you know, that single friend is not doing what married people do. So you don't have
exactly.
any business hanging
It's
out
just
with
like
them.
I tell my kids, like if you're a smoker, if you hang around that, friends like to do things in common. They like to share. So
That's right.
either if I'm with you
Friends
and I'm
do things
hanging
in
with you,
common.
right, I like to share. So if I'm smoking, here, you want a cigarette? No, I don't smoke. They're gonna start like I have one of my best friends. Both of us when we met, we neither one of us smoked. He started smoking weed. Hey man, you should try it. I'm like, no, I ain't gonna smoke. I never judged him, but he would admit to me like I didn't want to smoke in front of you because you wasn't, and it felt like you was like bad trying to be better than me or something. So he would get angry. Now I
Right.
didn't do anything.
Oh, that's that
I
guilt
didn't
trip
do anything to
Now,
bullshit.
him. I didn't
honestly,
say like, dude,
imagine
you
how many people
smoking
fall
weed?
victim to that peer pressure.
Yeah, I was like, dude, you smoking weed? What's wrong? I didn't say that to him. I was like, no, I don't know. And then he just like, man, you think you better than us or something? I'm like, what are you
And that's
talking
the
about?
go-to.
Hey, that is
That's the
pretty common,
go-to.
by the way.
That's that guilt trip crap, man.
But
You know,
but
narcissists are everywhere. It's
and
like
that's what I was telling BMT though. But what it was is like to be in your vicinity. Like we got all this other stuff, but he don't. He obviously you want to share it now. You're not able to share this thing, and they get frustrated or they want to self-fulfill this little prophecy about whatever they believe his system is, and then they get instead of letting it go or basically that's what it is. Either you're going to be like them. That's why every time, like if you don't drink, people want to slip something in your drink, or they want you to drink with them. They want, they just want to. That's what people do. Yep, that's what they do. Like you got
What
friends,
what
they,
the character
they
trait is that? What can you? How do you? What name can be attached to those types of characters and their traits? Are they psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists?
No, those not those type of people, because to me, so the narcissist is the person who think they right. You can't tell them nothing. They're never wrong, or that's not what was going on there. The sociopath is always going out there, causing problems. They have an issue that they haven't dealt with themselves, and they want to just hurt other people. They don't care. And then the other one, I think I forgot what the other one you called it, but that's not what was
Psychopath.
going on there. Yeah, the psychopath, they're just just crazy. See, pathology is a sickness.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're sick in the head, psychopath. But this was just a issue. Like even my great grandmother, like we grew up, we didn't eat pork. I bet you would like it. Taste this bacon. Just taste some. No, I don't want to taste it. I don't eat it. I'm not
Right,
mad at
not
you because
respecting your choice. Right,
right.
it's
It's
like
just
my
like these
choice.
Asian
What are you
people.
trying to?
They put
Right.
they put stuff in people's food. Like, yeah, I don't want none of y'all little rat, none of that. Okay, you ate the chicken, right? You like chicken? Yeah, eat this. It's rat. You think it's chicken, it's good enough.
Say Super
So
Mike,
it's
don't act
like
like you
people.
ain't never ate no chitlin, Super Mike.
Yeah, I never ate that. I never
I ain't
ate
never
that.
ate that shit.
I left the house when my great grandmother was
I
cooking that. I left
yeah,
her house.
that's not my thing. It's that whole pork thing is a trip because it's like as a child you can't really control what you're being fed, but when you're
Right. That's
able to make your own decisions, for
yeah.
some reason your family tries to shame you, about your decision. It's like,
Right.
what don't you understand? I don't eat pork. I just don't. you
Or don't
know
drink. Oh, I'll get you a drink.
Because it's a friendship thing. Now we can't share this. And they kind
yeah.
of feel like they're losing that part of you. Like this is something we did for fun, and we could hang. This is something I do for fun. It's like that's your friend. Like, see, that's why I can't call it like pathology and they're narcissists or nothing like that. It's like they're having a withdrawal portion because they're
Oh,
your
they're
friend.
okay. So they're
Yeah,
grieving. They're grieving
yeah.
the
It's
loss
almost like
of
that.
companionship
But instead of letting,
or
they have to
mutual
decide. Basically, you're basically
ideas.
to them, you're telling them, even though you don't have to say this, but to them, you're saying you're gonna have to pick between me or the weed, or me and the pork, or me or whatever. And you're not even saying that, but that's kind of how they feel.
And not
Mm-hmm.
even that. Oh, if you cool with them, then you can't be cool with me. What? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Those
Yeah,
I
people
don't
be
that's
like
want to
that
whack.
get in
too.
between what y'all got going on.
That's whack. Yeah, that
You
is
know what I'm
Yeah.
seriously
saying?
whack.
Like, I don't.
It's like leave me out of it, man. Like,
Right, right.
so
You're this person's friend, but maybe, oh, you meet this person, y'all be cool, and then you meet that person, and maybe y'all don't get along. Oh, well, you be talking to me. I ain't cool with, like you said, oh, who you talking to? You talking to them or something like that? Yeah, I don't do
yeah,
that.
it's like it's like
Trying to
your
control a
your
narrative.
principles are negotiable for them. Like they impose the right to negotiate your principles. It's like I
Right,
have
and I
these
think people
principles.
do this. I don't necessarily want to attribute. Uh, because like I said, I have very close family members that have done this. I don't necessarily think that it's a malice thing. I think that just this is just something people got going on. You know,
I mean,
I don't even
is
think
it
they
safe to
know. I
say
don't even think that
control?
they be thinking about it sometimes.
Is control like a big
It
part
is
of
control, but yeah,
Is it a big part of like a human nature?
I think it's part of that. It's something going on. I mean, I haven't really studied it formally, but I know that I've experienced some of that stuff. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Like people are
I mean, and
possessive,
it's probably
man.
a safety thing. Like I know, like certain people, like yeah, certain stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's the issue. It's a control issue, or like you said, it's a grieving thing where they can't
Mm-hmm.
hang with you on over this,
I mean,
or
it's
They're
they
the
were, or
grieving.
paperwork, man.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. Like you want this job, but a lot of people don't hire people just off of paperwork. I mean, people hire people based upon who they like.
that's true. That's true. And I know that for a fact. For whatever reason, I was picked like amongst everybody else based on the T-shirt I had on that day. Like,
Damn.
because the supervisor, as it turns out, she's a superstitious minded individual, right? And
Right.
so she believes in serendipity. She believes that things happen for a reason. So she gets promoted to this managerial, she's a manager now. She was a supervisor, now she's a manager. And they're constructing this new unit in the office that's going to do something called imaging, where documents were once on microfiche, but now they're going to be put into this machine. And that way the machine can come up on a computer and be printed out, right? So it's going to
right,
be called the imaging department. And so while she's, trying to pick and choose who she wants in the so-called imaging department, and she's this whimsical minded woman, you know, she was like, okay, I think they'll work. This one will work. Let's bring them in for an interview. So I didn't know I was going to be interviewed that day. I wore a T-shirt, right? And the T-shirt was from a previous telecommunications job, and it had "attitude is gratitude" or something to that effect.
Uh,
Let your let your attitude reflect your gratitude. It was something positive in that
right,
nature.
and
and
don't
and
include your body language as well.
yeah, I've been known to be somebody that's a welcoming spirit. So, I didn't really have any problems with anybody, thank God. And I guess I was a good candidate, right? So I'm tapped on the shoulder like they want to see you in, this particular office that wasn't a usual office to go to. And
right,
I'm like, I thought this was casual Friday. Like, what's up
right.
with me going to this office? So I go in there and
Oh
it was
yeah, they
like,
like you going.
yeah, it's like, how you doing? Have a seat. And I'm nervous. I'm like, did I do something? I don't know I did.
I'm in
You know,
trouble. Big boss is mad at me.
yeah. And so they said, so, how are things going? They had just generally a casual conversation with me. And and before I know it, I'm being offered a promotion to go to this new unit. And so months go by, right? I'm doing everything that's required. And I just asked her, I said, what made you choose me? Yeah. And she said, it was your T-shirt. It had nothing to do with my qualifications. It had nothing to do with what I look like. Nothing. It was
That's a,
just her whimsy
right,
that made
right.
me choose me. So that does happen when somebody who can provide you upward mobility, they just happen to be a whimsical person, and you just happen to be the one.
Wow,
Some people call it luck.
that's interesting on a few levels because,
That
like
was
you said,
crazy, man.
because think about that in like
I
stuff like
thought
the
at least
police
it would be because I'm a
departments.
veteran. She was like, no, it was the
Yeah.
T-shirt. I was like, what? So what if I wore some crazy ass, fuck the police T-shirt that day?
Oh, of course not.
Then
Yeah,
you
you
would-
probably
you
wouldn't wear
definitely
that.
won't fit into the program.
Oh, but look at that. If you wore Black Lives Matter, it wouldn't work either, huh?
Oh
That's what I'm
no,
saying.
lady, are you in the wrong
Look how
building?
they messed that up.
That's what I'm
Black
Man,
saying.
it's
Lives
Like,
just that,
Matter.
and then a lot of these panels, that's the foundation of them creating an argument. I just can't stand it. That's the first thing
And
they go to. Then it'd be like black on black crime. Then I'd be like, what about Ukraine and Russia? It's just like, man, it's just a
right.
revolving circle.
Well, because see, that's what I'm saying. That's the damage. Like you just said, like you just went into an interview and dealing with a job situation. But when you have all this kind of negative stuff floating on the internet, floating on TV and different stuff like that about, let's say, black women, let's say the situation with black men or whatever. Okay, let's say your interviewer was a black male who listened to the Manosphere. You know what I mean? And then here you come walk in and look, now he's been poisoned against you. He don't even know you. Let's say he didn't even look at your qualifications. He's like, oh hell no. And then let's say, bro, you goes into the same interview and like, oh, you probably a black man. Look at your hair. Oh, you probably a little pretty boy or something like that. Nah, you probably don't even take care of your kids.
Yeah,
You
the
probably
point
do this and
is
this and
that
that. They come up with all of this stuff and they don't even know you
yeah,
because of
yeah,
the
qualifications
stereotypes
doesn't
in
matter.
the world.
Yeah, when it comes to like getting past the gate in some environments,
Yeah.
qualifications don't matter.
Look, let
It
me tell you something. Qualifications don't matter. Like I had so many times. Oh, this is this cool guy, bro. Like he's awesome. All right, cool. Until they find out who you gotta vote for, what you believe, all these questions, and
Mhm.
See,
all of a
now I'm
sudden, oh,
starting
you
to
just a regular nigga.
see. Now you must think like them. You must think like who? A black person. Well, I am a black person. See, okay. Now, so my thing is that's why I don't even play certain games because I got to make qualifications matter to myself. You know, that's why I said like with the business thing. That's why I'm like, I know everybody's not going to be in business, but you know, I'm trying to push myself and my family into a culture of more transferring because like, you know, maybe my parents and they had a culture that was dealing with, you know, working, but then some of it was welfare. But now I want, and I'm working. Of course, our family is working people, but I would like to push us into a culture of entrepreneurship and land
yeah,
owning
affluence.
because
Yeah,
yeah,
affluence.
well,
Absolutely.
even yeah, affluence is good, but like I said, just depending on the gifts and the talents that you know we're blessed with in our family to create businesses for that. You know, teaching the children to gain skills and certifications that can't be. You don't have to go searching for a job. You're gonna just create a job or create work, or because you have this skill, you have that skill. You could do this, you could do that.
Networking is important.
Yes, definitely,
When it comes to
absolutely,
ownership, when it comes to
absolutely.
ownership, and I'll tell you this, not that it matters, but because that's her world, but um, Oprah herself confessed that syndication never occurred to her until what is that what is that movie reviewer that died?
Ebert,
Ebert.
Cisco and
Yeah,
Ebert.
Ebert, right. Ebert was just like, why don't you syndicate? It
See,
never occurred to her, right? But because, she was just at a particular place and time with a person that planted a seed in her mind. And she also mentioned when she was doing The Color Purple, it never occurred to her that she could own her own studio. So she developed
Mhm.
Harpo Studios. So whether these events are true or false, they're believable enough in terms of conceiving that networking is a viable asset to your life. And so, in addition to gaining skills, knowledge, and abilities toward entrepreneurship, don't neglect the fact that networking is a part of that.
And you know what? Now that you said that, it actually makes me think this is part of what the potential, the positive potential of some of these panels could be. You know, because even though we're out here just talking just regular stuff and this and that and doing whatever we're doing, uh, but if some people end up, let's say this person here is connected in this city with, uh, let's say a political situation, or this person in that area is connected, and
Right,
y'all was just
Louisiana,
being
Byron
friends
Cole, New Orleans,
online,
upset the setup. Byron Cole.
right? You could actually be like, oh, okay, really? Oh, I have some business that's going on down there. Oh, I'm gonna be, and those are, you know what I mean?
Man,
Those are things that could set off business, that could set off little
I
stuff.
got a
Of course.
guy
Mhm.
a job contract, and I didn't even. Well, I don't get credit for it to this day, but it's amazing. We happened to go to some place and sit down at a bar, and lo and behold, the owner of a chain of distinguished steakhouses was sitting with us, chewing the fat, talking it up. You know, we were just having a good time,
Right.
you know, throwing back cocktails. And it was like, why don't you come to one of my, you know, why don't you stop by there? I'll pay for everything. And we were like, for real? You know, and the
Mhm.
person that was with us, he owned a plumbing company. You know,
Right.
he owned it, right? And so, you know, in talking with him, because really the guy was just focused on me and my exuberance and stuff. Because I was
Mhm.
sitting closest to them. I was the ones,
Mhm.
because they didn't want to sit next to white people. But I was like, I
Right.
ain't had a problem with white people. So, you know, I just
Mhm.
and we were just, you know, just laughing and joking and exchanging just hilarity. And
Right.
he was like, man, you know, you all are good people. To come to my restaurant, you know, I got you, that type of attitude, right? And so it just so happens the guy that owns the plumbing company, he said, do you all need any business, you know, in what he was referring to? And he was like, well, we could talk about it later. So during dinner, right?
Mhm.
He came by, and him and that guy that owns the plumbing company, they went off somewhere, and he came back and he was happy. And I found out sometime later that he got a contract to be exclusive
See?
to handle their plumbing needs. And I was
See?
just like, I'm the one that he liked.
Right.
I said,
No, but the
I
thing
want to
is,
get
that's
put
the
a little.
reason why. But see, that's the reason. That's what, because I have many,
So you
you know,
never
contacts.
know who you're gonna connect with. You never know.
But see, when you have a business, or when you have a culture of business where you have something to offer, you don't even, you can get to the point where you're not having to actually sell. When you get involved, just like you said, we're talking on this thing about stuff, you don't have to necessarily put that out there. But what happens is you're talking and you're connecting like
A
mind,
casual
and
situation. Yeah.
you're like, oh, I'm doing work in this city or that city. Here's okay, well, shoot, you know, this opportunity is happening. Did you know about that? No, I didn't. Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, oh,
Yeah.
I
Right. I
work at,
love
I'm an
the part
engineer
It's
at
what
networking.
this place.
it's wonderful when that happens. I tell you, it's
And
so it's
online
incredible.
here, it can happen a lot. But see, a lot of us, we don't necessarily have, though, we're worker mentality,
Yeah.
Right.
paycheck
That's the
mentality.
thing.
And I'm
And
glad you
yeah.
mentioned that because I got another story to tell, right? When I came back from my divorce, right? My first husband, and I'm looking for a job in my hometown. I'm going through all these opportunities, and one came up as being a stock trader, right,
Mhm.
at the
Right.
Chicago Stock Exchange, right? And I'm like, oh man, that sounds glamorous, you know,
Hmm.
because I had a worker mentality, right? So I'm
Right.
going up in there, and they're saying, okay, it's going to cost this amount of money for your materials in order to be trained to become a broker. And I was just like, well, if I
But the
had
way
that
that they put the listing out, they knew they was kind of, you know,
but the thing is, like, my worker mentality was like not interested in investing in myself.
right.
That to see
Well,
that
because
that
that's kind of not what it, you know, not, I know what you said, because
I
I've
just
seen
wanted
stuff
a
like that
job.
too.
I just
Yeah,
wanted a
exactly. But if
job.
they listed it
So
like a job,
yeah, it was
you know,
listed like it was a job, but what it
oh, well, see.
entailed wasn't. But what it was is an opportunity to enter a a, a an
Right. You can enter
arena.
that
Yeah,
industry.
it right, exactly. It was an
Right. Y'all think
opportunity,
even
not a
with the
job.
metaverse.
It
Yeah.
was the opportunity, not a job. And because I had a worker's mentality at the time, I didn't look at it that way. I was just like, wait a minute, if if I had money to just throw away, that's the way I thought.
Yeah,
If I
that's
had
how we
money to
think. I
just
mean, but it's
throw away like that, then I wouldn't be looking for a job. I had an attitude of a worker. I didn't
right,
have an attitude of investing in myself. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
so we're talking about the 90s, the mid 90s. Can you
Yeah,
imagine being qualified as a stockbroker in the 90s? I would have made out so very well. I just didn't know any better.
right.
I want,
It's
yeah.
still good. I mean, even if just learning about that stuff, it's not easy to change that mindset because you can know that you need to learn something, but you still are comfortable, that comfort zone, like
Yeah,
no,
I just had this. I just need a job. I just need a job. I
exactly. And
wasn't.
you probably
I
just need it.
wasn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't concentrating on investing in my future. I just needed a
right.
job. And that hinders people sometimes in making uh better decisions.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's deep. No, because I mean that's pretty much what a lot of people need to be on, I think, because
Now, don't be
to
a
move.
fool and give your money to what you think is an opportunity when it's a scam. Don't,
Well, yeah,
make
because that's what they
make
do.
sure
They're
you
like,
invest in something legitimate.
well, that's one of the things that's why I was gonna say that too, because I've seen listings like that too. They list it as a job, but then they should have listed it as like a commission or a sales position, because
Probably.
then people would know, okay, this is how that works. But when you list it as a job, to me, that's a little scammy.
As a, as
I
a,
don't like.
as a
Yeah,
public school, you know, bred person,
uh-huh.
all I knew was
Job.
job. Get a job.
Yeah,
Get a job. That's all I had no concept of entrepreneurship. That was not even like a thing in
yeah,
everybody was either a nurse, a teacher, or worked for some retail department store. Everybody worked at a job. So
right.
so being an entrepreneur was not my forte because it wasn't introduced to me not only in my family but in the public school system. And that's it's like the public school system is not they could the curriculum isn't designed to produce entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, it's very
Well,
sad.
think about it. And from their perspective, to them, they're like, no, we're not. We need workers. We need like 1 million workers, and our
And private
entrepreneur
schools,
class is going to learn that from their families and
right,
their
private
private
schools,
school.
right, in private schools, it would seem to me, not that I know,
Mm-hmm.
not that I know, but it would seem to me that it's a heck of a coincidence that a lot of entrepreneurs have been to private school.
Well, if you think about it, I'll say it like this: really and truly, they formalize a lot of stuff in our head, but really and truly, everybody, it's just literally how we're thinking about stuff. It's the same stuff that we've been doing. Like right now, if you can say you're an entrepreneur, you're just a labor salesperson. You basically sell your labor for money to different companies. You might go to this job. To you, it's just a job at, let's say you work AT&T, or let's say you work at a school. You're selling your time, for that paycheck. Now
Uh-huh.
you could look at yourself as a entrepreneur, a labor salesperson. So, but it's just we're looking at it differently. So that's kind of how that is too. Like with entrepreneur, it's just like, I mean, I know it's bad, but even the drug dealer, that's entrepreneurship. The person who sells fruit on the corner. Okay, that's a little mom and pop business, but I mean, we see, I don't know if y'all have it over there in Chicago, but the people selling fruit
they had these little
Oh yeah,
slushy
you
things,
know they
these
got them.
Mexicans and stuff.
You know they got them.
Right, right. So,
Tamales,
but these are,
all
yeah,
that.
these are entrepreneurs. These are entrepreneurs. But the thing is, you don't have to actually go to a college or nothing like that. It's like once you get yourself a skill, if you know how to do something that people want done,
Hmm.
there you go.
Well,
There
that's
you
the thing
go.
with salesmanship, right? Because we're talking about salesmanship, but then there are some products that sell themselves. And
Right,
when you are wise enough to know what product sells itself,
right,
you can exploit it. And I think that would be a tremendous gift for an entrepreneurial mind
right.
to consider. It's like consider a product that sells itself that
Usually trades.
yeah,
Usually a
and so
trade.
yeah, that
Yeah.
sells itself. I got another story if you want to hear it, but only if you
Yeah, I'm
want to
about to
hear
get off in a minute, but yeah, because B.M.T. he done went somewhere.
it. Yeah. I'm a half a century old, so I got a lifetime of stories. This one is about my child, right? Um Again. He wanted the Wii. What was that? The game console called Wii. And
I
it was the
remember something
advanced.
about that. I remember something about that, but I can't. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember hearing it.
yeah. So we've advanced from all these game consoles, right? It started with Game
Hmm.
Boy and the handheld devices and the Xbox and the PlayStations, and it seemed like every other year, if not every year, there was just the latest and greatest
Game
game
console.
console. So
Right.
so this generation came this Wii thing, right? Where
Hmm.
you got these handheld things that you could pretend like you're golfing or whatever, playing tennis, whatever. It was just fascinating, and he wanted it by Christmas. And I was just like, $400?
Dang, that's
four
bad
hundred
enough.
dollars. He wanted the advanced version, right?
Hmm.
Because you had the $299 version, then you had the $399 version, right? And he wanted the $399 version, and
Hmm.
I wanted to look at him like he was crazy, you know, as if we don't have a budget. Like, what are you talking about? But it was just something in me that was just that told him we'll see. And as it happens, taking him to school, driving back home, I run into this grocery store that's going out of business. Everything must go. And I was like, okay, groceries. People need groceries. I need groceries. I go in there trying to see what's up. And, I'm looking around. I'm like, damn, they like everything is practically pennies. It was amazing.
Hmm.
And I was like, I don't think the car could fit all the shit I'm interested in taking home.
You sit up
You
here
know,
buying everything.
and but for whatever reason, this M&M display caught my eye. And M&Ms, because I made his lunch every day. And one of the little treats I would put in would be a snack size M&M or some other candy as a treat, as with the lunch. But my point is that I saw these regular size packs of M&Ms for 10 cents, right? And I was
Hmm.
just like, if I buy this entire inventory, I could sell these damn M&Ms at retail price.
Entrepreneur right there. There
And
you
and
go.
so I did it, right? I bought the entire inventory of M&Ms, all different types of flavors or whatever, like the peanut butter, the chocolate, the all types. I bought the inventory. It cost me about $300, and
Dang,
and
that must
yeah,
have been a
yeah,
lot for 10 cents each.
yes, yes. And
Okay,
so
go ahead.
because I had in mind that he wanted this game console that I
Wow.
couldn't afford. Like I could, and,
Mm.
and I look back, it's like, how is it that I could afford $300 for some M&Ms, but I couldn't just buy the
Because that was
PlayStation?
an investment.
And so what I'm saying is, I was compelled, right? I was just like, I think that I could turn this into something.
Business. That's a
Right.
business.
And so, you know, I'm trying to make a long story short. What I'm saying is that I got the M&Ms and I was just like, damn, I can't just see my child just slinging M&Ms like crack in the street. You know, like I get to, you know, make this more appealing of an endeavor. And I looked at the display. I said, since the display captivated me, I'm going to go ahead and ask the manager, can I get the display? You know, where it had the little M&M character or whatever, the cardboard cutout, right? And all the dispensing pockets that came with it. And he was like, take that for nothing. You know, go ahead. You done bought all the M&M shit. Go ahead. You know, and I found out that underneath there was some milk crates to keep it sturdy and all that. I was like, oh, that's how y'all do this shit. Okay. You know, so I put everything in the car. And when I picked my son up from school, I said, we're going to sell M&Ms so you can get your Wii. And he was like, sell M&Ms. I said, yeah. That's what we're gonna do. His grandfather is a business owner in a mall, right? So in this, I you know, and that wasn't a consideration for me at first, because what I was thinking is that we could sit outside of a movie theater slinging M&Ms, right?
Right.
But fortunately, as fate would have it, I was compelled to look up the legality of that. And as it turns out, you have to have a peddler's license, and then there's these considerations. And so I couldn't just sit in front of a movie theater slinging M&Ms, because we would, you know, be fined or worse. So I looked further into my research and I found out that you can be covered by a corporation and do that, right? And since I knew his grandfather owned a business in the mall and it was Christmas time, I said to him that I'm going to need to sit outside your store with this display selling M&Ms. And he was like, okay, fine. But the problem was, you can't just sit up there and say, hey, M&M's for sale, M&M's for sale. And so I was like, what do I do to bring the traffic to us? Right?
Right.
And I had this this blanket from the Chicago Fire hockey team. And I put that up, and then I put up the price of the requesting price of the
How
M&M.
much you sell them for?
They were, if I remember correctly, I try not to be too outrageous. I think they were 3 for $5, like $1 each, or 3 for $5 or something like
You
that.
made a killing then.
So we were sitting near the exit, which is where the store was located. So as people with their Christmas, you know, giving spirit and their kids wanting a snack coming out, man, do you know how many? Man, listen, it was crazy. But I'll tell you something. My son did not understand what an entrepreneurial spirit was.